I'll read you the lyrics. Joe's been arrested for playing music. So he's in jail. And he's in with all the music industry executives. They were put in jail too. So that's why the first sign of this particular song, which is Outside Now, he's looking forward to being released from jail. So the lyric instruction says, Joe, somewhat exhausted. Now here's the reason. So the first line is, these executives have pluked the fuck out of me. So he's been anally reamed for hours or days, right? That's the opening sentence. It's because Zappa had his own mail-order business, and he wasn't relying on record companies.
He was working for a vanilla.
Yeah, he was working for me, and no censorship could be applied. So he says, poor Joe says, these executives have pluked the fuck out of me, and there's still a long time to go before I've paid my debt to society. And all I ever really wanted to do was play the guitar and bend the string like re-toot-dee-toot-dee-toot-dee-toot. That's the lyrics. He's bending the string. Re-toot-dee-toot. He goes, I've got it. I'll be sullen and withdrawn. I'll dwindle off into the twilight realm of my own secret thoughts. I'll lay on my back here till dawn in a semi-catatonic state and dream of guitar notes that would irritate an executive kind of guy. And then the narrator, I think, says this. And sure enough, Joe dreams up a few of those guitar notes that every executive despises, those low ones. Now, Frank was playing low ones in the song. Every exec knows it's only the records with the high squealy notes that get to be hit, then in brackets, except for Dwayne Eddy. And he did low notes. Yeah. So then Joe says, that was the central scrutinizer commenting on Joe, and then Joe comes back and says, well, I guess that one did the trick. If they only could have heard it, half a dozen of them would have strangled while they were sucking on each other's dick. But that was just a bunch of imaginary notes I played, just a little extra something to keep me going from day to day. That's okay. I'll be getting out of here pretty soon. Then I won't have to live in this ugly fucking room. I can't wait to see what it's like on the outside now. And then it says, the central scrutinizer says, and Joe just lays there dreaming imaginary guitar notes for years on end, until finally they let him out. So that's the lyrics. Is that mind-blowing, ahead of its time, Eben?
Well, it's an allegory of the frequency.
Yeah, that
yeah, it's frequency modulation, which is what McLuhan said to Harold Innis. He wrote a letter in 1951 to Harold Innis, who was his competitor in media ecology. And he says, we're moving to FM, frequency modulation. That's what he said to Harold Innis. What are you saying, Roxy?
Yes, because I said today it's about connecting frequencies. And most of these constructions, the pyramids and the cathedrals, are actually like big resonating boxes. And the concept of music by Ion goes beyond the fasola music we always think about.
Right.
He talks about the word, the rhapsode, the new song, the spoken word as a type of music, and also the thing that Pauline Oliveros would call the quantum hearing, the frequencies affecting at a molecular, cellular level, the communication of frequencies and sound at many levels. We're communicating with frequencies, and the drops
Roxy,
actually.
Let me explain the importance of Pauline. She just quoted Pauline Oliveros. You'll see in my the Zappa interview we did in 1988. There's a big tribute to Pauline Oliveros by Zappa. She came up with some ideas about sounds above hearing and below hearing that were affecting what we did hear. And Zappa gave great tribute to her.
Yes,
now,
she said the frequency in between will cause this parallel world experience.
Yeah,
like
now,
the result of
Roxy just went and saw Pauline speak yesterday in Berlin. And she's an old lady now, but so she's quoting Pauline. Are you quoting what she said yesterday, Roxy?
Well, not exactly, but the that's her big thing, how sound and the way we listen, the quantum hearing, affects you in many levels. And that's here the thing with Joe. He says, I'm finally free. It's like the frequency that has to be amplified at the cellular level to start communicating and changing with all these cymatics effects. It has been liberated. And that's the thing we saw, for example, in the Magic Flute. Mozart changes the myth of Orfeo and Eurydice, that was the favorite piece of Joyce, because in the myth of Orfeo and Eurydice, Orfeo doesn't make it. He convinces the gods to give the spirit of Eurydice back so she can live again, but they don't make it. And Mozart changes this myth. And in his opera, The Magic Flute, the couple makes it. So for him, as a composer, he changes that, and he says, yes, music. And that was the thing with Orfeo and Eurydice that I think attracted Joyce so much, that this idea, because he was actually a musician, that music defeats death, that music makes you eternal. And that's the thing that I am saying all the time about the frequency, that
right.
it's an amplification of some frequency. And the music is not only the fasola, but it's the music, the hearing we do with all our bodies, the tactile music, in many levels. So for me, when he says, I'm finally free, is this frequency that we are finally hearing.
Yes.
With the completion.
Right. In the lyrics, he says, I'll lay on my back here till dawn in a semi-catatonic state and dream of guitar notes that would irritate an executive kind of guy. That's a simplified version of Uncle Meat looking for frequencies to alter whole populations. But it's right here. He wants to find particular notes that would irritate. So the idea of massaging a person with the frequencies is in there. Now, I want a little background on Pauline Oliveros. When Gerd Stern, who became a famous artist in the 60s and 70s, he went out to California many times. He went out there in 63, just before the Kennedy assassination, and he went to the San Francisco Tape Center, TAPE, and there were some avant-garde people there doing, I guess, electronic music and other things. And one of the people there that took Gerd in, and Gerd got them to help make an art environment that he put on out there right around the time Kennedy was assassinated, was Pauline Oliveros. She got her start at the San Francisco Tape Center. So, that's 50 years ago. Gerd knew her, and Gerd is involved with us here in Iandom. And then Pauline does her compositions, installations, whatever it was that Zappa was impressed with, however that was made. And then she goes on. But now Roxy was laughing that where she ended up, this sort of pretty important composer, now is teaching public audiences how to meditate with an emphasis on the music metaphor. Like she makes a lot out of subatomic particles and music, right, Roxy?
Well, because it's an ancient tradition. It's in our genes. It's an instinct that music connects you to the non-physical.
Yeah.
So in all religions and traditions, music is used as a very important means to connect, to get in trance, for the ecstasy, which is to go somewhere else.
Yeah. But here's the thing about Pauline. Why did she have to provide this? Yes, Eben. Yes, Eben.
Well, in talking about music, well, since you have like the African Brigade here, we could just talk about the drum and all the multifacets and how it not only and how interesting it was because it's a spiked drum. So not only do you have frequency, but you have attenuation and just how long it stays in your system because it's not electrified. But you know, But what I wanted to ask was, did Frank Zappa have a disdain for the audience?
No. He made music for himself, and it was invited. Anybody who was interested in it could enjoy it or engage it. He was interested in those that liked it. And he said, if you don't like it, that's okay. He's not imposing on people who don't like it. So he says, all this music is me exploring what I want to hear, and if you like it, then sit in and maybe a dialogue will happen. So that's what he said privately. No, hey, wait a minute. That's what he said in some interviews. On other interviews, he says, I'm not an entertainer, I'm a therapist. And he starts talking the way Roxy's talking. So he quadrophenically did not limit his purpose to one statement.
Yes,
okay,
because he was a mystic, and he was aware of that power of music to turn on people and to bring them to ecstasy. And one of his big tools in his agenda was audience participation, and that was the thing with the old traditions, the old rituals were tactile. Everybody participated, and they had orgies and took drugs and played music. It was not only like praying or singing. It was really very extreme. And in a way, he's retrieving those old deletion mysteries type of reconnecting. And this brings us to the groupies, because he saw that there were some crazy new phenomena going on in the 60s. He saw people were being turned on in their creativity, in their exploration for freedom of expression and exploration of their sexuality, and he was really interested in those things. And one of the aspects of this new freaking out with the frequencies, with the electric environment, was the phenomenon of the groupies. And he was asked to write about a book about politics, project phenomenon, and he said, a happy nation sucks, because he said, these women are exploring their sexuality, are free, are more creative, and they're going to end up with the average little man. But these little men are going to be happier because they're going to be fucking more and better. And this is going to be good for the economy, and this is going to be good for the country. And that was his thesis.
That's right. He called it suck power. You had black power, gray power. He called it suck power, and he encouraged women, young women, to fuck all the old executives who were corrupt and ruining the society with their backwards attitudes. So he thought the women should go in there and fuck the executives. He called that suck power. And then he said, because these women fucked around a lot, these young women, they'd be better at it, and they'd make their working fellow labor workers, husbands, happier, because they'd be better fucks than the repressed society before that.
And in a way, he was not that wrong. Because
he was not what? He was not what?
And it's put on the wall.
The best music was made, the best rock music was made during that time of fucking...
Now, wait a minute. I did not hear what just a minute, Evan. I did not hear anything you said, Roxy. What were you talking about?
Yes, that he was right, because the best bands, the best rock bands, were the bands in the 60s and the 70s, where there was so much fucking going on. Then came AIDS, And Frank Zappa said the bands now look like they just came out of the fridge.
Yeah.
Like they're robots.
Yeah.
And more like posing and doing like playback. They were not even playing. Right. But he recognized that there was something there going on. And McLuhan will explain this phenomenon like an aspect of the effects of the electronic environment, because the women, Zappa made a lot of interviews, thousands of hours with the groupies, and he will collect all their diaries and all their papers, and he really documented his groupies. And some will say they were turned on by the music, like in such a way that they wanted to fuck the musicians. Yeah. So.
Well, let me spill that in a couple of points here, Roxy. First of all, Eben, did you want to say something, Eben?
I see his music as being ahead of the time, but his philosophy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. His philosophy is archaic. I mean, his music's ahead of the time, but this whole thing about fucking and all that stuff is just a flash in the pan. And the music that came after him in the 80s and 90s, even though it was more narrative, pierced and really brought the politics forward. And as somebody said to me, what is it for a man to love? And they said when they look at a woman, they never see a woman. What they see is the reflection in the woman's eyes. And him going to his groupies, all he was looking for was him and what the groupies were saying. This is just what's coming to me, from this. And I understand
I'm going to give you some counter facts. These are things none of you know. Okay, here's a fact.
I think there were both aspects on that he was sometimes a macho and he was flattered by.
Okay, here's what happened.
But there was more behind that. There was really much more.
Of course, I'm going to give you some information to expand your view here, all of you. So in the Life magazine article, he says these young people, consumers of rock, felt it in their bones. He says the new musical effect is not going through the ear, it's going through the bone, and he called it bone conduction, which would be my version of McLuhan's tactile visceral. So then he himself did not do anything with these groupies. He took them as a sociological phenomenon. Now, where you can read the actual details is get Pauline Butcher's book, Zappa's Secretary, and no one has ever written in detail, the period 67 to 70, that 3-year period where Frank basically was very charismatic, but you didn't have access to his scene too much. You had to luckily get in there. So nobody knew what Frank was doing. Well, Pauline Butcher, about what was going on. She was a British woman, a conservative British woman who got the job of being Frank's secretary, and she was totally shocked by what was going on around Frank. But she got used to it, and years later, 40 years later, she decided to take the letters to her mother and made a book out of it. It's all the diaries. So she gives the details how she was given the job to manage the groupies, the GTOs, these girls together outrageously. And so she talks about taking them around to record companies, talks about their love life and everything. Frank didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, he first hired Pauline to help him write this book idea for talking about politics, because people were looking at Frank as a spokesman for the young people. He was a little older and smarter, so the book publisher said, well, let's get Zappa to write a book to express what the under 30-year-olds are thinking. And he never got to do that because he got distracted, and Pauline was going to help him write that book, or at least edit it, but they got distracted with the Groupie project, which just dumped into his lap. And he didn't do anything much with them. He got them to write, but Pauline did the work with them. So you want to read Pauline's life with the groupies that made the groupie papers and all that. And a lot of it got aborted and screwed up and knocked out, and the groupies got ripped off by record company people, TV people. But Frank I imagine he was giving advice in there, but he was not involved with him on a sexual level. Now, 20 years later, early 90s when virtual reality came out, and people start looking at things on, what? You saying something in response to me? Eben.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary for him to have sexual relations with them.
Okay. Yeah, but here's the point. He's looking at them as a journalist. Eben, hold it, Eben. He's looking at them as a journalist. Now, here's a key point. When virtual reality came out in the early 90s with Jaron Lanier's virtual reality goggles, there were a bunch of people trying to do cyber sex with these goggles. And Zappa said, this is the most absurd extension of sex. He says, first of all, sex is an absurd act. If you imagine, if you see any two people having sex, it's the most ridiculous, almost humiliating situation. He started talking about it like a Puritan, like he was disgusted with a sexual act or observing it in other people. And this shocked Pauline Butcher. She reports in the book that she didn't realize that Frank was so, in a way, not the horny guy that people projected on him. He was actually like the scientist, the journalist, looking at the sexual revolution as anthropology. So you've got to include that in your assessment of what he was doing with groupies. He was not the band members. The band members had all kinds of stories. They fucked mud sharks. They got groupies with brushes, hairbrushes, and all kinds of different songs about the different groupies. But Zappa never did any of it. He was just told by the band members what they had done the night before, and he would write a song about it because he was a journalist reporting it. So let's remember that Zappa, much like McLuhan, was clinically looking for the causes of this phenomenon. He thought it was society should have more open-minded about it, and politically as a joke, since everybody was running around with black power, yippie power, he said, well, how about suck power? So, of course, he's being a manipulant to recommend that people go fuck these old executives. I don't know if he really expected them to do it, but it was a way of being a different position. But on my tiny note chart, he's under the quadrant, the McLuhan quadrant, called sex, because there was a definite sexual explosion in the late 60s because of the tactile effective TV obliterating the conditioning of literate man. And this is well spelled out in the Playboy interview. So you want to look at why Zappa is being a journalist, how he's being a journalist, and how McLuhan's doing the same thing in Playboy. You don't want to project silly like Roger Plant, like Pamela DeBar, the main groupie who becomes the most famous groupie, who was one of the GTOs, in this new interview she just put out recently. She talks about the guys, Sable and this other, Lisa or somebody, these two young 13-year-old groupies came in and changed the scene in the 70s. They were mean. They weren't friends like the GTOs. And she and Pamela says she doesn't like the scene when these little kids came in. Now, they were 13 years old, and everybody was saying, well, nobody's going to screw these little kids. They're underage. And she says her friend said, David Bowie never did that. And she says, yeah, I knew David Bowie. And, yeah, you're telling me he didn't? He did. And so there's this whole different quality of these musicians fucking anything that moves, no matter what age. That is not, and they're doing what you're talking about, Eben. They're looking for their reflection in the eyes or something, or they're just being perversely exploring their chemical body. You can't put Zappa on that level. That's what I'm saying. Let's not bring Zappa on that level. That's just most pop culture bands are formed by guys to get laid, right? That is generally the motive. Not many of them are really interested in music as a science or art form like Mozart, Beethoven, and Zappa were. That's the difference. So I'll shut up now. You guys
on Zappa, for example, what's interest in promoting?
Okay, wait a minute. Hey, Roxy, let Eben speak because she started this part of the argument. Go ahead, Eben.
There's just something in his experimentation, and maybe it is just, I didn't bring anything up about sex with the groupies, but anybody who is on stage that does something for themselves and then only, just looks to who likes it, has a pretty healthy ego. And so I'm only saying this, because I'm just looking at the man behind the music and trying to figure out why such discordant kind of aggressive and but yet enlightened discussion, but in a form that is very challenging and off-putting. And so I'm just trying to figure out the man behind it. And so when you said that he looks at it like a journalist, well, then I that gives me a better that helped a lot, because then I can understand that he's a little detached from the trappings
detached.
of things.
So detached, he considered the act of sex, if he ever saw it, as absurd. It did not turn him on. Now, he had girlfriends, all kinds of girlfriends, but he wasn't running around trying to get laid, like the other band members were.
No, he was actually a workaholic, and he was interested in the expression, the creativity of people that were not presented in the mainstream, and he wanted to promote that, the creativity of freaks. That would be how the society would call them. And part of his rebellion against all this establishment was sometimes being vulgar and being provocative. And he got into the GTOs because one of the girls was the nanny. He shared before a house, like in a commune type of housing, with 6 girls, and 2 of them were working for him. One was like the nanny, and then they will meet and dance at his house, and they could not sing, they could not play, but he found interesting that this bunch of women were trying to express something. Mm-hmm. And he just wanted to present the creativity of these crazy girls, because they were all very freaky. You can go to the Wikipedia and read about each of them. And their lives is sort of, like runaways. And actually, for example, he stopped the project because they were into drugs. I think he found them with heroin or something. Yeah. So, but he was really interested in the fact that there were all these minorities, these freaks, trying to be creative and express themselves and explore many aspects that had been repressed for millennia, like sexuality, freedom of expression, and
for women,
especially women, and this type of sort of trying to gain the power back started with the suffragettes. First, they wanted to vote, to have political equality, and women were not allowed to have property, to have you say herons, or to get things from. So
they were not having inheritance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, inheritance, right. And many things. So it was a gradual taking the power back that in the 60s ended with this sexual revolution because of the contraceptives. Women could at last have sex and don't get pregnant. So that gave them a lot of freedom in in that aspect. Of course, there were many bad sides because many did become prostitutes, and there was a lot of drug abuse. A lot of them were also abused in many ways by the rock stars. But it's part of this phenomenon of the liberation. And it was not only women; it was also gays and and other groups, ethnic groups, trying also to be visible, to get access to the media or
right. Okay, so let's now, Eben, what does that evoke for you? What kind of thoughts?
Well, that it is, it's always interesting to see someone during their times, and, you guys, Bob, you knew him, and Roxy's getting into, but we haven't heard from Bert yet. Anyway.
No, but wait, before we bring Bert in, Eben, here's what I want to add, Eben, is that McLuhan was criticized in the 60s.
Yeah.
He would, take the hippie phenomenon, popular fads, and sociologists and serious historians saying, this guy is just looking at weird, trendy behavior that might last 18 months and making it a sign of the change in human nature. They thought he was taking superficial sociological fads and trying to build a theoretical, serious philosophical case out of it. Now, what's interesting is that Zappa was doing the same thing. He was dealing with weird phenomena, and he was studying the effects of this new electronic global theater on young people. That's what he specialized in. Zappa, McLuhan included young people, but McLuhan also included economics and corporations, which Zappa did occasionally later himself. So they both were studying the effects of this new environment, and McLuhan called the new environment a tactile mosaic, and Zappa called it frequencies, sound frequencies. But they both knew it was more than just sound. So you got these two sociologists working in different environments, and Zappa is looking at every new superficial phenomenon as indicative of something. So every 18 months, McLuhan would make a satirical joke about streakers or about whatever fad's happening. Zappa did the same thing. Now, what the serious literate philosophers didn't understand is that there was a turnover of fads, but they weren't fads. They were responding, the people were responding to different changes, rapid changes in technology. And that human nature now was becoming really bizarre because they had to deal with this endless change. So it's interesting that both McLuhan and Zappa were considered to be frivolous on what they emphasized as change.
Well, I can understand that. I mean, this is kind of what you found to be the your ace in the hole coming to the United States. In that pop culture ended up ruling. So by looking at that surface, and looking at how it can be bent through frequency, through pictures and things, it ended up being a powerhouse. And so I can see why they would look at it. But then my question is, for Frank Zappa, knowing that and being also, he wasn't just an observer, he was a shaper of the environment. Well, what was his intention then?
He always, in the early albums...
what was his intention?
Yeah, no, this is what I'm going to answer. He always, on his early albums, on the sleeve, stated the basic Declaration of Independence or whatever that particular amendment that guarantees freedom of speech, whatever that one's called. He always had this ridiculous, old-fashioned political statement from the 1700s on his album sleeves, and he was very, and of course he became famous for dealing with rock censorship. So he was very concerned about what had happened to Lenny Bruce, who was a friend of his, or a late friend, and he considered Lenny Bruce a saint, and he said Lenny Bruce, he was going to make a Broadway musical about him. So here's Lenny Bruce arguing over trying to swear, and Zappa made a big deal out of this freedom of expression. So he wanted a society that could have more freedom of expression, and so he was almost a Wilhelm Reichian, who thought that if people expressed themselves and had better orgasms, they'd be happier people. That's that Wilhelm Reich's idea. But Zappa also knew, that's why he'd be detached. What I just said he would be detached about what I just said because he knew that the media society was taking over, the virtual society, and that nothing of these old humanistic agendas wouldn't work. So he was always mocking the very things that he appeared to be for. And so you would understand that he was for them in different contexts. So he had his long hair for many years, and then he had to go to Congress in 1985 to address the congressmen. So what did he do? He did something that nobody could get him to do for 20 years. He cut his hair, and he went in all straight looking, real short hair. No one had ever seen Frank in short hair, and he walked in just to talk to Congress. He changed himself. He adapted to the situation and presented the appropriate image. I mean, that's the way he was doing it all along, very conscious of the medium, of the environment, and what his response would be. Now, he says when we talked to Ben Watson and Zappa came through, or Ion came through, and then Zappa came through, and Ben Watson hated the experience, but you listen to it, September 2nd, 2009 in my timeline, the main point Zappa is saying is that I wanted to bug people. I wanted to use sound to do things that would piss them off. So he sees, there you have little Joe in Joe's garage saying, I'm going to come up with some, irritating, annoying notes to bug the executives. So he had what some people might think is a childish desire to aggravate. But as his interviews came out through the years, and more philosophy came out, you realize that he was much like McLuhan, talking about an anti-environment, a Manipian anti-environment, and then satirizing being Manipian. That's why he flipped it and said, well, I'm going to be real responsible and run for president. So Zappa, like McLuhan, was quadrophenic, and you have to understand what quadrophenia is, the figure-ground relationship. So what is shocking people over the last few years, as a matter of fact, there was a documentary where they just took all his interviews and things that people didn't know about, and they presented it in Sundance a couple of weeks ago. And so the articles came out and says, holy shit, this guy was incredibly different from what we thought he was. There was this guy who could talk in depth about all kinds of topics. So Zappa the philosopher surfaced a few weeks ago, the deep Zappa that people did not understand. And Zappa also parodied the fact that if he looks stupid, people would think he's stupid, so he satirized the effective imagery on himself. He sacrificed himself to look like an idiot and then fool them. It's like Marcel Duchamp making an artwork secretly for 20 years. Frank made a secret part of his thinking in art a secret for 20 years, or maybe 30 years. See, so it's a very more complex thing. So that's what we want you to look at. Now, when you talk about the revolution in pop culture in the late 80s, I guess you may be talking about hip-hop. That is what McLuhan predicted. The group mind took over. So that Public Enemy #1 and bands like that started to represent the black race and get political, or what was called political. Is that what you were saying the change was, Eben, in the late 80s? That's way different from what Zappa was dealing with in the 60s?
No, I was talking more about new wave and punk.
Okay. What was that? What was the meaning of it, or what point do you want to make?
It took, it's like a precursor to electronic music today. It started going away from bands into, much smaller electronic-based forms. And it's like what Frank unleashed with encouraging the freaks. They kind of showed up in the 80s in punk and new wave. And did you know, Eben,
let me respond to that. Eben, can you hear? Listen, I'm going to stop here now and then and respond to what you said so far. Who inspired the punks? Johnny Rotten, when he came over in 77, 78, with the Sex Pistols, he said, I want to meet one fucking person. That's all I want to do here. And guess who that was? Captain Beefheart, the other guy in the Zappa agenda. He didn't want to meet Frank, but he wanted to meet Captain Beefheart. Also, many punks quoted Zappa because the punks hated the way progressive rock took over and created these big stadiums. And they, like you said, Evan, wanted to make small rock, get back to human scale and partying and having fun with music and not getting this corporate bullshit. Well, the one guy who agreed and represented that movement was Zappa. They would quote Zappa. Now, Zappa, they would then say to Frank, these bands are coming out now in the late 70s. They're kind of doing what you wanted back then in the 60s, what you represent, and they quote you, and you're your inspiration. He says, yes, but I would not put garbage bags on my body as clothing, and I would not stick needles in my face. Yeah, he separated himself from that aspect of it. But he said he could understand why they were inspired by, since he was anti-60s rock, and the punks were anti-60s rock, that's where there was a similarity. So the very thing you're talking about was inspired by Zappa and Beefheart. What do you think of that, Eben?
Right. I was saying that. I agree.
So what's your? But you said.
Yes, I agree. But you had made a comment. Let me say. You had made a comment that things after Zappa were kind of, I don't know. You made something that it wasn't. It didn't continue to improve, and I was thinking that things did improve. I mean, things just went on the continuum, and so that was just my whole point about punk and new wave, and how the freaks came out and claimed their zone, and that's kind of like what you were saying that Frank and Captain Beefheart helped encourage.
Yeah, I definitely am not saying that things didn't improve. I looked like McLuhan Zappa at the ground and what caused the new fads, the new types of music. Zappa said that you just have to look at the drug of the day, the favorite drug in pop culture, and that'll determine the type of music. And he could track it through the 70s, 80s, depending on what the popular drugs were. But no, he would not. We're not. It comes to the point in the late 70s where McLuhan says any effort by the old establishment to hold back what's happening is impossible. There's too much decentralized electricity in electric environments to stop what these kids are expressing and all the other aspects. Zappa said the same thing in the late 80s. He said, you can't have repressive forces stopping this situation. So it allowed everybody to look like it was improving because there was more opportunity to be free, and it did get more expressive. And that would be naturally due to the technology. But Zappa and McLuhan were always looking at the ground that created the sense that there was more and more progress in expression.
Yes, and this was one of the things that
stand upon the dissociative.
Just a minute, Roxy. Let's hear Eben. Okay, do it again, Eben. What?
Jazz. Did Frank at all stand upon the free jazz, the jazz where these guys just came in unstructured, played off each other, etc.? Because that's a feeling I get from his music.
Okay, dig this. Cecil Taylor, you know who he is? Eben?
Yes.
Kind of.
Cecil Taylor was the John Coltrane of piano. He's the guy in the late 50s, early 60s, was incredibly radical free jazz piano player. And he put out an album in the mid-60s called Unit Structures, UNIT. Zappa was so impressed with Cecil Taylor, he named his daughter after the album, Moon Unit. So he was, and celebrated.
Wow.
Yeah. And he celebrated the free jazz guys. He had Archie Shepp play with him. You'll see him in the Jazz and Pop interview. He's with Archie Shepp and Roland Kirk, everybody. Roland Kirk wasn't that abstract as Ornette Coleman, but Frank did it. And you always have to look at, or Frank supported it, you always have to look at what Beefheart is saying at the same time. Beefheart said that Charles Mingus would come and watch him play in New York and was jealous of the freedom Beefheart had come up with. So Beefheart could be seen as competing within the free jazz movement with what he invented. And, of course, that album was recorded by Frank. So you got to look at Frank and Don as these forcelings who are coming forward to upset every genre of music, but also to incorporate the radical developments happening in every form. So, yes, and Don, now think this, one of his main musicians for years was Don Preston. And Don Preston was born in 1930. These guys were old. In the late 50s, Don Preston says He was a regular jazz musician. He went and saw John Coltrane play somewhere, maybe in Chicago or something. And after he was a sort of an acquaintance of John Coltrane, Don Preston, who ends up being a key player in Zappa's band, told John Coltrane he needed to loosen up. He needed to, whatever he was doing with Miles and whatever that period was in the 50s, he told John to loosen up and gave him advice. And so Don Preston says he got the ball rolling for Coltrane. Now, isn't that amazing? Another guy involved with Zappa.
Yes. Yes.
It may not be true, but Don Preston is a pretty prestigious musician, and he's not. Why should he lie? He's a jazz musician, so I think it's probably true what he said. So, you have all these heavy things, as people aren't informed, are all circling around Frank. Okay, maybe Roxy. Okay, wait, you got one more thing to say, Eben, about that?
No, I think it's. I love the thread that you've laid out from his appreciation of free jazz to now.
Yeah.
I can see how it really shook some foundations and led to so many different art forms. He was a revolutionary.
That's right. To the degree the freak out meme can be the ground, just as I would say, Da Vinci is a ground for much that comes after Leonardo da Vinci. Zappa was a ground for so much experimentation all through the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The smarter kids, the ones who got into trying to do something different, always cited Zappa. And I played these guys, they call themselves Making Music with My Insane Friend, these two guys. And Ben Watson wrote an article on them, and I posted around you. I think you liked it, Eben. I think you read the article on these two abstract guys. And what are they doing? They're celebrating Zappa's guitar solos. You don't hear many younger people knowing and appreciating Zappa's guitar solos. So these guys, and I played some of the songs, very abstract, ridiculous stuff in terms of old standards, but they recognize that sound, it can be explored in a whole new tactile dimension now, and so they're doing it. And Ben's celebrating him. But the guy, it's the first time I've ever seen a rock young musician celebrating Zappa's guitar solos. They usually celebrate he's a great creator, great songs, in general terms, but not the fucking guitar solos. So that was new. Yeah, Roxy.
I love that song. Yeah. And also what you played before it.
Yes. Now, you talk about the hard, the aggressive. Zappa did pretty music. Okay, check your mic. We're not hearing you.
I'm sorry, there's a big delay when I talk. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what were you saying?
Okay. No, go ahead. I lost it. Go ahead.
Okay, it's time for Bert to speak, I think.
Yes. There's a lot. From what I've been reading and listening, interviews with Frank was, he may have been involved, but not directly as we assume most characters. Like what Evan said, that perhaps Frank was a groupie, but because I listened to a story that George Duke had on. Evan, are you aware that George Duke was inspired by Frank? Frank actually turned George Duke on the synthesizer because George was just a classical trained pianist, and Frank pushed him to learn the synthesizer and actually to sing. So that's to show you another angle of how Frank pushed his people. And there's also a link of how Frank has a very link to Bob. But what Bob is doing is that Frank was very into individuals and expressing themselves. But I have a personal story from what I heard George Duke share on YouTube, whereas he learned about really the groupies from what I gathered from the band members. And George Duke explains that the band, when they were traveling, always had this game that they played with who would get the booger bear. And they would have some type of head or something that they would put outside the door of whatever musician was standing, who would get the booger bear groupie in the gang. And what George explained is that one time somebody made a joke and put the Booger Bear sign in front of Frank's door, and they said Frank was pissed the rest of the tour that they did that to him.
What does the Booger Board, what would you do with it? It would attract a groupie? Or what does it mean?
No, what it is what it is, when they were playing night to night, they would only have groupies, George said.
It
and
was
they could
a
see
sign
the
that they
ugliest
scored.
groupie. Yeah,
I didn't
but
get
it was the ugliest groupie.
Oh, okay. But what, they would put an object in front of the door. What's the object?
I don't know. It was a certain sign or a head or something, and who would score the night of the Booger Bear and the groupies. And one time they put that outside of Frank's door, and it pissed him off.
Okay, but look, what is the point? What is like, I know I got the ugliest groupie, so I put a sign out of my room to show that I got it, and I know I got the ugliest. Is that what you're saying they did?
There was some type of circulation of someone would decide who would get the ugly, and they would put a sign outside the door that would be their score at that particular night.
And so they were insulting Frank that he got the ugly groupie, and he didn't like that.
Yeah, and he got pissed. He was pissed. Now, I don't know. George, it was very delicate when George explained it, but he said that Frank was pissed. He didn't say Frank participated or not, but he said that Frank was pissed that they did that, because I mean, it goes back into tying what you were saying earlier, that Frank didn't really mix with the musicians. I mean, he did, but he didn't, and maybe that's how he discovered the whole phenomena of groupies, just based on what was going on with his band members.
Right, that's how he found out. And you know, there's a very funny scene in 200 Motels where the band members are trying to find Frank, and they're saying, he's listening. He's always listening. And they go over to this beer bottle. And there's this beer bottle sitting there, and they go, hi, Frank. They decide Frank's the beer bottle, like he's taping them. And they go, hi, Frank. And they start saying, I did lousy today, Frank. I'll do better tomorrow. And they were all confessing to the beer bottle their various hang-ups about what Frank would think of them as screwing up on their tasks. So it's a hilarious scene. And then, while they're yelling at the beer bottle or worshiping it or paying their respects, there's Ringo Starr dressed up as Frank Zappa in a detective raincoat off in the corner taping them. So they don't see Frank taping them, played by Ringo Starr. They miss that. They're looking at the beer bottle. So it's like Frank's an environment. He's the invisible environment, like Ion. They can't find out where he is. And on the physical level, he made sure that he wasn't near them. He made it like he wasn't taping them by staying at the other hotel, the other motel. He wouldn't stay. I mean, this is an interview with Flo and Eddie, who were in the band for a year and a half or so. They said the one big question they would like to ask Frank is, why didn't you hang out with us? That was still on their mind years later. They didn't understand what he was. He was CIA.
He ran a very tight ship.
You know, that. What? What'd you say?
He ran a very tight ship. I mean, he had
very tight
ship because there's very tight ship. I mean, he said he trained those musicians to entertain, but they always knew there was a plane ticket to send them home if they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, that's right. It was just like the Marines, and he would have pictures. Yeah. Sometimes it would be he'd either put them image of the mothers as Marines or Hell's Angels. He'd play it off depending on who the context was. But it's just like Sonny Barger that we heard Ian quoting earlier. Sonny Barger, the leader of the Hells Angels. So Frank was satirizing the gang mentality that was taking over, and he, as an individualist, literate genius, was up against this mob mentality all around him. That was part of the dilemma or part of the drama he was acting out. Like, look at the humor, just the humorous thing that he walks into a rock concert in front of a rock band and starts conducting. Nobody would ever do that at a rock band. Start conducting in front of them. So that's really anti-environmental. That's satirical. Are you there, Eben? You get that?
Yes. It's almost priestly.
Yes.
Yeah. It almost sounds a little priestly, like a priest.
It's exactly that, Eben. McLuhan used to say, he says around me and in the Monday night seminars, he said rock was the new shamanic religion. Rock was the new priest. That's why in the McLuhan quadrant, I call McLuhan Zappa priests. And McLuhan talked about guys would come in and read their literate poetry, and he'd just say, "That's a lot of words. Where's your music? You've got to be a rock and roller to be poets today." And the literate poets would be shocked that Zappa. It would appear that McLuhan had defected to celebrating, Leonard Cohen or something, and the literate poets hated that. But he said, rock music is modern poetry. This is what professors should be studying. And he demanded that the teachers test their kids on their favorite music or what they were listening in top 40. He said this would turn the kids off of this music. If you seriously want them to study Shakespeare, you don't test them on Shakespeare, you test them on the Beatles so that they get pissed off you're testing that shit and they'll stop listening to it and then they might read Shakespeare. That was McLuhan's whole agenda. So he knew no one would do it, but he was stating his anti-environmental position. Zappa was doing the same thing. He was looking at rock poetry and figuring out how to make it a more comprehensive poetry. And he was doing it like a religious figure. And he eventually did form a church called CASH, Church of American Secular Humanism. And that was just a battle of fundamentalists. CASH, CASH, Church of American Secular Humanism.
He was also a constitutional conformist.
Yeah, fundamentalist.
Very constitutional. Right. Fundamentalist, yeah.
Yeah. In the end, I would say that McLuhan, here's the thing. Zappa was a literate person hoiking up 19th century values. McLuhan was a 19th century person hoiking up 19th century values. But McLuhan, the guy who taught books, was seen as a guy who hated books. Zappa, who was seen as a musician, not a book guy, was hoiking up book values and actually was seen to be destroying music. So they had contradictory images canceling each other out in their publics. They were the opposite and complementary to each other. They were not what their image was. I mean, people were shocked. When they first read McLuhan, they'd say, just superficially read a book. This guy hates books. That was it. They'd go, this McLuhan guy hates books. As a matter of fact, it became a joke on Laughing. This was a big joke. Marsh McLuhan reads books. That was the big shocker. Because everybody thought that he was a radical anti-book guy. And they were shocked to find out that... say that again. It was too blurry.
They did that on Laughing?
Yes. And then there was a bumper sticker. A bumper sticker.
Hello?
This is how big McLuhan was as an environment. A bumper sticker saying McLuhan reads books. I mean, they have bumper stickers about Zappa too. But now Zappa comes on, and he appears to be a guy who's old-fashioned conservative, a terrible disciplinarian. Rock is enjoying its freedom to make music lazily or just to do the blues or just rip off stuff. And none of them could handle Zappa because he demanded a military kind of regular employment and practicing and work. So Zappa was opposite the relaxed atmosphere of rock or the spontaneous atmosphere. He was a disciplinary guy. And so, like McLuhan, his image was the opposite of the environment he dealt with. But in actuality, he was an anarchist when it came to the solos. He didn't fucking rehearse and he just made it up. You see, you got to look at the contradictory images each one had of themselves in relation to different publics. And they were very similar but opposite. They came from opposite images. Yeah. Secretly the same thing.
Fantastic.
So, okay, Roxy, let's hear your dissertation. What do you say to what you want to say?
I lost my inspiration because you shut me down every time I want to say something.
No. I'm not shutting you down. You have to remember what you're going to say. We have to let Eben respond. We have to let Bert respond. So get inspired again. I want to hear what you want to say. Get back into the groupie. So he's looking at the groupie phenomenon as a sociological phenomenon. And he's raising questions about what they think is freedom. most of them die, most of them get ripped off. And, certainly Frank was aware of that. And Gail, her role was as host mother to them. So what do you say to that, Roxy, in their attempt to be a revolution or something?
But the situation is really the same. There hasn't been a real liberation.
Right.
At the beginning, it was a big explosion, a lot of joy of this new freedom of expression, but things haven't really got any better. One of the things
let's okay, go ahead.
That the groupie said they like about Frank is that they listen to them, and
he listened to them. He listened to them.
Pauline Boucher said that that was not normal at the time, that men will not be interested in what a woman will like to say. They will not listen. So that was something that most of them found very impressive. And Zappa always tried to have always black and women in his band or in his orchestra.
Yeah.
And because he was a musician, he knew how to listen.
Right.
And when I read that for me it's quite shocking that they say nobody listened to them. Nobody cared what they thought. Nobody cared. And these GTOs were all freaks. But I think Zappa was trying to make a statement, and he was not looking for the pretty girl, but actually for women that were different, that were trying to be individuals, that were not following the stereotypes of the films, of media, of fashion. So they were all sort of crazy, and they all say they made their clothes from second-hand clothes. And for a long time, that was the only way women could express themselves in decoration, cooking, embroideries, making clothes. And they all make a big deal that they make their clothes like they were really trying to not to follow a trend, but be something else. Have their own.
It was the beginning.
Costume.
It was an expression of electronic diversity. Mechanical, industrial man, everybody was visually uniform. But the decentralized effect of electric up their own image responding to the TV screen. And so the pop culture started to make people, these girls, way ahead of Madonna, started making their own costumes. And Zappa said that it was very different up in San Francisco. There was uniformity. The alternative culture were hippies who were trying to go back to the farms, go back to the 19th century and make a very Puritan Calvinist clothing, wear, farmers' clothes. They weren't into decoration. For some reason in Los Angeles, it encouraged a postmodern surface affluence of decoration. The freaks in L.A. were not into dull clothes, organic eating, and going back to the land. They were into, you could say, fashion, but they wanted to do it in a very individualist way. So the decentralizing that was coming, they were artists of that. They were the early canaries in the mine.
Yes, and it's a paradox that the war was the thing that liberated not only women but men. Usually most people were servants before the World War I.
Two.
And because so many men were dying, women had to work. They were needed. So they started working in other fields. And they had money. So they became interesting as consumers, and the corporations start listening to them because they can buy. They have money.
Well, that's what McLuhan defined war as education. that war is speeded up technological change. You have regular technological change in peacetime. Then you go to war, you have faster changes, so more upsetting changes in World War I and World War II in the relations between the sexes and in the working conditions. That's the revolution of war.
Yes, and Zappa was never played in mainstream media.
Identity.
Okay, let's see what Eben's saying, Roxy. What about identity?
When you're talking about the war, did it? When you're talking about dissociated or that it isn't a unified. The identity was unified under the war, right? That's where we got. But also, it kind of flipped because, like Roxy was saying, women worked on airplanes, were flying airplanes, were doing work outside their identity, their sociological place, and the uptick in advertising to them was to get them back into the household so the men could take those, jobs when they got back. But my point was just something about the unification of identity with war.
Okay, I got 2 important points about that, Eben. McLuhan says World War I was a railway war of centralization. That would be the end of the industrial mechanical technology effect of homogenization. He says World War II was a radio war of decentralization. So you had big unified tribes of armies battling each other in the mud flats of France, and Belgium, those stupid trench warfare, which was totally meaningless, but it was big groups. The big thing about World War II is that Hitler couldn't control the decentralization through phone. So the Göring started his own army. The other guys, Goebbels, start their own. They all fragmented. And this is the first essay that McLuhan writes in the first explorations about the decentralizing effect of World War II technology. And part of the decentralization was the effect between the sexes. So you had women coming in to take on the uniform industrial jobs of World War I, but they then took the decentralized jobs of World War II. You know what I mean? So there's 2 opposite situations. Zappa wrote a song about it called Eccentrifugal Force. There's centripetal towards the center and centrifugal away from the center. So back to you, Roxy. What were you going to say next about maybe the sexual relationship, the different roles?
Yes, that women demand to be heard and to have places to express themselves. So at the beginning, there were not many areas.
Right.
So one of the things they could do was to be a groupie.
Well, I thought you were talking about World War I. You've got the first thing they want is the vote, and that's a big. People would be shocked. Young kids today would be shocked that the women weren't allowed to vote. But that's very different 100 years ago. And then what did they get in World War II? Maybe the stigma of being a single mother came in with single leader of a family. Because they tried to revert back in the 50s. They tried to put the women back in the home and the men out in the workaday world, and that was the GI Bill. Let's give them the only reason they got education, allowed to go to the universities, was they had to retrieve the old pecking order of the patriarchy. But you get to the late 60s, now you got a global theater, you've got the satellite fragmenting everything, and these girls, they're not interested in getting the vote or to have a family. They're interested in expressing their media, their clothing, their whatever media they had access to. They are starting to become Egyptian and put on whole environments. They wanted to become the right to be a put-on artist is what they were expressing. That's a new level of women's liberation that Gloria Steinem didn't understand. And Pamela DeBar says in later interviews that she was considered an anti-feminist because of how they wanted to express themselves. But that's because they were up against literate baby boomers who wanted to get women to have some kind of equality on the literate terms of pay and a job and some kind of respectable visual space thing. Whereas by the time Madonna comes along and expresses a whole decentralized post-feminist mystique, the GTOs anticipated Madonna in that individualism becoming a god. Is that what you're saying, Roxy? That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, but there was also in the 20s after the First World War the flappers that they were also, they took their corsets away and they cut their hair and the skirts went shorter. And there is also yes, and drank. And there is a relationship between the economy and the length of the dresses.
Right.
As the economy got worse, the dresses got shorter. And McLuhan said something about the miniskirts and the view line. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, you know the guy who invented the steamship in the 19th century, a guy named Fuller, I think. It was like they would say, we don't have to wait for the wind anymore because the boat could move via steam rather than sails. All right? So this practical statement, we don't have to wait for the wind anymore, McLuhan applied to the miniskirt. We don't have to wait for the wind anymore. We can see their fucking asses with their short miniskirt.
I remember that.
Yes, and clothing, as McLuhan said, is weaponry. And
weaponry,
it was
right,
used
exactly.
for a long time against women, and especially more affluent women, because the clothing was made in a way that they could not even move, like the queen or the royals. They had to get dressed by a bunch of women because it was so complex.
Yeah, and heavy materials.
Different layers of things and corsets, and then it was very heavy with gold and jewels. Yeah. They could not move, and all this chivalry manners, good manners.
Chivalry.
Came from that because women could not move. They had to help them. They had to open the doors for them. They had to put the chairs, help them because they were really unable to move freely.
Yeah, and, the dress became the new chastity belt.
Yes, and in the 60s, women again are rebelling against all these things. Well, I think it's in the 70s that they start burning their bras, I think. But
no, they start burning the bras in the late 60s. Yeah,
they start rebelling against these these codes of
but you look at the way people dressed. The way people dressed in the late 19th century, early 20th century, you have to say, how the hell was the bikini accepted? 50 years later, these women are wearing nothing. How the hell did society, of course, society really changed, but what caused this radical change that the bikini got accepted, considering how people just 20 years before were very fanatic about clothing and covering everything up? How did that happen so quickly?
Maybe the atomic bomb.
Yeah, the atomic bomb scared the shit out of everybody. That's right. Yeah, it was the atomic bomb. They said, fuck it. We're all going to die. Start fucking. And we need to do it as fast as possible, so wear less clothing so we can get your clothes off faster. So we can plunge it in. My buona dick. Plunge it in. So now, Evan, I detected a political correctness or political something in what you said an hour ago. Tell me about your experience or tell us What do you make of this and what you went through in the late 80s and early 90s? Because you were part of a later revolution.
Well, I am a bit formal on this and want the best for men's and women's relationships, but see how they always seem to get fucked up by something. But from the 80s, it was a time where those whatever kind of freaks that were there were able to come out, and it was just such a plethora of freaks, from the leather crowd and industrial goth to the new wave to like Flock of Seagulls with all the hair color and spiked hair and the mohawks. It was like it was just a blistering assault of freedom and such a variety of music, from Oingo Boingo to The Cure and the Clash and all of that. And I just found very that there wasn't a formal intelligence like what Frank brings to his music, this intellectual pursuit of disruption. This was just like in your face and also very romantic, trying to find, to love being out as a freak, a very romantic nature. So, the politics, my politics is always about equilibrium. And so.
Okay, Evan, let me respond, because that's important what you're saying, and I want to show you how McLuhan and Dobbs, how they would approach this. Definitely, the abundance of personal expression was utopic in the 80s and 90s. But what was it up against? It was up against this centralized literate world represented by the White House had to claim that they were going back to the small town and the little local uniform world that Reagan's image represented. This is what was interesting, is that the White House became a dominant image sculptor. So people look back in the 80s as a repressed time. The newspapers were censored. Reagan ruled with an iron hand in many levels in the media, in the TV landscape. Not the TV body yet, the TV landscape. And that was just the newspaper world. The LaRouche world would say that Reagan was good or bad. New York Times say Reagan was good or bad about literate issues of censorship. Meanwhile, these journalists, their children were having the most advanced form of technology to make, like you just said, incredible creativity that makes the 60s seem puny. So at the same time, in the 90s, a generation shows up nostalgic for the 60s. So you have to clarify which body, which landscape they're nostalgic for, because all the other landscapes are happening and growing, what I call the Orphic Baroque spirals on my chart. And definitely the idea of Reagan and the 80s dampening down something is not true. But that's because the electronic, recording world, which is a mini-state, a huge environment, the politicians couldn't control it. And there was just one big phenomenon after another all through the 80s. I witnessed it at CKLN. So you see how the ideas of freedom and that, you're talking about equality, Evan, that's a literate request. A literate request of everybody having equal to the same books and then has the same informed opinion to engage in the literate bureaucracy of voting. That's a puny medium compared to the postal book world that everybody was celebrating in the 80s. They could make all kinds of video, all kinds of music, all kinds of sport, all kinds of fads of weird tourism. It's unbelievable how much freedom and expression and a utopia, and juxtapose that up on the history, the May Brussels view that this is a terrible fascist decade, Reagan is killing people. See, it needs a better description of what the differences are. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There was such an identity because of the decentralization.
And it seems that...
So let me just say this. The decentralization in the intelligence world, which was trying to organize society and keep it within a literate hierarchy, that got so decentralized, as Bieter documents, they all started killing each other off. So Mae Brussel was documenting the intense violence and murdering among the mafias and the different secret intelligence factions, and that's a tiny little world compared to what the children and teenagers and 20-year-olds are doing. They're not involved with this espionage world. The espionage world's fighting over just raw bureaucratic positioning. They're not fighting over protecting and keeping ideology controlled. The ideology is enjoying a decentralist supernova of expression. See, so eventually you got to use the 5 bodies to describe which revolutions were happening in which part of society. You see what I mean? You get that, Bert? You get what I'm saying? The profound wisdom of what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yes.
And, you know, in many ways, Zappa was not popular in the 80s. He on the image level, he represented some kind of hippie freedom or something. Of course, it wasn't exactly the appropriate image. And in the 80s, I saw many of the Generation Xers saying Zappa was an old fogey. They couldn't hear the incredible musical stuff. They would judge things by his image, his political image, and his age. And that's another part of electric age, is people line up with their generation more rigidly. That's the new form of tribalism. It's not a tribalism of England versus Germany versus Italian and versus the Polish, which is laid out in Wyndham Lewis's book Tar in 1918, describing the period before World War II, before World War I. You've got people aligning by the albums they like, by the bands they go with. That's what high school was divided on, the software consumption. And Zappa was this old fogey, and none of them knew what he was actually making because they weren't listening to it, and he did not fit into the image battles, which was largely political and tribal correctness of the 80s. You know what I mean? He was too individualistic to be involved with that. Then the chip body comes along, the chip landscape, the chip body, which breaks down the control of political correctness and tribal correctness, and people start, Web 2.0 being totally individualistic. Frank is retrieved, because his individualism is what the younger Generation Y respects. They're not in the political battles of tribal correctness of the 80s. You see, Evan? So on that level, some of your issues that you represented on KPFK, and what happened among that whole staff, became obsolesced by the hyper-decentralization. Right, Evan? Am I wrong?
Well, I think that I think. Well, I'm just thinking that KPFK is hyper decentralized because we have over 200 programmers with a different message every hour of the day versus regular radio where people are stripped for like 4 or 5 hours across, a full week. And so, I think Pacifica plays right into the quadrophenic, decentralized, everybody, here comes everyone now, and everybody wants to be heard, kind of dynamic. But Bob, the Reagan, the conservative Christians, where are they on your chart?
Okay, a couple of points. First of all, I don't want to Roxy to feel excluded. So do you have something you want to add to this, Roxy, before I hog the mic again?
No.
What? No?
No.
Yeah, because here's one thing about the idea that the GTOs were representative of something pretty neat in the late 60s. We have to look at how their image got totally obsolesced. They felt obsolesced. They suffered an identity crisis very quickly because the media moved on in the early 70s, and they all started becoming junkies, and several died. Even the 18th month revolution that they represented was didn't have any staying power, just as no movement had any staying power. So there's that factor of the GTO image. I mean the groupie image. What do you say to that, Roxy?
Well, they wanted to believe they were something more than just groupies.
Right.
Many saw themselves as performance artists because they were not really singers or musicians. And they also saw themselves as muses. They thought
Muses, yes.
their interaction with the musicians was beyond just having sex with them.
Right.
So would travel around with them and be like their mother, sister, servant, wherever. And some say they inspire some of this great music.
And that was for 18 months. You have to realize how short their spotlight. They're 10 minutes in the spot. They're 4.5 minutes in the spotlight.
Yeah, until a younger, newer came.
Meaner, a different kind of kid. The 13-year-olds came in. They couldn't rebel on the sexual freedom, so they said, well, we'll be real tiny and young. We'll violate everybody, like Jerry Lee Lewis marrying a 13-year-old, which apparently was quite normal in the South, United States South, so it wasn't a scandal, but it was a scandal in England, and it killed Jerry Lee Lewis's career. But all these factors. Now, if Zappa would comment on all these things, if there was only Zappa commenting, it wouldn't be enough for me. He stayed within certain, limited perspectives, and he only got to speak, once every 2 years, where he would be relevant to the Fed. If I didn't have McLuhan, there'd be no richness in social critique. You had to use both of them. McLuhan was deeper and more bigger scale than Zappa. But because he was literate, the big view he had was obsolesced by electric media. So then Zappa became relevant to the short 6-month scene. And it's interesting to juggle them, but neither one would be enough. You know what I mean? That's why I present on the chart all of them, all those guys, 10 of them, all interact. They're all necessary if you have an active mind. And there's many people who don't have active minds, but they require constant information change. They listen to the radio, then they watch TV, then they read the newspaper. They're consuming all these landscapes. That's another major factor that makes nobody can be a dominant figure in that orgy of communication and consumption. There's that factor. And Frank knew that. He was the only rock star who would talk about the obsolescence of himself. He used to say, I'm frozen in 1966. And he knew that was the public image of him. But what was great is he carried on independent of what the crowd thought of him, and he made incredibly important multimedia art just by the concepts he was developing. Very McLuhan-esque, his concepts, like you'll see in Dio Fa. So then you go over to Eben. Here you have this 200 programs on KPFK, and management thinks it's for a certain limited image. And you get the old literate guys, the Gary Knowles, saying, we're not limited to an outlet for Spanish Americans or Puerto Ricans. We represent all kinds of individual expression. That's the literate bias of Gary Knowles and maybe Roy of Hollywood. But then you have the bias of the tribal, which had the advantage in the 80s and 90s. The tribal mandate of you had to be politically correct at KPFK or WVAI was another hidden effect. You see what I'm saying, Eben?
Yes.
Good. And it got so diverse and watered down that the Android Mean had to come in, kick everybody out of the fucking studio, and the Android Mean took over and said, we'll be you for you. We'll be the chemical bodies for you. And then that caused a big crisis over the last 20 years for chemical body issues, for TV body issues. And then it got so bad in the Android Mean, we had to bring forth non-physical. The very environment people die into, the heaven had to strut forth and put in its 2 cents worth.
Was it because we had nothing left to retrieve? We were just retrieving the very same stuff over and over again? The Android Mean just started looking at itself in the mirror and how a whole new
That's
ionic
right.
environment redresses what it is to be the bodies.
Yeah, people worry about what recombinant genetics might create. What kind of monsters will they create in the genetic labs? Whereas McCoker said they're already creating monsters. He called it the recombinant commodity. And the recombinant commodity, begins with, they say, the Blues Brothers and an actor as a president and Shirley MacLaine and Milli Vanilli and every other millions of things that happened. That was the recombinant commodity. We already were a genetically engineered society on the mass meme level as opposed to the puny chemical body genetic level, which only had one problem, AIDS.
Damn.
Damn, that's perceptive. So now, Roxy, what was interesting is knowing what happened. I knew what happened to the GTOs. They just disappeared, nothing, and gone by the early 70s. All of a sudden, in 1985, there's Pamela DeBar on Phil Donahue and Oprah, like huge New York Times bestseller. And I'm going, Jesus Christ, that little nanny, the little housekeeper at Frank's is now this big phenomenon because so many weird changes had happened that the queen of the chemical body freedom, the groupies, were suddenly brought back as an important fucking phenomenon. Another kind of nostalgia for the chemical body that Reagan represented all across the board. So even Pamela DeBar's Retrieval as a groupie icon is kind of phony. Not one publisher would publish her book. They said, we're not going to have you, this is Random House, we're not going to celebrate you fucking prostitutes. But they couldn't stop it. And she found a publisher, and she made it to the New York Times. Even then, they wouldn't give her acceptance as a writer, but she represented the present, the mixed media post-chemical body teenager. That's what she represented and became a figure for totally different reasons than they thought they were making in the late 60s. So you have to bring in that part of critiquing them. And she goes around, Pamela DeBar now runs writing workshops only for women. I'd love to get in her fucking workshop, man. They fucking learn something in there. But she's going around encouraging women to become writers in an obsolete medium of books. And she's actually
Gutenberg Galaxy.
The dead zone. Yeah, the dead Gutenberg Galaxy. But see, she's not that sophisticated. She was a product of her times, and she is just happy to have a role. And you read that interview, she had got one ionic statement correct. She says the goal to stay today is to not stop. Don't get stuck in some category. But that applies to someone on welfare or anywhere else. Everybody's forced to be a Manipian chameleon just to survive because the change is so rapid and indifferent to the changes you put yourself through. So Pamela DeBar walks around doing workshops to women who believe they're women and believe that they can't have men there, and blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of critique on the bigger scale that you can do of Pamela DeBar. And Gail Zappa. Gail Zappa was the den mother of these people. She's the great goddess. She couldn't make it. She killed herself. Couldn't deal with the changes. So I consider myself the most radical black groupie that they're ever going to hear about, the greatest porn star on 5 bodies that they haven't even begun to recognize my revolution, even know that it happened. So I am competing with the groupies, as well as Osama bin Laden. I'm competing with all of them. So
yes,
I welcome your input.
For people that say they were prostitutes or whatever, at the time everybody was having sex with everybody. So I think they shouldn't judge them like that because it was something very common.
What that means? What that means, Roxy, is on the chemical body level, on the human body level, it's all hypocrisy. It was the android meme that was replaying the idea they were prostitutes. You have to see from 1960 on, the only public communications being done by the android meme that is trying to look as stupid as possible, so they retrieve the stupid accusation that they're prostitutes, and that becomes fodder for talk shows. You have to realize everything that was yelled and screamed at from 60 on is in the simulated matrix. Nothing to do with the chemical bodies, because the chemical bodies, like you said, are fucking anything that moves all over the place. They're not following any social standards. But the Android meme is replaying these social standards through the 60s, 70s, 80s. It's a total virtual situation. That's why McLuhan said young people think in 19th century terms, like I'm a black or an Asian or a writer or a musician or an economist or a drug dealer. Those are 19th century chemical body categories. But they live, he said, mythically. That means on one level of meaning of myth, they didn't live. Hey, how can you live mythically? But myth means a deeper process. You have to go into it. But just on the surface, McLuhan would say, you kids don't exist. You live mythically. And then the dumb ones would say, well, that's stupid. I exist. Fuck you. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Mr. McLuhan. And the smarter ones would hang around to find out what he meant by that. And there was only one or two of us who did that. You realize how few people got McLuhan? The most important knowledge of that period? Nobody got it. They didn't hang around. Do you realize how important Zappa's musical expression was? How many people got that? 5 people. And 3 of them are hamburgers and were killed, murdered for getting it. What do you say, Evan?
I think what you said was absolutely right on, and that you have given people the opportunity over all these years, starting at CKLN, to get it with McLuhan and some of the other work that you've done on radio. Still you're doing that work, and I really thank you for it.
Well, thank you. And do you know that I tried to invade Pamela DeBar's workshop? I didn't get very far. I didn't know. I wanted to go to her workshop. So I found out about it. I called up to register for it, and the person speaking for her said, you sound like a male. No, I'm a black woman. No, you sound like a male. No males are allowed in this fucking workshop. I said, I'm not a fucking male. I'm a black woman. No, you're not, sir. And she hung up on me. So that's how far I got trying to infiltrate the GTO's world. But it's great here to be celebrating them as a great phenomenon 2,000 years ago, because that's how long ago the 60s are. If you live 200 years every 12 months, I mean, we're talking 5,000 years ago in the late 60s.
Yeah, they haven't understood that in the Android memes you don't have a sex, and you can...
The old American dream of, being a writer or something and making it, she serves that dream, that meme, that after image. I would love for her to hear this. She's sitting home one Saturday night, she didn't get a date, and she fucking hears it. She's, who is this fucking man? He seems to know everything about me. And he knew Frank, and he's talking about, I actually, what did I do wrong? I'm just trying to be creative. And this guy is saying creativity is the bugaboo of the 90s and now, Like I did a video with Roxy on how we have to not be creative. That was a tough one to understand. Okay, Bert, you're up at the bat, Bert.
I could, yeah.
Okay, let Evan speak. Yeah, go ahead, Evan.
No. I'm good.
No, Bob.
Okay.
What would you say now?
Yeah, go ahead.
About sexual
Roxy.
liberation.
Yeah, Evan,
where are we at now?
Yeah, where are we at now, Evan? Don't retreat, Evan.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
What do you say about where are we at in sexual liberation now?
Oh, I think that it's in collapse. I think it's gone the way of the chip body, and everybody's whacking off to porn, and comes into relationships with too many preconceived notions. It's a very strange time. I don't think there's as much sex going on.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, many people have no interest in being in a relationship.
Right. It's more fun in the chip body.
Yes, and I said something about porn, how porn is the representation of the real thing. But it's important because then we manifest the real thing. And he's always talking about coitus because it's important. The chemistry we produce when we reach coitus is actually healthy. It's good for completion.
Yeah.
But in the fallen state, it was always seen as something dirty and sinful. So we had to sort of overcome that. That's a big thing that has to be solved both by men and women.
Yeah, you can see every fad of the last 100 years was a variation on the getting over sex as dirty. Everything, you go back to the flappers in the 20s, the zoot suiters, the rock and rollers, the hippies, the yippies, the yuppies, the techno waves. They're all doing variations. It's like you said, Eben, the men and women always screw up. So there's where you bring in the ratios. The relationship between men and women squirts out a problem, the basic problem in it squirts out in different forms throughout the decades. But it's still there. It's the hardest thing for humans to deal with, is the relationship between sexes, I guess. And now, of course, that's totally complicated with multi-bodies, so people don't even have heterosexual identities anymore. And William Irwin Thompson predicts that there will be 8, he says, he's been saying it, there's 8 sexual types now. 8 sexual, lifestyles. So the thing is, Evan, it is so screwed up. I say that happened 20, 30 years ago. There's no human beings around right now, as understood in the chemical body. There aren't any. And their revolutions are not relevant anymore.
Except for here in Berlin, where there's this freedom.
Yes, but that's chemical body freedom.
Yes,
that's chemical body freedom.
It's like people can experiment all these 8 types of sexuality.
Yeah.
I have friends are gay, and then they have a couple, and then they want to marry, and then they want again to be something else, and they just try everything.
Right. Everything is your next move, and that is to see. Eben was in KPFK, where these political or anthropomorphic type styles solidified. And because they had a forum where they could express themselves, they didn't have to go through Oprah's show or anything. They had a decentralized radio space and had an audience that they got stuck in their success of establishing a creative expression of that particular whatever lifestyle they represented. And that used to drive Eben up the wall to the point Eben quit. So what do you say, Eben?
Well, I quit because of the background corruption and just that it just showed me how much the left is so screwed up. I mean, so smartest, best intentioned people dragging everybody down a road of, to hell. And and so I just couldn't raise money for them anymore.
Right. Now, it's the left was a simulation starting 50 years ago or more. And this is the point that I would criticize that organization. So they don't want to recognize the simulation that they're in. They know about it. They see movies about it, but they can't believe. And I sometimes think it's the third world people coming. They're a bit behind what's happened to North Americans. So they're going through the 60s. A slower time. It seems to be that way. But over the last, 30 years, maybe not right now, because you've got lots of people from third world, their parents whose kids grew up and they're not the same as their parents. And those kids, I guess, are going to the raves the Terresco guy raves, where everybody just loves everybody regardless of their chemical body, right? And you know about that, Eben. Maybe you went to them. That's the new feeling.
Yes, there was another.
You see a plethora. It is so diverse.
What were you going to say, Roxy?
Go ahead, Roxy.
Yeah, there was another GTO, Cynthia Plaster-Caster, and
yes,
she considered herself an artist, and she will make molds, to say, from the benefit directions of rock stars, and her first one was
plastic mold.
Jimi Hendrix.
Yes.
Or Gibbs molds, I think, and
it's interesting how they became controversial for a few minutes, but it didn't take off as much. You know what I mean? It didn't become very successful, that image they had. And she wasn't a GTO. She was from Chicago, her and her friend, and they were friends of the GTOs because they met the GTOs through Frank, because Frank promoted the plaster casters.
Yes, and he really thought they were doing something very heavy artistically and sociologically. He really thought that will really be marking some big change in art and aesthetics, and
right.
The women doing this type of thing, because in most museums in all the world, women are more like torsos or nudes. And she was sort of reversing that for the first time.
Yeah.
Like making the nude of the male and making the man also like the object of art.
Right.
It was a type of artistic revenge in a way, so that's why Frank Zappa thought it was really revolutionary. But as you say, it was not.
You got to look at Frank. He has to stay in the game. He has to come up with new, shocking imagery. So he would grab something like the GTOs and the plastic casters, but he would drop them and move on to something else pretty quickly within 18 months. And he used to say, I count on a new fad showing up every 18 months. So there was a certain panic or economic necessity for Frank to engage whatever was happening and then move on and be ready for the next, because he had to make a living at it. So one could make a very negative image of how Zappa did his career. And there was a book produced with that goal by Barry Miles, who also did a biography of Ginsberg and Burroughs and all these guys. He kind of defected to New York City and went for the old beatnik guys. But he wrote a very scathing biography of Zappa, and he was one of the best students of Zappa in the late 60s, early 70s. But something pissed him off. So he makes a point of showing how Frank was wrong on every issue. Now, I wouldn't agree with him, but you can make a case that like Eben implied, that he was a chauvinist Italian fuck-up who was just exploiting women for plebeian Hugh Hefner reasons. But as you look into Frank's work deeper and read interviews you don't know about, you find it, no, he was on a whole other level. And he was not, what Miles was saying, just a capitalist ripping off fads. He had a critique.
Is Miles the guy who said that Frank was an advertising guy? Is that the guy, or is it someone else?
No, that was Ralph. That was Ralph, the guy out in San Francisco. Yeah, no, that I was going to say Ralph said that in '67. Miles comes on the scene in '68, '69 in England. He's part of the underground paper, the International Times. And I'm still reading. We read from Miles' interview with Frank on the archetypes of doo-wop used in Reuben and the Jets. That's an interview with Miles. And he was way ahead of everybody else in understanding the importance of Frank. But it's typical of a guy who's a baby boomer kind of guy. He has to go through so many identity crises himself as a writer through the 70s, 80s, and 90s that when he comes back to look at Frank, and he's forced to look at Frank again, he probably never thought he had to. He thought he was obsolete. He writes this scathing counter his own self biography. You know what I mean? He's embarrassed that he liked Frank back in the early years. So it's a very complex, and I can analyze where Barry Miles, and I've made fun of him before about he went with Ginsberg and William Burroughs and these guys, a bunch of jerks over there in New York City in a limited framework that had no really global view, but try to tell that to Lester Bangs or any fucking hipster over in New York City. They're gods. But Barry defected to those guys and didn't understand Zappa's satire of Ginsberg and Burroughs. Even though Zappa showed up at a convention in 1978, the Nova Convention, which was recorded, and you get the albums. It's probably on YouTube. He came to the celebration of William Burroughs, and he read a section from that, but that's Frank infiltrating. So, for example, when you see him do that constitutional video, he's got this ridiculous mocking voice on it as he runs through history, American history. So Frank was the enemy of everybody because he could, because he had the ability to stay in the public eye with his amazing musician ability. Like, he had guaranteed income. Money could constantly flow to him. He just had to put a band together and go out there, and he'd be okay. It's the same with us, with our products. They're endlessly profitable. So we don't have to think about running out of money. Frank was in the same position. He could make money. And Ginsberg and those guys weren't. They were subject to fads. They had to struggle and go to Nicaragua and support the revolution in Nicaragua to get any new fans. They had to stick with the literate chemical body area. And so Miles, being a journalist and a literate guy, he's going to celebrate the literate guys, not the post-literate Zappa.
Yes, and Zappa was also an anomaly in many ways, because I was reading the type of information he will get from the groupies. And actually, also groupie was a word he invented. And it's really like an anthropological, scientific study, very weird. Like, he will even ask how hairy was that rock star, how big was his penis, how many times he came, how many times you came, what did you do, what drugs did you do, like, really, like, a lot of things, like he was really researching like a scientist. I don't know what...
He was like Masters and Johnson. He was a variation of Masters and Johnson. There's now a TV show about Masters and Johnson. I forget. The Masters of Sex, and it's about their efforts to measure the sexual relationship, with scientific tools in the late 50s, early 60s. It's a TV series. It's pretty good. It is pretty claustrophobic to watch. It's so horrible looking at the 50s reality. They represent it so accurately that it's uncomfortable watching the limited relationships between the sexes. But you've evoked a new idea. Frank was a follow-up, going beyond Masters and Johnson. He was trying to analyze the multi-bodies. He wouldn't put it that way, but he knew something was coming up that we had to re-ask the questions again. Yeah, he was analyzing the body processes.
It seemed that Frank was, there was an interview where it seemed like Frank was very cognizant of the change of electric music, because someone in the interview asked him about what does he think about rock music, and he said, well, these kids that are growing up, they have to have some way to channel this energy. So he was aware of an energy level that the rock music created in the 60s that stimulated people. I mean, he was very, there was one interview where I heard where he was asked about bass-driven music. He said, well, if you make your music bass-driven, of course you're going to have an effect on people because of the bass. So he was scientific on so many different levels, from physics to tone to anthropology. That's something fascinating what Roxana just shared about how deep he went into the Masters and Johnson's approach about groupie life, sex, frequencies, and everything.
Right. And this is really important. He was as close to being McLuhan without being McLuhan, because he was looking at the environment, which for him was the electronic technology, the guitar style, and the drugs that went with it. had a phase for a few years, so he's watching the different phases and the effects on the styles of music. But he did make, I think I've seen the sentence you're talking about. He said that rock music is medicine for people. When you live in this complex, multi-technical world, you need a release mechanism. And he understood that music was a release mechanism provided by the Android meme. He understood that. And he was trying to figure out how to be creative within that, or how to be the environment where it didn't matter who was being played on the radio, as long as you kept the radio going and reasonably nice electronically produced stuff, amplified music that anybody could do, as long as that environment was there to assuage the working stiffs in their restricted postmodern world. He talked about it technically, clinically. The ear was up. It was taken over by the Android meme and had to be massaged. That's what that quote's about, Bert. He goes into that a little bit.
Yeah, but I just had a thought, because I heard earlier when you were asking Ian about shaman, but it's almost like, I mean, from what I've learned about Frank, is that he was sort of shamanistic, because his thing was really the concerts and the activity of involving the
ritual, the
audience, the ritual, the crowds and everything. And just listening to some of this music, I could imagine what it would be like to be in a hall and to hear that. Because we said before how he puts different tones and mixes together, and then to get the audience, the crowd involved, that it was like a big ritual every time you showed up. And that's why he was able to have money flowing to him, because it was his live concerts. I mean, the whole setup of how he set it up, where he would rehearse the hell out of these musicians, and then each night they would change words and different things and set. That's amazing. I mean, but that's how deep he was into his approach, or science, however you want to use a word to classify him. But it was really heavy. I mean, really, really heavy. Plus, he's quadrophenic. That's the one. Oh. Hello? Oh, you're okay. You're there, Roxy. Bob must have got cut off.
Roxy, I love Berlin. It is one of the most amazing cities. You are so
yes, it is.
Blessed to be there.
Yeah, it's changing, but it's still super cool. Yes, and actually, one of the things I always said, the thing I like the most in Berlin is the freedom you have as a woman. You can go out, dress like you want, do what you want, and nobody's going to bother you. But there was this problem in Köln with the migrants, and all these things might change, hopefully.
How's that going now, Roxana? How's it going now with the migrants coming in? Do they still have that park that you said that they were keeping them in?
Yes, but it's a very complex situation, because it's not that, I talk with people I know, it's not that they are racist, but they're very logical. And their logic just don't see how so many people can come and make a living or live here, because there is not much money in Berlin. And some people were saying we'll have to pay more taxes. And, for example, I got a letter from my work that now we have to start paying more money for medical services.
Wow.
And because it's like you have to take care of yourself privately, because
yes,
there is money that is discounted anyway for that, but they think that's not going to be enough, so you have to start taking care of that yourself privately. And
Wow.
so,
Okay, I got knocked off. I want to go back to what Bert was saying. What was the sentence that you were just starting to say, Bert, that I didn't hear? You were saying something about the shamanistic. Frank was shamanistic, and then you started to say
yes,
something
and how
else.
he involved the crowds. He involved the crowds,
Yes.
and just how his whole approach of going to the you would hear. It was an experience that he was offering, but then also how he approached his. Don't want to classify it as a science or an art, but his whole approach of how he presented himself. And
Right.
plus he
One
was
of the song
quadrophenic
titles on Freakout. Yeah, Quadrophenic. One of the song titles on the first album, on the second disc, the more avant-garde disc, is Invocation and Ritual Dance of the Young Pumpkin. Invocation and Ritual Dance of the Young Pumpkin. That's the very process you're talking about, young pumpkin being the young teenager. And it's a ritual dance, and he's invoking it. That would be an update of Stravinsky's Rite of Spring, probably. And then he would say he was an anthropologist. Yeah, so what do you say to that? There's the ritual dance. And yes, he certainly did that.
Yeah.
And he would, you can't help but be ritualistic in an electric environment. But he would try to be Don Quixote-like. One of the biographies of Zappa calls him the electric Don Quixote. He was trying to retrieve non-ritual, non-shamanistic, individualistic perceptions in a hopelessly ritualistic environment that he couldn't escape.
Yeah.
Let me see. Is Eben there? Eben have anything to say?
He wanted to escape. He wanted to escape a ritual. Can you hear me?
He was quadrophenic. He tried to be
Wanted to
an
escape
anti-environment.
a ritual environment.
No. As a quadrophenic, he wasn't trying to escape anything. He was trying to adopt different postures to disrupt the perceptions of those that were witnessing him. And he would use different postures in different media. He was not stating a point of view. He was not depressed or manic or panic. He would look at the situation and just take rock. He thought, how silly would it be to go into front of a rock band and start conducting? Just that is a weird image. So he did that as part of his repertoire. And he did many other things. You can't get a roaring guitar solo in the first couple albums. He won't allow it to be heard. Everybody else is discovering amplified electric guitar solos. He's the best at it, but he won't let anybody hear it on the albums. He aborts it all the time. It's only years later you start to hear Frank, basically maybe in 1970, you start to hear him do these extended guitar solos, which the lucky 10 people who heard them were just amazed at what he could do. But he could do it 5 years before, but he didn't. He's purposely provided an anti-environment to the guitar mania of the late 60s. The Jeff Becks, the Eric Claptons, and Jimmy Pages, and who else would there be? Hendrix, the Hendrix phenomenon. And Frank would be very polite about it. He'd say, I really like the way Hendrix plays his guitar. And then he would he'd do a mangled version of Hendrix if he had the opportunity, even though he respected Hendrix's playing. He was trying to show how people were puppets of their inventions, the mother of inventions, name of the band. It's like if you're going to be an anti-environment as a chemical body, your most advanced ideas would end up at the doorstep of Zappa and McLuhan. You couldn't do it any other way if you wanted to go real advanced to deal with the virtual and or meme. You would come up with the same strategies. So that's what's sort of interesting how Zappa overlaps McLuhan, because he had the time to move his thinking along to its consequences, and you end up with the medium is the message. And a quadrophenic response. That's the inevitable law of being a creative person, fully creative, not your successful filmmaker or TV producer or artist, these specialist jerks that run around and become the David Bowie heroes. We can be heroes if you retrieve the old literate specialism. Frank refused to do that. So therefore he could think it all the way through to get to Dobbstown Mountain View. And Mountain View is a big part of Silicon Valley in California. It's called Mountain View. Dave Emery lives there. I've driven through Mountain View. Have you ever been through there, Eben? Gone up to Mountain View near Palo Alto? I got to check where we're at here. Maybe she got disconnected. Let's see. Is that you, Eben? Did you get knocked off?
Yeah, I just got back.
Have you been to Mountain View?
That is Silicon Valley, right?
Yeah, up near Cupertino. You know these names. You've probably passed through them living in California.
Yes.
Well, we're getting the Mountain View from Dobbs.
Well, another
we
thing
don't have to climb a mountain to do it. Yeah, go ahead.
Another thing I found astounding from Frank Zappa is that he was aware that these sexual roles, the traditional sexual roles, were harming both genders, and he was coherent and he was honest about his lovers. He never hid the fact that he was having sex with other persons, and he even had some of them living there with them. And I read Cale said the way they managed to do that was to talk as little as possible to each other. So for me that was a big surprise, because I thought they would be in better terms in communicating with each other, but it seems it was not.
No, Nige, you might want to read Nige Lennon's book. She was an early mistress of Frank. She was just a young guitarist and was in the band for a short period in 1971, but she would occasionally hear Frank and Gail, like she's living down in the studio in the basement. She would occasionally hear Frank and Gail yelling their heads off at each other upstairs in the kitchen over her being in the basement.
Yes, but anyway, he was honest about that, and he was trying to look for an alternative way in which he could express.
He didn't even believe in love. He said that love as a concept ruins people's lives. He said love should not be talked about. It should be a given. People should be, and how love would be expressed, it should be a given among people, not an idea that you have to program people with or propagate. But that's sometimes where Frank's naive.
Similar to what Ian was saying about love being a force field. It's not like romantic love.
Yeah.
A feeling or...
Definitely he meant force field, definitely. That's why Iondom is paying tribute to Frank Zappa. He was very ionic in a lot of his ideas. To the degree Ion is anything. Remember, Ion's not anything. We can make trends out of Ion. Oh, he said this for a couple of years. Okay, let's go with that wisdom. But, the Ion we talked to today, he's got a lot of different things to say and be. Hey, how was Ion today, Roxy? Did you like him? Did you like them?
I always like them. But I could go on much longer because I would like to explore much more topics.
You're saying you would like to? No, yeah. What are you saying? You want to go on to other topics?
No, that I could go on longer. I always have the impression it's too short. Yes, and this might be my last payday, I think. So I wanted to ask them how to go private and do my own thing without having to be here.
No, that can't be done, Roxy.
Explore my...
You'll get...
Yes, but I hate it like...
You'll get mocked.
For example, there is a specific person that was telling me to shut up for a long time, and then she comes and uses the topic I brought up. They wanted to do Cabal and do low-frequency stuff, and I was pushing this to move into something else. And that's really, for me, it pissed me off. So I prefer to do my own.
It's not always pleasant. It's not always pleasant in Dobbstown or Iandom. There's all kinds of different people. I know what you're talking about, and she asked some good questions. She brought out some new information.
Yes, but they don't even recognize that I was the one that is bringing these topics. You know, they were bugging me for a long time. I think they
recognize it. I know, but we recognize it. I don't know why. There's a lot of idiots.
I was also pissed off with you asking me if I'm looking for a role or an identity. Like, I never wanted to be called an Ionet or a ethos because I hate this type of stuff.
Right, but I don't want to. I didn't ask that question. My mouth asked that question, and my mouth was speaking on something that I would ask about anybody.
Or Akito or anybody else. So
I did. I have asked about everybody, Roxy. Everybody in private. I've analyzed. I've got shit. You know, what's his name here? Who's the guy here? The black guy? Bert. Bert doesn't want to hear what Ian says about him. Eben doesn't want to hear what Ian says about him. Deborah West doesn't want to hear about him. I got...
That's what you like.
What?
No, I mean...
Yeah, you guys want me to tell the truth about you people? Could you take it?
Well, privately...
What Ian says about all of you... What, Eben?
We are a bunch of motherfuckers.
And I'll tell you, I don't have to I don't have to ask Ian about Bert, but Ian will say something about Bert out of the blue to me. Ian is the worst gossip. I have to keep him off. I said, stop talking about Eben, or stop talking about Deborah West or Ginny or Carolyn. I want to talk about the chemistry, and I would have to bring Ian back. But it was a losing thing, so I said, so I would go into it. Okay, you want to talk about Bert? Let's go into it, and he would lay it out. But I don't think it's fair for me to play what Ian says about everybody.
You should send it to us.
You're wrong there on the wrong.
A way of for me to prove that I have no interest in anything but my power is just to do my thing privately, because I have no interest in being here just to be here. I mean, I'm here to do this exploration and for the knowing and the power, but it's not about me being here or getting friends or anything else. I have no interest in other...
I think that applies to most people here, Roxy.
Yes, so...
I don't think Deborah West is here to get friends.
Yes, I don't care.
They might get friends, but they're not here for that. They're here for the same reason you're here. They're here to get what they can from Ion. There's no social sentiment going on here.
Yes, so I wanted to ask
those that tried to get friends, they fucking left. The ones that tried to get friends, they suffered. They got kicked out.
Yes,
so,
but there must
your
be a way
attitude
to
is exactly
do
what most of the people have.
Your thing privately. I don't think one has to be here. I know a lot of things, and I
think you do.
Much more to say, but I'm not motivated.
No. My understanding, I could have withdrew Ion from the public sphere years ago. But what I got from it is that the acting out in public, and more people should be here engaging it, is everybody can do privacy anytime they want. And they do it when they listen to the recordings by themselves. That's privacy. The point is to see if there's any collectivity possible. Is there a public space that people could share? And Ian is in here making it awful hard for people to have that. He sabotages all the time, but Ian keeps showing up. That's the message. This is the new ritual, or the new song, or the new attempt at seeing if there's anything outside of your private self. The private self is the easiest thing to develop, and that's all you've got is to go private in the matrix world. You're being sent to the private thing. We're here to counter the privacy. That's why I came forth, to counter people's isolation that's going to happen to them. But it's not done for political reasons or sentimental reasons. What?
I was going to say that I kind of understand where you're at, Roxy. When I first started coming in, because sometimes I would say something to Bob that the INETs thought was disrespectful, etc. They'd start pushing back, etc. And I just came to understand that this process is about how you react. And one of the great things about this is that you get to learn through other people's, questions. And it's always good to be interested in what everybody else is asking Ion to have that fulfillment. I came back now with, nice armor, and I know, what this place can be like. But don't disengage. It just goes into a myopic little zone, and there'll be questions that you won't think of asking that you will hear from other people seeking knowledge.
Yeah. Remember what Ian said, and I'm not saying this in terms of me as a personality. Sasha said in Rewrite, once we ascend, what do we do? What do we study? And Ian said, Bob. Now, what Bob means is the effort to show a public situation or to interact with others voluntarily. Ian says that the biggest joy in life is to have two ascended people interacting or more. That's what Ian brought forth. There's nothing else here for... Beg your pardon?
Where are the ascended people?
Well, you're talking to one right now. You got me, and you got Carolyn. Isn't that enough? We're here
we are all
to...
ascending ascentures.
Right. Everybody's ascended in a deep private level, and that's not knowable to anybody else. Where the ascension comes in is the ability to engage with people regardless of the assholeness they're doing, because we're not in a room where we start beating each other physically. We're in this simple software world where we're just soundbite saying to each other. There's nothing safer than that. There's nothing to get upset about that. They're just fucking words to each other or frequencies, and you should be able to take them. That's the test here, and to learn from, like Eben said, you're studying the reactions. McLuhan said the printing press brought in Descartes, who brought in thinking about thinking. That's a little left hemisphere process, thinking. What our age today is, and people live it, but they don't know how to articulate it, our age is thinking about communication and interaction in the group sphere. Not thinking about thinking, not thinking about concepts, it's thinking about perceptual environments and your interaction with them, and people are part of those environments. That's the new test of ascension. That's why the 418 group and Saint Germain have to engage here. They can't stay off in their isolation power anymore. Doesn't work. And so that's why I came forth to tell everybody what they could do, to expose it, to expose the old environment of ascension, the obsolete environment of ascension. And the real test of ascension is how you interact with the Android meme and media environments or word environments that are left dangling as an extension of Rai. So, what do you say, Bert?
Well, just one thing for Roxanne to think about. When someone, there's a lesson to be taught when you practice real martial arts, and this is from my perspective. When someone irritates you, that's something that's reflecting in you that you maybe need to look at. Because really, if you're becoming something new, you really shouldn't have someone to be that powerful enough to irritate you. And if it is, there's a lesson there hidden that we all have to look at. Because it's all you, no matter what it is. If someone irritates you, that's something in you that reflects it irritates you. It's not them.
Hey, Bert. Now, here's my answer to that, Bert. That's the idea. You have a chemical body, and you're learning patterns. This is so radical where we're at now that those kind of old wisdom points, and it's valid as wisdom, do not apply to a world where you have 5 bodies. You're not a self that can find out about yourself because you're more than a self, so you don't even know whether you're ever being honest or lying to yourself. Those are not important issues anymore. You only can swim. This is the collectivity, the implosion, the body of Christ. You're stuck with this collective mishmash, and you can invent all kinds of ways of detaching yourself from it, but in the end, you're stuck with it. So that's what it means when Rai returned to the plane of essence. Separateness stopped. We had no separateness. So I don't have a self to learn lessons. I don't need to learn lessons about myself, whether I'm good, bad, or up or down. I have to engage with this shit. That's what I'm stuck with. And I can drop out of it any time. Pretend not to engage, but I still will be affected by the global ESP that's imploding everybody into one membrane. So you cannot, Roxy cannot be private. And that would be ascended lesson number 1. You can't be ascended anymore. That's how fucked up it is, or how different it is. Because remember, when the EMP happens and you go to the Guff, you're swept back here and you become ascended by default. And the question is, and we haven't gotten all the answers from Ion on this point, it's hard to get Ion to stick on it, what is the reason to become conscious of the process if everybody's going to be ascended automatically? Ion is against the automatic default position. Why? And that's what should be explored. And you have to explore it by being here and waiting months and years to find out and observe the different answers Ion's going to say to that question.
Well, doesn't it have to do with what you discovered in Revelations, that you can take that old stuff right up the ascension ladder with you and just be miserable and ascended?
Right. Now that's a good point. That supports what I'm saying. Nowadays, you can become ascended and still bring your baggage with you. And what is the baggage? It's the social mortar, the android mean that's taken over in obsolescence humans. You're still stuck with that. You're still stuck with how you're going to communicate with people. It's just like civilization. Bring it back to Zappa. That's the message of Civilization Phase 3. They're all inside this fucking piano drum, right? They're in the piano, stuck in the piano, talking and arguing with each other. That's the humor of it.
Good points, John.
And he has a voice back in 67. Yeah, no, it's good stuff I'm saying. In 1967 on Lumpy Gravy, one of the voices says, drums are noisy. There's no place to hide in. The tribal drum radio. It's so McLuhan-esque what he's doing, that metaphor, whether he knew it or not. Yeah, it's like Zappa became McLuhan by default. and Gail didn't understand it.
It's fascinating to see the parallel lines of their approaches with McLuhan and Zappa. It's fascinating to see that now.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what the law of electric media is: individual artistic expressions obsolete. Any kind of art object or you being a nice, smart being and expressing some art is obsolete. And McLuhan understood that, so that any posture was obsolete. They were the individual archetypes of the individual mind, but the collective posture is what we were stuck with. And I think I want to say another sentence. So what did you just say? The creativity of you making something is old hat, and that is the content of our society. That's the economy. It celebrates individual rear view mirror, individual creativity. That's what the android wants you to have, and that keeps the machine going, if you think it's a machine. So this implosion is really a threat to every talented person that ever lived. And Zappa and McLuhan wrote that in 1945. When he saw the atomic bomb, he said, this is the biggest threat to artists and the creative enterprise that ever happened. He doesn't mean that you're going to get killed by the bomb. It means that your individual creativity is fucking kaput, obsolete. And so what do you have? Endless creativity because it's obsolete. American Idol. Everybody's encouraged to come out and sing their fucking song or play their video.
Yeah.
It's a rearview mirror.
Yeah.
And on top of that, listen to what I'm saying, Roxy. All of us already got our power, but you need to work through what language says about it and all the assumptions you have. So we're the only school. We're the only school for the next fucking 1,000 years, and that's a fact. And those that don't get it will be wiped out by default, and then brought back and forced to sit here and listen to these fucking recordings because you can't escape it. Am I right, Eben? Am I right, Eben?
Yeah. But,
I am. Eben, the biggest fucking individualist, stick in the mud, rebel, is forced to come here. She had to come back. See? There it is, right there.
Took a bit.
Yes. And I'm the biggest rebel, yet I'm here, and I've got the embarrassing position of being high school president, for fuck's sake. I'm on the student council. I never would want to be on the student council. I'm glad I didn't go to school. But that's my position here. I'm the corny student president. I have to suck up to the fucking principal. And what's the principle? That there is no place to hide. What, Roxy?
There is. Oh, go ahead.
There is what?
I'm not impressed.
That's the last statement of the rebel. I'm not impressed. Bob's an asshole. We see that attitude expressed daily. But it doesn't matter whether you're impressed. You are stuck. When I says get happy, it's like Ion crudely simplifies it. Get happy or get out. What I'm saying, you gotta deal with Ion or not.
I'm saying I prefer to get out and be happy, be on my own and do my thing.
No, getting out is not being happy. When he says get happy or get out, that means get happy means you have to be happy here in this membrane. You don't have to show up at every payday, but you have to participate and talk to Ion, and we're giving you the opportunity to. Talking to Ion is the only exercise available for you, for your ascension. And you've got eternity to develop your individual variation on that. But that's not what's happening. It's this new collective. Look, we've got the ascended state talking to people. That's weirder than the Android meme. The Android meme is technology coming alive. But to have the actual heaven environment come and speak, that is beyond human imagination. No one predicted that. It's so outrageous, 99.99% of humanity will not believe what I'm saying. They think it's fucking crazy what I'm saying. It isn't. It's the facts. I've had the longest engagement with this fucking monster, this pterodactyl, so I know, right? I've got seniority. I've had to deal with this fucking asshole for 7 fucking years. Yeah, I'm student council. I flunk every year, and they bring me back. I fail. They won't graduate me. And they make me get humiliated. They put me in the stocks as being student president. You got all week long to be an individual. Go ahead, Eben.
I was going to ask.
I think Eben.
Yeah, I was going to ask Roxy. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Yeah. Oh, good.
No, ask Roxy. Go ahead. Even if you don't even believe in the question, say something.
Oh. What really is like the underlying contrast for you participating? Do you have an expectation that isn't being fulfilled, and what is that?
It really bothered me that Bob asked as if I'm looking for something. If I'm looking for a role or an identity here, why do I do what I do? I thought that should be very clear because we're supposed to be into this. And I don't think
that's not what the question meant.
That about, for example, Ed.
I do. Do you know that Ed and I yelled and screamed at each other for a year? See, he wanted to do certain things with the site, and Ion and me objected. These were private conversations. They weren't on public, but you did hear it in the first revelation, but he clipped most of it out, but it got brought back in because Ginny had taped it. I had many years of arguments. That marvels me how much Ed has sort of calmed down over the last 5 years. He really was mad at me. They all were mad at me. They actually were, in a way, trying to, and every one of them was criticized by Ian and by me and privately. I've asked about everybody, Roxy. What do you think I'm blocking out? You know, when I start deleting stuff, it can be our business or it can be all of a sudden Ian does a rant about what an asshole Eben is. I'm not going to play that. And I have to stop the fucking tape and go over that and then find the next acceptable thing. And he does that Ian is fucking ruthless in his descriptions of people. And it's very interesting how I don't have to ask questions about it. He just suddenly says, time to x-ray Sue Bone. And he fucking nails Sue Bone with some pattern. And then it's over, and then we go on. And a lot of it has Carolyn saying, will you stop digressing? I don't want to hear about Sue Bone. Get back to what we're talking about. We're talking about Glastic and how to make Glastic. You know, you hear Carolyn yelling, and I had to stop gossiping. But you guys don't get to hear that.
You should send it to us.
No, you guys, one of you assholes would sue me. You know, I don't trust you people. I don't trust people.
Oh, come on. Come on.
I'm an individual. I don't love anybody here. I'm an environment. I'm a virus, but I don't have to love what I'm infecting.
Okay,
no, I don't trust anybody.
I am saying, does it help us in our path of ascension? I mean, because what he's talking about, of course, is our foibles, is our failures, is our rules and regulations undermining what he says is so simple, blah, blah, blah. I mean, is there anything redeeming or helpful in what he says?
Probably not. Nothing's helpful because it's an outside source. He is temporarily helpful to you because you need that correction, but in the end, you don't need Ion's wisdom. But I say you have to engage the vibration, the vibrational reverberation of Ion. So we're not here to make Ion be wise or stupid. Ion is here as an energy that can constantly respond to everybody and keep the environment going. That's what Ion does. Nothing to do with what it says or whether it's valuable or a demon or a god or whatever. It's the fact that it can do what humans can't do. Stay on point and answer every question that's thrown at it right away. Most of us, you had to ask about, you take 10 questions. By the 12th question, you're phasing out. You can't concentrate. You've contradicted yourself 3 times. Ion keeps it all in progress or in order. It throws in contradictions just to fuck with us. So you have to marvel at the communication environment that Ion is, and that's all it is.
Well, I would say
no value. I believe you can engage Ion. I mean, he's in the environment. You don't have to be here.
Yeah, what did you just say, Roxy? You believe what? What did you say, Roxy? You believe what?
He's in the environment. You don't have to be here to engage them.
No, yes, you do. That's the point. The speech is the original medium. It's the tactile form. You're here to engage with speech, the word that makes the market, with the environment that can talk back to you. Any other private is just speculation, dreaming, astral projection, parallel worlding, traveling, carrying your baggage. It's not relevant to the public. And this public thing is only once a week. It's not something that has to be done every day. It could be done once a month. But it has to be done. What do you think all ritual and art and community expression is that? Humans trying to come together and figure out what it is to be. Since we're all the same fucking person, we're all the same thing, So what is that thing? It's trying to find if there's something outside of itself. That's all communities. Let's see if there's something besides me. That's what and Ascension is, recognizing that as the beginning point. Well, how could Ascension be so easy as Ion presents it? Be easy about it, it says. No yoga school would believe that. No any esoteric discipline. You got to work your butt off for 20 years and do whatever the discipline rules are to get somewhere. Ion say you don't have to get anywhere. You are already there. And
that's why he always said there are no rules. So why should there be rules when he says there are no rules?
There aren't any rules.
You say you have to engage.
That's a rule. So I can't even say the situation. You can't say what should be. It's just a fragment. He goes, there are no rules. That's a fragment. Communication can only be a fragment. But when you get together with other people, the synergy of the fragments being exchanged creates a new situation for humans. They'll call it love. They'll call it patriotism. They'll call it transcendence. All of it, not adequate. And I'm not saying you have to be here so you hear me. Nothing to do with me. It's to hear Ion and how he reacts to you. That's why I thought it was so silly that people don't say things. They haven't got square one. It doesn't matter what you say to Ion. Just say something. And people are starting to realize, people are performing pretty good the last 3 weeks. They're not bringing their emotions into asking questions. Just ask the fucking questions. Or make statements. Look, there's no phenomenon in the world that stays on point and then can react to all the different individuals that address it so rapidly. You have to marvel at that. That's a communication environment will never be realized by any other situation, by any other technology. So you have the most unique form of human communication happening here, will ever be. Just because it's a monster that can respond instantly and actually tell you what you're going to ask before you say it. And then do it again with the next person. You ever look at a guru? All these gurus, they wear out after an hour. They stop talking. Ian will be back at noon hour Eastern Standard Time to continue. So you don't want to miss that thing because there's nothing else equal to it.
I don't think that's the issue.
What do you think, Bert?
The issue. Bert?
You blipped out, Evan. What is the issue?
Well, it's what she said about you talking about a kind of a role. And so it is it's some kind of you've taken particular interest, or you've made her feel different from the other folks or something, and that's maybe confusing in a place where we're ascending or something like that. There's a different issue that she stated that maybe hasn't been fully addressed.
Well, let's address it. I'll just say that I had 2 different emails from Ionauts, we call them Ionauts now, saying, I now know my role in Iondom. I've got this happening. And I ignore their statements. We're not offering roles. There is no role. You don't require one. But people think they have to find a role. And since a reasonably smart person says this Iondom is the new employer, they think they need money. This Iondom is going to be around and spread. I'm going to find out what I can do for that so I can get some money. That's the motive. That's one of the motives, is to get a meaningful role, have the benefit of getting money from it. But there's people always applying here. And I keep telling them there's nothing here. Nothing here on that level. We're not here to employ people. We're not here to give you an identity.
I just heard you on a call tell some guy look, this is your role. You need to go out, look at this kind of crap-ass media, come back with a bunch of questions, rapid fire. That's your role. I hear you saying that to people. And
yeah,
so
that's the role, to engage Ion.
No.
Their only role is to show up and engage in church. Go to church once a week. That's the only role.
But they take it seriously.
It's not even a role. I wouldn't even use that word.
Well, you said that. You've said
what?
that. I mean, I heard you say it. I heard you tell somebody.
Well, I'm proud to say it. Yeah, that's the only role.
Well, so you said it. So you said it to Roxy, and she's confused.
No, I didn't say it to Roxy. I asked Ion if she is looking for a role or an identity. And Ion said, no, she isn't. And that agreed with what I already knew. I knew Roxy was not looking for a role, but I had to say it. I say all kinds of things privately to Ion. I run through the gamut of knowledge. It's not my personal point of view. It's not coming from my mind. I'll say a ritual of statements that have nothing to do with what I'm thinking just to keep the conversation going. You have to understand how impersonally I engage Ion. You actually guys know nothing about me because I'm not, there's no private Bob engaged in this activity here.
So, Roxy, does that answer your question?
I was so indifferent to Roxy's reaction to it. I played it for her. I didn't hide it from her. Said, hey, look here. What do you think of this statement? Ion agrees with you. Me, you don't want a role.
No, you asked me why do I do this research? Why, like, as if I'm looking for something. I was really bothered.
No, you don't add that second part. As if you're looking for something. Don't add that part. I'm just asking you what you did. But I don't remember asking you. I asked Ion on your behalf. On your behalf, I asked that. A bunch of words were thrown at it. And Ion said no. Oh, yeah, maybe I did. I don't remember that. I only remember that I asked Ion and played you the recording.
Well, whatever.
So, okay, I'll ask you now. Are you looking for a role or identity with Iondom?
No, and for me, the most coherent way to prove it is just to go. No, that's reacting to the fact you got a role or not. The most coherent way to do it is to interact with Ion and ask questions and not depend on anybody else's answers. You evoke your answers. That's the purpose of this. And then you can start throwing in other sidebar ideas. Do you realize that you can't have this experience with anybody else or with anything else? With a radio station that allows us to collectively, for we could go 3 days here. We could start on Friday and go 3 fucking days. No other medium offers that collective. Maybe online video games do, whatever those guys do in their game land, but that's all a big distraction. They're not changing their physical, non-physical, and their mind. We're trying to do that here. And anybody can be part of it. And I think people like James Curtis, James Martinez are fucking silly that they thought they had a role and get mad that they actually say that we ripped them off and stole their role. Whatever he fucking thought it was. And we don't care that he thinks that. Just get the hell back here and talk to Ion. You realize we got the top elites in the world listen. They know they have to do this. They might not listen personally. They get people but I mean, they're just listening. They're not engaging.
That's right. They're just listening. They just got to step one, but they're fucking making sure they're listening because there's nothing else to listen to. And that's what Ion told me on my birthday. He said, Bob, you now have arrived that the whole fucking world realizes there's something serious going on here. It just happened the last few months. And maybe that's why Ion appears to have changed, as Bert was saying earlier tonight. We have arrived. We have successfully conquered through the issues we had for 4 months, from September till January, a big battle behind the scenes, and we won it. There's a damn good reason why Ion, who wants to be here every week, couldn't be here. Start imagining your worst fucking scenarios about what was going on. Maybe JW was kidnapped. Maybe he was fucking had his arm chopped off. Okay? You have to realize what the levels of seriousness that can be implied here. We're more exciting than a movie or a dramatic TV show or anything that's going on. There's nothing more dramatic than what's happening here. Was it Robert who said last week, he said, is this the second coming? It sounds like the second coming, Bob. So, Bert, maybe I think Bert may be cut off. Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Sorry, Bert. What did you say, Roxy?
Nothing.
Well, yeah, there's no point in talking to me. We want to talk to Ion. So, Bert. Yeah, Bert. What? What's up, Bert?
That's something interesting. I heard you say that Bart said the Ion's changed, but yes, Ion has changed, but it's really, from listening to everyone else's engagement, including mine, they're more customized. It appears to be more customized, just like what you said, that each person has to answer their own questions. And Ion, it appears that that's what Ion is doing now. It really is really different, really, really different. And more fun-like, but they're very direct. Very direct.
Yes.
Than they were before.
Bert, do you know, Ion used to say years ago that we will be gentle for the first 5 private sessions. Then in the 5th or 6th private session, then they take the gloves off. And if you put up with the 5 sessions and you still kept coming back, you had just begun to get beat up. And Ion did it. He would not be tough on people till the 5th session. So he just lay there, helping you get used to it, go through the changes you thought the rubbing of the non-physical of yourself with Ion was doing to you, and you try to process your mortared assumptions. And then in the 5th one, of course, when he started doing that, there was only let's say 10 Ionettes who had arrived at the 5th position. All of a sudden he started fucking being hard on them. That was a bit surprising to everybody. We didn't know he was going to do that. But he always defends himself. Yeah. He always has a reason for what he's doing. You talk about the human propensity to come up with reasons of delusion about why they're doing things. There's nothing more deluded than Ion can come up and explain and justify itself no matter what the fuck's been done from the most absurd premises.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
hey, Bob. Hey, look at. Yeah, what, Bert?
No, but it makes me think of your oh, go ahead, Evan. Go ahead. I'll finish. I remember what I said. Go ahead, Evan.
No, Bert, please go ahead. I've been babbling all night. You go.
No.
You haven't been babbling yet. This is the point. You do not people don't babble. They need to be focused a bit more, but no utterings is irrelevant. Except Corbin. Maybe Corbin. What, Eben?
Oh, I'm going to wait for Bert's utterings.
You're going to wait for Boyd Tethering. Who's he, a new Hollywood star? Boyd?
No.
What's he saying? Oh, maybe
she's just going to wait for
Bert? She's waiting for Bert?
Yeah.
Okay,
Bert, yeah.
Go ahead, Bert.
Bob. So,
all right.
It just, Ion, you and Ion, I'm a jock, okay? So I can only relate it in jock, Ion is like the general manager and Bob is like the coach. And Ion really drives people, where after you can engage them, but Bob puts out the certain ways to prepare. And there's something you put out, Bob, I think it was in October, about perception, that Ion is just a perception and it doesn't matter. We don't care what you know, but just to say things. And that's really a really unique experience, because whatever you say, yes, it could be something you've been thinking about, it could be something you're looking at. But if you throw that out there, Ion will find a way to stimulate you to maybe see or perceive something different. Because I was listening earlier, but I wasn't calling in. You asked Ion about, I think it was a difference of emotions and energy or something, and he gave you this really different emotions and feelings, and he gave you the heebie-jeebie answer. And I found myself like, what does that mean?
And I say, what's the difference, Bert? Look at this absurd answer. What's the difference? He goes CBGBs, or maybe he said heebie-jeebies. He's saying an environment was the difference. It's very profound absurdity worth thinking about, but certainly if I was an average person, I'd be pissed off he didn't fucking stay on topic, apparently, right? I'd be going, come on, I didn't ask him about CBG. What's the difference between emotions and feelings? So that's what's unique. You don't know how he's going to answer or what level he's going to take you into.
Yeah. But they're opening up our perceptions, because the normal book literate reading A plus, 1 plus 2 equals 3 doesn't apply with Ion. Sometimes 1 plus 2 may be 16.
No.
Because that answer was totally different than because I was listening, like, okay, emotions and feelings, and what is he going to answer? And then when he said that, I'm like, okay, what? But then listening to you play it back, and then you get some explanation, like, okay, Ion's coming from a totally, they're not coming, they're just training us perceptually. Because, like you said, it was an environment that they were describing, not like, 1 plus 2 equals 3. The normal perception that we're literally trained to see things or perceive things.
And you can't get humans together, and even if you have a therapeutic situation where somebody can ask some authority a question, they will not be as crazy as Ion. They would lose their clients pretty quickly. This is what's great. Ion, because it's not here, so to speak, it can be as outrageous and way beyond normal human decency. And that's what we require. We require something that's not limited to human sentiments or rules or trying to be a good leader so that they come back next week. Ion is beyond honest. It's not honest communication. He's showing the fallacy of communication, as well as juxtaposing, getting you to experience the idea that everything's happening all around you. Everything. Stuff you don't even know about. And so he would always point to that perception, too. So 1975 is an answer to the difference between feelings and emotions. And that's what Zappa, we're still doing the Zappa show, that's what Zappa tried to show. He tried to show, these installations with these quadrophenic speakers. Whenever he was doing that kind of environment, he wanted to make it a surrounding environment that challenged your ability to sculpt the air molecules. Now you can speak, Eben. Bert did his bit.
Can we hear another song?
Okay. Roxy, do you have a request for a particular song?
There are many groupie songs.
I didn't get that. What'd you say?
That there are many groupie songs. So you could play maybe one of them.
Oh, the GTOs. Oh, yeah. I can get their album was called Permanent Damage. We actually have let me see, we do have a GTO. I can go into my alphabetic list here. Let's see, Advantage FX, and I'll see if I listed it under GTO. This is, I go back to the file, the archive has like over 1,000 or more songs. It's done in alphabetical, and I can go in there and see if it's under G. GTOs. Looking through the G's. There it is. GTOs, the Eureka Springs Garbage. I don't know what the song is, but let's play it. So I've got to send it. I got to send it over to my list, and then put it in the other place. So, and I can go get some other ones. Okay. I'm waiting for it to register. Okay. You know, Eureka Springs Garbage, Captain Beefheart, who was the guru to these girls in many ways, besides Frank, he moved up to Eureka, California. So I don't think he had moved up there by when this album was made, but he did later. So that's a nice predictive, poetic fact of the words in the song title.
I wonder who named it that. Maybe they found
named
gold
the song
there or
that?
something. No, who named
Eureka, right. Yeah, good point. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good interpretation, because that's where the gold rush was up around there, I think. Yeah, that's pretty good. You want to hear another one? Oh, wait a minute. Did you guys blocked off? Let's see. No, you're not blocked off. You guys can speak. What do you think of that, Eben?
Wow. It's kind of messy, and I think that's very interesting, very bold to just make something kind of a hot mess and be good with it. Also, you know, interesting that these girls had to do something. I don't know if they ever broke off and did things individually. Did they ever do things individually or always as a group?
No, they all died or fucked up. They got one album out, and then I think Frank lost interest in them. They pissed him off, maybe because they got into drugs. And then they were just drifting off. The only one who really seemed to hold herself together was Pamela DeBar. I think she kept working at Frank's house as a nanny, and then she married a rock star, Michael DeBar, and so that protected for probably through the 70s. And then she got her book published in the 80s, and then she was on her own from that point. She had a good income. She's put out about 4 books. And they're now saying she's the world's, most famous groupie. And she wasn't even the main groupie in the GTOs. The main one is on the cover of Hot Rats. And, of course, she died a couple of years later. I forget which one she was. But she's the one who had the charisma for that album cover. Hot Rats came out in the fall of '69. Have you ever heard the GTOs before, Roxy? Have you listened to any of them when you were researching?
Yes, they're awful.
No, really, you don't like them. You don't like their music.
No, they're really awful. But they were trying to do more performance art. Right.
Well, this is what Zappa did. He formed Bizarre Records pretty well the same time as the Beatles formed Apple Records, 68 or so. Very close. It's interesting. The Beatles, their big success, of course they're going to start their own label. But no one knew that this guy who didn't have the same economic success started his own label. He started 2 of them, Bizarre and Straight. And who does he present? He presents Wildman Fisher, a fucking raving idiot. He presents Captain Beefheart, who was tough for many people. And he presents the GTOs and maybe a Lord Buckley album and Alice Cooper's first album. And but basically, it was extremely ridiculous, eccentric stuff. He said, I was not trying to, make a lot of money. I wanted to show journalistically what was happening in Los Angeles or around wherever, California. He wanted to show the extreme phenomena that signified something. And those albums are all legends, huge legends now. As a matter of fact, those albums are way more famous than anything Apple did. Do you remember anybody who was on Apple? No. But everybody knows, a good chunk of people into rock culture know about Wildman Fisher and Captain Beefheart and Alice Cooper and Permanent Damage, the GTOs. So he outdid the Beatles in terms of forming a label. And you can see a documentary on it. There's a documentary on the stages of the formation of the album and the different bands he recorded.
Yes, and I think one of the GTOs introduced Zappa to Alice Cooper.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because they were just starting to play in L.A. and I think they came up to his home, and I think they had to do something in the driveway. Like they just improvised this. He said, "Perform," and I don't know what they did. Maybe they brought up their equipment, and it was like 6 a.m, I think. Of course, Zappa was still up, and they performed, and he said, "Yep, okay, you got a gig. We'll record your album." Now, well, here's what's interesting. In April 1975, let me see that the week that I performed at CBGB's, I was in New York. Various things, but Zappa was performing. This is when I went on stage and did air guitar. He was performing at the Nassau Coliseum. Well, after the concert, I'm sitting there backstage with Zappa and Beefheart and everybody. No, it was before the concert. And Frank had just come in. He came in late, but it was before the concert. All of a sudden, a commercial for Alice Cooper came on, and nobody even paying attention to the TV in the back room at all. All of a sudden, there's Alice Cooper, and a couple of the mothers or people, staff, they go, "Frank, look at that!" And everybody shut up and watched Alice Cooper's ad for their Monster Act. You know, do you remember what he would do? It was kind of like a theater, and he'd, act out ghoulish scenarios. And they all stopped and watched it. And then when it was finished, most of them said, what a bunch of shit. And they basically dismissed the poor ripoff of Frank. They considered it a ripoff of Frank's rock theater. So I saw him 7 years later, how he reacted to Alice Cooper after, signing them at the beginning. And so in 1971, I forgot this one. In 1971, I went and saw Cooper at the town hall, some main place in New York City. And I went backstage, and I approached him. He's sitting there with a couple of groupies, and I said, what do you think the story on the back of John Wesley Harding? That's Dylan's album, came out in late 67, early 68, where Dylan talks about Frank. That's my theory. So I said, what do you think that the story at the back of John Wesley Harding, which says the key is Frank, refers to Frank Zappa? And he looked at me and says, no, it refers to Frank, the guy, the creepy kid that lives down the street from your neighborhood. That was his answer, which I don't agree with. I don't think it refers to the creepy kid named Frank who lives down the street from me. But he was being, smart ass, and then he wouldn't discuss it. This is back when I was a fucking huge hidden environment. Who knows why nobody would dare engage me? What did I fucking emanate? Jeez. It was frightening.
You were looking for a role and an identity, saying you were this stupid thing of the Church of the Subgenius.
Yes. Yeah. Well, no, that was this is 1971. Church of Subgenius doesn't show up till 16 years later, in 1987. 16 years later. I had a role. My role was to monitor within my capacities in the Secret Council of 10. I had an identity. And I was probing, youth culture. It was part of my assignment. So I got backstage with everybody, and it's miracles how I got backstage because I had no visible means of support. Didn't look like I was even cool, but I was cute. Maybe that's how I got back. I was very nice looking, so they let me backstage. I was a nice male. Me and Robert Mapplethorpe were great male hustlers, male gigolos, male prostitutes. That's how I probably came across. And many people hit on me because they thought that's what I was. It's ridiculous. I used to walk down New York Street. Beg your pardon?
That's what you still are.
What did you say? I still am. I agree. I was walking down several times, just walking along 57th Street during the Newport, New York Jazz Festival in July '72. And walking along, and these two young men came up to me and says, "You want to fuck?" I said, "Well," and before it looked like I was starting to say yes, they go, "That'll cost you $100." I said, "Oh, you're charging me?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "No, okay, forget it." So they either thought I was a guy looking to fuck prostitutes, or they wanted to fuck me, but they didn't know whether it'd be worth it or not, so they made sure I paid for it. So it was quite confusing. But there was always people propositioning me, and I wasn't walking. I wore the boringest clothes. I was not fashionable looking. I just was incredibly good looking, good face. That's what fucking everybody wanted. I mean, I looked like Dylan and Jim Morris and all these guys. So, but I didn't have any style. I was wearing my father's fucking clothes. I'd wear his clothes, one shirt and jacket and pants for 5 fucking years. You know, if you knew me, hang around, Bob, don't you ever change your clothes? No, that's all I got. Just got this. Then they'd wear out, and then I'd grab another pair of his clothes. Never bought anything. Didn't know how to function in a store. Didn't know what to look for. Remember, I had to have a ring for my wedding on June 9th, 1970. Well, I didn't know how to do that. So Carolyn goes down to the local fucking Woolworths and buys a 10-cent ring, $10 ring. She bought it. Brought it to the courthouse. Okay, Bob, stick this on my finger when the time is right.
Oh, my God, that's great.
Because I was studying the effects. I was thinking about what would God do with so much TV? What theological questions? Filioque heresy still relevant? I was thinking philosophical fucking shit, man. And art stuff. And about Frank's latest album. My thoughts were glorious. You actually could hear them. What I thought about all the best stuff going on. I used to call up Andy Warhol and say, "When are you going to hire me?" He says, "You're just looking for a fucking role, Bob. We don't offer roles here."
What were your reports back to the Secret Council of 10 like? Did they understand what you were, how did you convey it to them?
This wasn't the Secret Council of 10 work. This is my own private, days off. What we did in the Secret Council of 10 was go to serious military installations or labs and look at new technologies and figure out whether it was going to either make an opening for us or get rid of us. And also dealing with the crises. Remember, I told Dr. Beater about what was going to happen as a result of Watergate, and he wrote a book on it, Conspiracy Against the Dollar. We did a lot of different things. Also, it was a very dangerous time in the 70s. A lot of my friends got killed. I almost got killed a few times. Carolyn almost got killed. And you can listen to Mae Brussels' recordings and get her sheets for each recording, and she'll list you all the bodies that died that week. That would be the battles within what's called Big Brother. And my diaries, hint at it on a very superficial level. You're supposed to notice my interactions with J. Edgar Hoover. That's the important one. Starting in about 1954.
You and your people get the hell out.
Good, you're quoting it. That's right. He knew what we were.
Yeah.
I was just rehearsing. I mean, those diaries are conversations with people. All of that was just parallel world rehearsing for dealing with the ultimate pterodactyl when it showed up. And then start talking to it, conversing with it.
That's such a great word.
You have to realize the first few weeks. Right. The first few weeks, it was boring. I said, what is this? This is Abraham's derivative stuff. But the energy, probably the energy that no matter what I said, Ion had a comeback. That's probably what held me the first few weeks. Also, JW was getting off on it. He felt like a total orgasm. So, it was like giving JW a blowjob. A metaphysical blowjob every other day. He'd have his orgasm feeling.
Does he feel he's out of body? Does he lose time or not time? Does he know where he is during these sessions?
The first year or so, here's what JW experienced. In his mind, in his dream, or whatever altered state he was in, this is what he knew. He'd hear an order, like a topic would come up. He then would start looking through bankers' boxes for the answer. And as the sessions went on, 3-4 hours, the boxes would pile up. Every question was asked by me or anybody would evoke a box, and he'd look through and then sort of hold up the answer. And I don't think he read it out loud, but maybe in his mind he did. He never described what he did with the answer. And then another question would happen, and another banker's box would show up. So if we went 5 or 6 hours, his whole house was filled with banker's boxes, and he'd be sort of being crowded out to the patio. That's what he saw, the house filling up with banker's boxes as the session went on and on. And that's the way it was for a year or two. That was his experience. And then he would wake up, or we don't want to say wake up, we'd take him out of the altered state, and he'd have no clue what happened. And he didn't ever have a clue for the first year or so. It was only later when he would start to sort of remember it the next day. But Ion announced that on June 9th, when is this, 2009? Maybe June 9th, 2010. So just over a year, it was our anniversary, and Ion announced it's going to be different for JW. He's going to begin to remember what's going on as it happens. And that was a big moment. I could probably go find that fucking thing and play it for you when Ian says it to us. I know it was our anniversary, June 9th, 2010. So from that point on, for the next couple of years, JW would get the whole fucking thing downloaded within 24 hours. And then he would tell me where certain things happened on Tailgate. Go in the third hour, you'll hear Tina talking about McLuhan. He used to know where things happened. It was all in his head. The whole thing. He could sit back and listen to 6 hours if he didn't suppress it.
So, Bob, wasn't it always during sessions, at the end of it, JW would come on and talk about the pictures or the things that were mentioned in the session? Was it always like that?
Well, that's what happened with private. That would happen with private. I never asked them that in our sessions. But with private sessions that people paid for, Ian told me that JW requires a role, an identity. He doesn't want to just be someone who goes out and then comes back and doesn't know what's happened. So Ian said, ask him what images he saw so that he'll have a bit of a participation. So I don't know what he personally thought. Did he look forward to coming out of the trance or state and then look forward to telling people images? But he did it seriously for several years of private sessions. And Ian told us that was a requirement for JW's personality. He couldn't, it would be meaningless for him unless he had some input. So we'd listen to him do these ridiculous pictures, and usually they'd be relevant, but it was always odd. Like they would never always fit the person, so we'd have to see if they could take it or not, or whether JW seemed like a phony or making it up. It was always a bit of a strain to do it. But I was a good soldier, and I put up with it.
No, I really like it.
You have to give me... What did you just say? You really like this?
Yeah.
What are you liking?
No, I really liked at the end of the session that I had.
Oh, the pictures. You liked it?
For JW. Yeah, because obviously that was probably going on for him all the time, and he didn't know what to do with it.
I don't know about that. It would go on after he would get pictures after a session. I don't know if 5 hours later he's doing something else. I don't know if he got pictures, but later when he would download everybody, everything happened. He definitely could feel ionauts and have say things. That's partly the gossip. Sometimes it's JW talking about people because he would pick up on them. I mean, he would really know what was going on with people. He was so open, he could feel what they were going through. He did it to me all the time. He always knew when I sprained an ankle or this happened or that happened. He always would ask me, he says, Bob, get rid of that sore foot. It really hurts me. He would feel hurt by my hurt toe. It would hurt him. And then he would get Ion to fix it. After a while, I couldn't fix it or I'd just put up with it. He would all of a sudden be gone the next day, and he would get Ion to fix it. I've had many healings from what?
Oh, I was just going to say, I remember my session that he always drank coffee and didn't like coffee, but just drank it, because of his sensitivity.
Well, it got changed, Eben. It got changed to jasmine tea. That's what he drank. The coffee was for a while. But remember, the second day of the first starting, he stopped smoking and stopped coffee. So I don't think you would even know that he drank coffee. He didn't drink coffee. He had to drink something because he'd go for 5-7 hours, so he had to be lubricated. So somebody, I think the Chinese elders recommended jasmine tea. Now look at that. The fucking elders in China are so aware of what we're doing. They're pretty enlightened. We didn't know jasmine tea. They sent a box of jasmine tea to JW, and I think he didn't like it at first, but he took it as something to drink, and then after a while he really started to crave it. There's a nice story for you. The fucking mountain solved that problem. Called the elders are called the mountain. And they're the guys. Do you know this whole Donald Trump fucking thing? It's all run by the Chinese. They're doing this Zen game on the American population.
Well, Ion tonight said President Trump and then started laughing.
Yeah. That
scared me. I was like, President Trump.
It's worse than that's nothing. What do you mean, Eben? You're so identifying with the White House that you're worried about who's president? That's stupid, Eben.
Well,
I ban you from dialogue with Ion for the next 6 months. You're ostracized. Go enjoy your private ascension.
Don't stop.
Come on. Trump's going to be president. It's going to be fucking awesome, man. He's probably going to cause World War X. What? It's not for you. It's for who is it for? The Black Caucus? Are you speaking for the Black Caucus?
No. It's for our little folks that just don't get it.
I mean, what personally amazes JW is that Bernie Sanders, a guy who says he's a practicing communist, is sort of winning. That is the ultimate absurdity because JW's parents are good friends of the Goldwaters. They knew Barry Goldwater and LBJ's Lady LBJ, Lady Bird, and they know what Barry Goldwater represented, the meme he represented, and JW said the other day, I think we recorded, or maybe it was Ion, that if Barry Goldwater's alive, they would have assassinated Barry. Saying you can't go around saying you're practically communist and running for president and maybe get there. That's outrageous. That's anti-American. But there ain't no America anymore, so you can do it. You can have a president who wasn't even born here, born in Indonesia, Mr. Obama. Not even American, whatever, by birth. Yet he became president. This shows you what a garbage dump that is. It's very important in the Android meme, but there's no controlling about who gets to occupy it. Well, maybe I should say it this way. No democratic input into who gets to occupy it. I mean, all the voting booths, I assume, are rigged.
Didn't you say that Dr. Beater figured that out?
That happened to Dr. Beter in 1967 when he ran for governor of West Virginia.
Yeah.
A guy called him up and said, if you want any votes, your votes to register, you got to give me $250,000. And Beter told him to go fuck himself, left the Democratic Party, ran as independent, and lost. But every precinct that didn't have a computer, he did well. But the majority were computerized, and he didn't get any votes there. So he went to the Congo and helped them develop gold resources. And then 4 years later, we showed up and told him, this Watergate's going to lead into a pretty crazy situation. You better get back there and write this book, The Conspiracy Against the Dollar. And he did it and came out in 1973. Then he went public in 1974 and started doing his audio letters with his information coming from the Rockefeller children. The sons and daughters of Nelson were his major sources. They were going against their parents.
Wow.
And then the Rockefeller Nelson secretary was thrown out a window. He was murdered because of her helping Beter. So Beter managed to do that for 7 years. He got 82 sessions done. He got 80 sessions, and he ended in late 82. And then he went and worked for the Queen. And then that brought me in. And we did the gold deal in late 86, early 87. And then he was murdered, killed, whatever, on March 13th, 1987. And I wasn't.
By who?
I remained standing. I don't know. I don't see him as murdered. I don't know if I pursued that. There were so many people dying in the 70s and 80s around me that, and I never went to any funeral, but so many people dying, I gave up trying to figure out who or what was doing it. I just was amazed I was still alive.
But I had the impression with all these genealogies and all these timelines of things, like all this fallen state is like a Fata Morgana. We think this happened in the Renaissance and this happened now and this going to be, and it's all pornography. It's all fake.
I agree. It's all a simulation. It's like the Akashic Records. Ian always put down the Akashic Records, which contain everything that ever was and going to be. He says that's not it. See, so we gradually expand through interaction with Ion our imagery of what is the world that your being is in, the image that you think you have. That's not the case. You can't image what's happening. The most bizarre imagery you could come up with is the best, is the closest. How you would image the Renaissance, bumping up with Donald Trump and the Egyptian pyramids, or China, or the Buddhians, or the Guff. You have to put all these things are in the same spot, a dimensionless spot. So you look at it from an angle. That's the importance of the dodecahedron or the angular discipline. Each one of us is an angle, and the idea is to get beyond your conditioned angle of perspective.
And once you get outside that perspective, are you able to see all the dimensions at once?
No, because there's more than all dimensions. That's a limited description of what is.
What happens when you get outside your own angle?
You gain weight, start getting stupid, you lose friends, and have no role, lose your identity.
Oh, that's already happened for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if I had my angle.
Yeah, that's what happens to everybody. Everybody gets nailed. Contrast increases, and this is before the drops. Now you can go through it, go through all the disservices, and feel great. That's the revolution. Ion is allowing us to go through our breakdown in comfort now with our products. So it's a kind of a gulf. It's almost like our products are the guff. If the guff started empty when Ion started to speak in March 2009, the guff had come forth and started to create and say things, then it affected everything and even made a substance that you could handle the Armageddon if you consumed it. So that's part of what Ion says. The guff empties and everybody gets swept back here in an ascended state by default. So we are eating the food of the gods, the food of the heaven. And it's so subtle, you can miss that it's having effects on you. And yet for other people, it's just blatant obvious. Carolyn was showing me today, this woman broke her ankle, and they did the surgery on it, and she had a terrible rash for 10 years, right where the surgery was. And she sent pictures, Carolyn showed to me, very ugly rash on her ankle for 10 years. She grabbed she just got some Renew the other day, put the Renew on the rash, and it went away like in 24 hours after being there for 10 years.
Wow.
And she said, like Carolyn doesn't know her, and she wrote and she said, this, that happened. And she says, I just want to meet you so I can hug you. That's how she ended her email.
Absolutely. I was
and
eating
it's really
that.
Interesting.
I was like putting it on
Make your voice louder. You were doing what with it?
I was eating it. I was putting it on a sore tooth. It tasted so good, the drops and the rose.
Wow. You're not talking about Renew. You're talking about the drop. You're talking about eating Renew, right?
Yes.
Carolyn asked her, I think, I said, gee, I'd like to put them on Doobs, the pictures. And she said, yeah, I'm going to ask her, or did ask her. Oh, yeah, she asked and hadn't heard back. But we might post those pictures. They're pretty disgusting looking. That the poor lady had to put up with for 10 years. So we discussed new things with Ion. We discussed the ramifications of what's going to happen with the amino acids. It's pretty incredible. Basically, Carolyn evokes this kind of content because she's asking about this and that scientific invention or what we're going to do, and it's absolutely phenomenal what Ion does with it. I mean, see, that's why I'm so confident. I've experienced enough of Ion to know this is fucking amazing. Other people, they don't have that exposure. They don't have that confidence.
So is it that because everything is simultaneous, you're looking at technologies, etc., how do we know, is it that you're creating and shaping the environment that is Dobbstown? How do we know what the next now is going to present?
Ion. I will tell
and what does that
that's Ion's point. I don't know, but yeah, you go with Ion. And Ion might tell you, might not tell you, depending. If Ion says he can't answer that, I respect that. I don't get mad that he won't answer it. I said, yeah, Ion probably knows why it can't be said right now. And, our Coldplay situation is absolutely amazing. Our living water situation is amazing. So, it's pretty neat being in the front row seat. And that's what said in 1976. I think it was Paul Shockley, channeled it. And they said, you know, if you listen to Cosmic Awareness, you'll have a front row seat. Well, I subscribed to the newsletter, got it for years, and ended up in the front row seat. Not with them, but with something else. No, I'm not in the front row seat. I'm the fucking MC up on the stage, right? I'm the guy. I'm there selling the front row seats. Who wants a front row seat? You're gonna have to give me $2,000 you want a front row seat. Oh, by the way, come on Saturday. You have a front row seat. That escapes. I don't know how. I can't control it. If I had my way, there'd be no radio show. Everybody have to be charged. They have to have a front row seat. But unfortunately, I can't control everything. So you guys get a front row seat every Saturday. We recommend you use it. Anyways,
Okay.
Can we get back on to Zappa? Let's do.
Sure.
Now, Roxy, do you have more you want to do on the GTOs or that theme?
Well, I was thinking how this situation of women goes back to the fall that women were blamed with the loss of paradise because Adam ate the dust because Adam gave him the apple or whatever. And that was the reason why for so many centuries women were not listened, were ignored, were not able to express. I mean, there were exceptions like Margarita de Navarra, but in general, what they had to say was not important. And I'm impressed that this phenomenon is actually so recent that women start having some type of freedom, and they are criticized and judged. You know, most see groupies, for example, as sluts, but I think they were all only young women turned on by the electric environment and trying to explore different aspects of taking their power back. But it was a mistake.
Here's a good, interesting statement, Roxy. McLuhan said that if a family has a car, it cannot be a family. It goes way back there, for as far as he's concerned. It goes back to the 1920s. Once you have a car in the family domestic environment, you don't have a family anymore. So, go back to what you were saying.
Yes, and then the TV is like the altar of the house. In the Roman houses, there was always an altar in the house, and this is like the TV, the place of worship.
Right. It's a pagan.
And I think.
And what's it provide?
Yes, it's somehow interesting to see how this being turned on by the electric environment somehow made stronger this power outside yourself. And these girls were adoring these rock stars as gods. And that's a type of latria. It's the worshipping of idols.
Yeah.
So they thought that was a way of being feminist or liberated, but actually it's not like that. And it won't be...
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yes, there is no liberation until both sexes sort of come in balance. We also said that we have both sexes in us, and we stop like having this battle.
Can I ask a question?
Right. that?
Oh, you heard me. Okay. Debbie?
Deb, you're not allowed in here, but what's your question?
Why am I not allowed?
Oh, because this is a special Zappa thing we do with Bert and Roxy and me.
Okay. Whatever. Why did McLuhan say that if a family has a car, you can't have a family?
Because the kid could get in the car, which he called it a house on wheels, and drive off and not be controlled by the environment of the parents.
Uh-huh.
You know, parents controlled everybody before that. And what you did, where you went. You get a car, you can steal it and drive off and go 3,000 miles and never see your family again. Or just the lifestyle of using the car on the weekend for dating. You know, you're a teenager or something. There had never been a way for the chemical body to get away from the parental power or authority.
Mm-hmm.
When you get a car, man, you can drive 100 miles and then be back later in the afternoon, and nobody knows where you went. That's like you begin to have experience that the parents can't control. They can't. They don't know what you're experiencing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're sensitive to the dynamics in family life, you can understand why something like that would upset.
And then the kid could also go get involved in drugs, stuff like that.
Yeah, rob banks.
Uh-huh. So this really wasn't a control...
Like they did in the 30s.
Oh, really? So this wasn't a factor...
Okay, that's enough, Deb. That's enough of your questions. You just go on and on and on. Okay, so I don't know where you are, which voice you're coming through, but we got to figure out what to do next. We're not doing the... list of freakout names. So I could find an interview, and we could talk about that. But you got anything to say, Bert or Eben, about Zappa in particular?
Not at this time, at the moment.
Okay. I'm going to read a little bit of this Barry Miles interview. And let's see, I think everybody is available. So Miles says to him, do you listen to much modern classical? Zappa says, and this is in August 1969. I listen to it most of the time. I hardly ever listen to rock and roll. Statistically, I listen to more Stravinsky than anything else, but I don't listen to that many records because when I'm on there, most of what I hear coming out of the speakers is the tape that I'm working on at that time. So the majority of his time, he's listening to his own stuff. If I ever take a break, I have a certain bunch of records I listen to over and over again. I don't listen to much new stuff. Now, when he shows Ringo in 200 Motels, turning as Ringo as Zappa, turning on the radio and listening to the live radio environment, and Zappa once said, radio is new life. He's listening to actually new stuff. So I don't know if this is a completely accurate response by him, or he can't be bothered to go into the details. So Miles says, when you use 50s rock, what are you trying to do with it? Zappa says, you have a reference to the guitar solo in that one article you wrote. He's referring to something that Miles wrote, which says, quote, Dwayne Eddy influence and not a trace of blues. So that's some quote that Miles made about something Frank did. Zappa says, I take blues-oriented material, and in that classification, I also include the ooh-wah, doo-wah triplet-style stuff, and make certain intellectual uses of it, which makes it sound non-bluesy and non-rock and roll. For instance, I take the idea of the blues, first of all, as a particular kind of scale which functions against a certain kind of a chord, giving a certain kind of emotional thing as a byproduct of that acoustical phenomenon happening. That is to say, a chord with a major third in it that's got flat thirds, sevenths, and flat fives bent up against a regular major totality, and that makes the blues effect happen. Of course, to this phenomenon today, we have the fuzz tone and the wah-wah pedal, which tends to make just about anything played on it sound bluesy. Hawaiian music played on the fuzz tone guitar won't sound like Hawaiian music, and neither would your favorite foxtrot. It's just that it has a certain emotional thing attached to it. Anyway, I take the elements that this music is made out of, and I look at it and I say, quote, well, now triplets. Now let's think. Basically, a triplet is 3 notes in the space of 2 or in the space of 4, depending on how you're using it. Or if you're Stockhausen, in the space of, I'm going to find out where this continues, in the space of, British audience, so is it? Yeah, okay, so I think this is where it goes. So he's saying, I say, quote, well, now triplets. Now let's think. Basically, a triplet is 3 notes in the space of 2 or in the space of 4, depending on how you're using it. Or if you're Stockhausen, in the space of 7 or 5. It's 3 with a colon, and then the number of other notes is supposed to replace. So that's all that he thinks to himself. So then he goes, so I look at it and I say, quote, well, in the olden days, they used to go ding, ding, ding like that, and it made you want to take this girl and squeeze her tits and dance real slow. But suppose that, see, there's talking about the environment controlling the chemical body. But suppose that the chord the guy is playing with his right hand on the piano isn't C, E, G, and it doesn't chance to be an A minor after 2 beats. Suppose it's some weird cluster and something else happens afterwards. It's still based on rock and roll triplets, but if you do, and he says in the quote, he goes, it's a question of what happened if you use that material, that basic structure, and inject something else into it, how much of the original emotional twang of the triplet piano figure is still left? I write music because I want to find out what it sounds like. Sometimes when I write it down on paper, I haven't the faintest idea what it's going to be like when it's played. I just don't know. I don't want to know till I hear it. I don't want to know till I hear it because I want to get it down there as fast as I can before I forget what I'm doing. So I'm just as surprised as anybody else when it's done sometimes. There are other times when I know exactly what these 2 notes together are going to sound like. The best example, now they're going to find where this is. The best example, my most recent cliche, stolen from somebody else, is a combination of flute and flugelhorn, or flute and clarinet playing a half step apart with trumpet voiced on top. Say, for instance, a B and a C, those 2 notes, which would ordinarily sound like a discord on the piano, if you play them like that in the right setting, will give you a definite impression of an A minor 9th chord. So some things you just know. If you write those dots and write the correct instructions over the dots, that a certain sound event is going to happen. But other things, that a certain sound event is going to happen. But, see, it's like journalism. But other things you just don't know, and the only way to find out is to write it. Get somebody to play it, listen to it, and see whether you like it. If you like it, you use it in the album. If you don't like it, you throw it away, and don't tell anyone that you tried it, or they'll think you're crazy. Barry Miles says, what's your motivation to use early 50s stuff? I think, Zappa says, I think it's very powerful music. It's not dynamite built into it. It's glandular dynamite. How much of it, says Barry, how much of it is trying to bring out anything about your own upbringing in the West Coast? Zappa says, not a hell of a lot. So it's not about him.
Is he playing a game by saying it doesn't have anything to do with him?
No, that's me. Yes, he is working with matter like a scientist. The music, the chords, the notes, and that are the kind of chemistry he's working with. He's not doing it to make you feel good and have a emotional teen experience. He's working with matter. He's trying to do like Gurdjieff, create octaves to do something to people. Or not do something, just do something among the instruments.
It's just that being an artist is such an intimate affair because it is you and your creation. And so for him to say, coming from wherever he was, going to the 50s music, but saying that it isn't about him, it sounds like he's trying to be opaque in some way, not taking full responsibility.
Yeah. I don't know. He's opaque. I don't know what he was talking about there. Did you understand any of that, Roxy, when he was discussing his method? Oh, she got knocked out, I think. Did you, Roxy, understand of what I read?
I was reading something, but I was not paying attention. But I think he was just explaining how the different type of figures of rhythm and of the notes. I heard something about triplets.
Yeah.
In this 60s music, it's less aggressive than the rock or the pop of the 60s and the 70s. He says it's more, I don't want to say romantic, but
it's sweeter.
Like he said, it makes you want to hold somebody.
Right. Hey, listen, let me continue. I found the connection. So.
Well, but it's interesting how
go ahead.
he's aware of this type of body reactions to music, like a bass or a rhythm, without really noticing. You just start doing these movements automatically, or without any awareness. You just do it. It's like automatic, autonomic. So that's interesting. That
what is he doing?
Analyzing how people react to different types of rhythms and sounds and music.
Right. He's like a guy that. You speak louder, Eben.
I was just thinking how when he says, when Roxy was just saying that some music makes you want to hold someone, how in the early, days of music in the United States, you had swing and all of that where everything was dependent on a partner, and that music, was there. And then now people dance by themselves, for hours. So it's so interesting how the music brings out a different type of dance.
Yeah. And then you can look at the social dynamics that make people perceive, an environment drenched on cell phones is way different from a people drenched in radio in the 30s, or drenched in black and white TV in the 50s, or drenched in, say, satellite TV, cable TV in the 80s. They evoke a different kind of music and a different kind of dancing.
Yes, and I think the most maniac system is the classical Indian music systems. They have a scale for everything, for every hour of the day, for every emotion, because they think that a specific scale, for example, may make you feel devotion or love or happiness, and they really made a catalog of all these scales and the thing that will correspond in human emotion and to what time, to what season, and it's amazing how frequencies affect men.
Okay, so, right, thank you for that. I don't have anything to say to that. Anybody have a response for that?
Other than it's amazing. So they have a scale. Is it a scale for every hour on 24 hours, Roxana, or every day?
Yes.
In their, so it's every day or every hour?
Every every hour, but they might have also for days, for months, or because they have for everything, for every emotion. And yeah, sometimes they do concerts that go on for 3 days to be able to play all the scales of different hours.
Is it three consecutive
when you have a literate society, let me say it. When you have a literate society, you're in a box, and you fill up the environment. Acoustic societies, pre-literate societies, program the environment. See, they're consciously aware of themselves as environmentally programmed, and so the music does it every hour. They in a way, accept their robotic response or their autonomic response. Difference. They program, non-literate societies program their situations, whereas literate societies fill up the box. They just fill up the empty space that's been made by literacy. Fill up with new breakthroughs. They don't try to put it in order.
Yes, but I think it's somehow true that also the Greeks had this similar system of classification of scales and different emotions, of the modes. So I suppose Frank was exploring that, how different types of music will create different types of emotion in the audience, in himself.
Right. Okay, so let me read you this part. Barry Miles says, how much of it is trying to bring out anything about your own upbringing in the West Coast? He says, not a hell of a lot. Then Miles says, when you attack that aspect of America, are you using 50s rock in any way as a symbol? Zappa says, one of the reasons why the images in a lot of the songs are so West Coast orientated is that I write songs sometimes to entertain the other members of the band and about 3 or 4 friends that I have in the world who know, so he writes for the other members of the band and about 3 or 4 friends that I have in the world who know about the really obtuse, arcane references in those songs. Captain Beefheart is one of the guys who knows what all the songs are about. And he's just seen a few weird things happen. I get kind of a laugh out of the fact that other people are going to try and interpret that stuff and come up with some really grotesque interpretations of it. It gives me a certain amount of satisfaction. You can imagine how insane that must get on a song such as Electric Aunt Jemima, which was written about an amplifier. Yes, it's a Stendhal amplifier about this big that I used on a couple of sessions. But there are some other references in the song to a meeting held in the Denny's coffee shop in Lancaster, California, about 6 or 7 years ago. So that'd be about 1962. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, Don Vliet, that's Captain Beefheart, who is otherwise known to the world as Captain Beefheart, and I were sitting in this coffee shop discussing what we were going to do to the music business. And it's the line about Monza, capital M-O-N-Z-A, unquote. It's the line about Monza because we were discussing the problems of lyrics in the music we were being fed on the radio. I always felt that the music I grew up with, except for the rhythm and blues, was just horrible, and I didn't want to be subjected to it, and I wished that I'd had something better to choose from. But I couldn't get anything better, so we were talking about this. And now I got to find where it continues. And so he says, and I wish that I'd had something better to choose from, but I couldn't get anything better, so we were talking about this, and I said, quote, well, I'm going to do this. And Don says, well, I'm going to do that. I said, okay, well, let's go do that. So that's how they launched their conspiracy. And you can hear Electric Aunt Jemima on Uncle Meat. You want me to play that? That's the launching, sort of, no, well, not exactly. It's about an amplifier, but it's in the same interview. Like they're both scheming. Well, what?
I'd like to hear it.
Hey, look at this. Okay, we'll get to that. I just want to read this. It says, the next question, what's your music going to be like in, say, 5 years' time? Do you ever consider this? Zappa says, well, I can't worry too much about that. Something will happen, probably get more obscure. No, that can't really say. Well, the invisible technical stuff he did, maybe that's obscure. So then the guy Barry says, you haven't any long-term aims or projects? Zappa says, I'm interested in getting into films, and I'm also interested in being able to write more and more. I'm also interested in being able to write more and more complex music for larger ensembles and actually getting it played as soon as possible. That's the main problem of being a composer. It's a lonely, dismal job. See, that's visual space. It's a lonely, dismal job because while you're sitting down and making the dots, and you got to find where it continues, and you there it is. So so that's the main problem of being a composer. It's a lonely, dismal job because while you're sitting down and making the dots and you think you know what some of it sounds like, you never can be sure until you hear it realized as a vibration hanging in the air. And the grisly means you have to go through to make that happen are so complicated and almost impossible under certain conditions, especially if you're writing for an orchestra. Man, the chances of me getting stuff played by an orchestra now are fair. You know, not excellent, but fair. The chances improve if I rent the orchestra myself. But when I first started writing, I had no chance whatsoever of hearing any of the things I'd written. Material on the Mother's Invention albums for the past 5 years. A lot of it was written before there was even the Mothers. Because I'm still digging out of these trunks. Because I'm still digging it out of these trunks and saying, quote, I wonder what this sucker sounds like, unquote. Miles says, this is why I wondered why you weren't interested in getting involved with the modern classical scene, being published by one of the houses. Zappa says, well, but what does a modern classical publisher do? He's not going to get you any performances. The performance of works is chosen by little old ladies and people on the board of directors of symphony orchestras and all their faggot friends and all the rest of that stuff. In that world, they rely very heavily on who you study with, where you were trained, and what school are you into. Are you a serialist? Are you a serialist? Or are you aleatory? Or what the fuck are you? They want you in the union, and they want to stick a tuxedo on you, and they might put you into a concert hall every once in a while. But mainly, why don't you just sit there and listen to Beethoven? Because you know that's got to be the best thing that could ever happen to you. Zappa says, I can't stand that shit. That's the most sick end of the business. Serious music is hurting. Miles says, do you see yourself as educating your audience as you go along? Frank says, let me tell you, there's something that we're going to try to do to correct the missing link between pop music and the so-called serious world, and also the record industry executives who need to find out what it is they're selling because they don't know how important pop music is today. Look at that, guys. They don't know how important pop music is today. As therapy, as acoustic space release in the global membrane of tactility. See, there's McLuhan. They don't know how important, people think, well, Frank doesn't like pop. Look, how important pop music is today. All they know is that that's what's making money this month. They don't really know what a revolution it is in terms of musical history, because there are a lot of people working in pop today who are doing things that are artistic and actually mean them that way. There are also people who pretend to be artistic who are doing just complete bullshit. But this is today's serious music. So he's saying the pop music is the serious music. I think it's living serious music. So-called serious composers are kind of living in a vacuum because who is their audience? 40-year-old faggots that go to a concert because that's the place to go, not because they like the music? 40-year-old faggots that go to a concert because that's the place to go, not because that's the place to go, not because they like the music. Miles says, how concerned are you with putting over a really precise musical image? Does it finish up as accurate as you'd like it? Zappa says, not very often. No, I don't think any composer gets a consistent version of what he imagines because it's so hard. Now, a painter, he's got it easy. He just takes the paint and goes blat, and he did it. If you write music, it goes to a copyist, and you hope he doesn't make any mistakes when he copies the parts. Then it goes to a conductor who conducts it for you. Let's see, who conducts it for you. Then, and then it goes to a conductor who conducts it for you. Just a second. Then then you've got these musicians, and every one of them has got a family problem or an ego problem, or they're just bored, or there's some fucking thing. And especially with an orchestra, I'm sure they never get it right. You can't, man. There's just too many problems. That's one of the reasons why I devote so much time to developing specialized skills with the mother's invention, because I know that there are things. He actually just says mothers. That's one of the reasons why I devote so much time to developing specialized skills with the mothers, because I know that there are things that we can do that an orchestra would never be able to do, not the way they're run now, and not with the attitude of the players that are in them. So this gives me a lot of latitude in what I can write, because the things that I imagine, the sounds that I want to hear, a mere orchestra could not produce them. End of interview, but there's many other parts we didn't read, but that's pretty good, eh? Pretty good statement.
Yes.
Who can speak? Who's blocked off? Everybody's blocked off. I'm demuted you. Go ahead, Roxy.
Yes, I really like it. It's like very precise. He's saying many things we have said. It's a confirmation of what we were talking about.
Yeah, now this, and see, Miles did great in-depth interviews. Luckily, I was tracking it all, so I read these interviews. This came out in this August 29th, September 11th, there it is, 911. August 29th, September 11th, 69 issue of International Times out of London. But you read this, you say, oh, the fuck, this guy, he's not even, he's doing it, he's trying to be a serious composer. And you have to realize that nobody was interested in him who should have been interested. They didn't know this stuff for 30 years later. Talk about being an invisible environment.
But he's right about...
So I would track...
what we call serious music, Ernste-Musik. Yeah, many composers are more in an ego trip or in an intellectual labyrinth, in concepts, and more than really the music.
Right. And he's complaining about the orchestras. When he finally got people doing stuff in the late 70s and early 80s, he said this. So in a way, he actualized it. He had a lot of kinds of problems with the musicians. He was not impressed with the classical orchestra people. And but he said all this 15 years before, so he created the problem. But aside from that, he's right. Why not run his own band and know that that's serious music, that pop music is serious. It's a serious environment. You couldn't get more fucking McLuhan-esque than this. I mean, even to say that the serious orchestras in Carnegie Hall are putrid nothings compared to pop music. Now, McLuhan said a similar statement. I think it was in the book he did with Carpenter, They Became What They Beheld, where they talked about the recorded music, the pop music today is 100 times better than anything you ever heard before. You know, going back to jazz or classical or historical. Now, there's not, and these are old guys. What parent who grew up with McLuhan and Cage and Carpenter say that? Nobody would say that. They would not agree that their kids' Beatles shit is more important than their love of some big band or some Beethoven. I mean, it's outrageous what he's saying. 50 years ago. But if you knew McLuhan stuff, you'd understand Figure Ground. You knew Bob's world, you would say, yep, this guy. When Zappa looked at Joyce, he said, yep, that guy's real. Well, when I would read Zappa interviews, I go, yep, that guy's real. I mean, why am I considered the greatest DJ ever? All I have to do is play fucking great pop music. Better than any experience you can get anywhere. Unless you go to the Kit Kat Club, and I don't know if I could top the Kit Kat Club. That's pretty unique experience.
They're better now. A friend of mine was telling me what they do.
What do they do now? They do something different?
They sell themselves like you can go and say, I sell myself for an hour, for the whole night, and you say what you want, like.
Oh, that you mean that
to be kissed, caressed,
those
anything.
porn movies? Yeah, those porn movies that you were telling us about. Well, what do? You sell yourself? You mean you can be a prostitute or a hustler right there? Is that what you're saying? In the club?
Yeah, and it's like you get paid to live your fantasies. I want this and
you
this
pay.
and this.
Well, that's like
for an hour, for the whole night, and some people pay to do it.
So it's turned into a brothel. It's a brothel. You pay and you get what you wanted.
Yeah.
And
yes.
But that other place where you'd go be in a film or something, how is that different?
Because I think they have like orgies and they make films, but they have like fantasy costumes or like theme parties.
Oh yeah.
And they pay to get in.
A little more props.
To be filmed.
Yeah. I like to see those films, see what these amateurs look like. Probably looks pretty putrid. Or not. Maybe they make it good. We need stimulation, guys. We are always being boarded out, being made bored. So endless productivity. Pop music is medicine, Frank's saying. You need it. People need it to release themselves from the tactile. The tactility is a real extension, and the ears is an old environment. So it has to be heavily massaged, keep you distracted from the pain of the tactile extension. And then when you realize how vast that is, and then you come in, and then you realize that ion outdoes that. It shows you how vast ion is. Let's see what's going on. I never get a chance to look at the chat line. Gene says, "You go, Bob," but I don't know when that was written. They're talking about Julian Assange obsolescing the United Nations. Gene laughs. Bob asked Andy Warhol for a role. No, wasn't I? Didn't I say Andy Warhol asked me for a role? What the hell? Did I do that? Anybody remember?
Yeah, you said you called him up. And
I used to call him up. Yeah. I used to, what? What'd she say? What'd she say? Bert.
Said that you called him up, but I remember it was a...
Yeah, I did call him up. I called him up several times. I don't know how I presented myself. Did I say? You got Joe D'Alessandro. He was their main gay or male hustler in the late 60s, early 70s in those later movies. Joe D'Alessandro. And I said, I'm way fucking cuter than Joe, Mr. Warhol. Why don't you have me? And he would just go, well, just come on over, Bob. You know, he'd have this very passive, accepting, just come over. Sure, we'll do that, Bob. You go over there, and they want you. There's fucking security. You can't get in there because he had been shot the year before. In June '68, he was shot the same night as Robert Kennedy, and he became very paranoid after that. And he would still be his, weak or whatever he is, his passive self. He was like a eunuch. What do you want? What are you going to do with me next? Okay, do this to me. Do that to me. So I say, can I come over and be your next star? Sure, Bob, come on over. Yeah, yes, we'd like to have you. And then you can't even get in the building. There's so much security. So you'd have to go wait till the parties and get in through friends. Eventually I could get in and get in that way, and then you'd go over and talk to Andy, and he'd still be the passive, no mind, the guy. You go, yes, I like Frank Zappa, Bob. Yes, I really like. He never heard one fucking album. He just agreed with everybody. And then he'd say, I'm just a machine. It was the most vacuous, absurd put-on performance theme going.
Well, he did pop art.
He didn't do anything. He took his immediate... McLuhan's definition is greater than any art that he did. McLuhan's definition of what he did, he just took, since all environments were obsolete inside the tactile global membrane, any environment then becomes art form. So he would just sit there and film his environment. And to the average 19th century throwback consumer, this was revolutionary. But what was more revolutionary is that McLuhan could explain it and put it in a context. That's more exciting. Couldn't get Andy to fucking think about this stuff or admit he was. He did write a book or two. Now, Ted Carpenter became a good friend of his, and he said, Andy's a lot smarter, Bob, than you give him. Well, I know he was smart, but he, when McLuhan met him in 1973 at Ted Carpenter's, he saw Andy Warhol, and he goes, what's that rube doing here? He called Warhol a rube, R-U-B-E, which means, country bumpkin. He yelled it out. And then Kurt Vonnegut, who J.W. likes, Kurt Vonnegut, the famous writer, he was there at the party. And he says to Ted, and Ted reported this. This totally embarrassed Ted. He was the host for this. And he says, who's that guy over there? Well, that's Kurt Vonnegut. Oh, I can't stand his writing. And Ted said he yelled this out. So he said it was a very awkward night with McLuhan sitting with his enemies, Warhol and Kurt Vonnegut. And Ted was in no mood, and he didn't like it. He got mad at Marshall. We liked it. We Canadians, we like any attack on the fucking dumb Americans. Now I'm going to become an American. Imagine that. That's how fucked up the world is. I got to become an American to fix this shit. If you told me 4 years ago I'd become an American, that would have been outrageous.
Where would you rather be?
Oh, I like being a Canadian. I've got a French passport. I'm French and Canadian, so I got two countries. Actually, I don't like being a Canadian anymore. I've been here. I like being a Hawaiian. I'm a fucking Hawaiian, and I'm all for states' rights, and let's fucking separate from the Union. Let's have Maui separate from Oahu and Kauai and the Big Island. We'll have form our own country here, which is actually going to happen, people. There's an exclusive for you there. Maui is going to become a country, and I'm going to be president of it for life.
I never know.
It's going to be a wonderful environment. So,
Bob, in that article you just read, did I hear...
Part? Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question about what I heard earlier, which you read. I heard something earlier you read that the Mothers' music was written before the Mothers. So he composed all of their music before he actually formed the band? Is that what? Wow.
Yep, that's what he's saying. He started composing when he was 14 or 15, and writing serious music, and, for orchestras. And it took, he started in 55. It took him 10 years to get it played. And he had to form a pop band to do it. I mean, that's like Beethoven infiltrating Beatles land. I mean, he's a composer, and he said a lot of the music in the first album was written long before the Mothers were formed in his classical music style, or however you call that, writing it down on bars and staffs with notes. And, you have to realize back then, nobody knew this about him. He was just like an advertising man trying to rip off the youth market.
That's fascinating. I mean, because just to hear you read something that he didn't know how it would sound until it sounded. But what my question is, what inspired him to create it that he knew he was writing something? That's fascinating. That's genius on the edge that he
it's much
inspired him to write the music.
What he was doing, he's like Joyce would grab stuff out of the Encyclopedia Britannica and just listen to this, Bert. James Joyce would grab stuff out of the Encyclopedia Britannica, out of newspapers, and ram it into the pages, into this book. He didn't know what the effect was, and then it's a collage. And Zappa's doing the same thing. He's composing ahead of his hearing. He's just grabbing any absurd thing and juxtaposing it with something else.
Yeah.
It's like Jackson Pollock, dripping paint. Yeah, he's possessed.
Yeah.
So let's see. This is a long interview. There's probably other neat things in here. Look at this, Miles. I think the mixing and juxtaposition of different time levels seems very important to you. Zappa says, I think of the art of composition as time painting, You're being employed by your audience to decorate a piece of time for them. In the same way a painter uses a piece of canvas and he's got to slap it on that, I have the opportunity of taking a piece of time and sticking little things on it. In a live performance, I get to do it with visual and audio material. On a record, I can do it with pieces of time from all over. In some albums, I've condensed as much as 10 years into one little piece of plastic. And then Miles said, this is presumably why you don't use electronically generated sound, because it has no time reference. Zappa says, one of the reasons that I don't use electronically generated material is that I can't afford the equipment to do it. The other reason is that after you have enough money to buy a synthesizer and get all the rest of the gizmos that goes with it, I think that before you make some kind of statement with an instrument of that complexity, you better get your shit together before you do it. I wouldn't want to just get a hold of a synthesizer and immediately make it. I want to find my own way in that. At the moment, Barry says, at the moment, every note you play has a time reference, like a year. One line will be a 1956 reference, another line a 1962 reference. Zappa says, yes, but they're not just references. No, it's not just, quote, now here's one from 1950, unquote. They don't work out that way. So he's juxtaposing like I do with the DJing. He's trying to do fucking Bob DJing, the ultimate gig. And then no one had the ability to achieve radio, provided the digital template for it to be done. In the hours, with no commercials. I just realized he's fucking juxtaposing, or at least the way Miles presents it, he's doing what I'm doing. So then Miles says, I've often wondered, we did this, how much the idea of your music was important. I've often wondered how much the idea of your music was important, because you'll create an evocative musical condition and then break it up before it's had a chance to fully mature or condense, particularly on the numbers which refer to Schoenberg or Stravinsky's influences. Zappa says, well, for one thing, the problem with the Mothers up until now has been sort of a limited musicianship compared with what I wanted them to do. Although they're excellent players, some of the things I asked them to do just turns out to be impossible. So over a period of time, we've been teaching each other how to play different hard things. Some of the things we can get into rhythmically now would be difficult for even the most polished orchestra, and we toss them off like they were nothing because we start playing at 5/8 and 7/8. We started playing at 5/8 and 7/8 about 3 years ago. Now we can have everybody in the band playing at a different time signature, maintain a constant tempo, or I can conduct the relative speed of each instrument. I can conduct the relative speed of each instrument and make those tempos fluctuate against each other. See, against each other, juxtaposition. We've just developed a lot of weird techniques which probably wouldn't have much commercial potential elsewhere, but in one conglomerate batch labeled the mother's invention, it has a sort of identity, so we're able to earn a living from doing that. But I think I read that before. Let's try to find another part. And, in the article they have a profile of Zappa, and it looks like he's got 19th century clothing on. So he does look like a modern Beethoven. That's how they present him in the article. Okay, so what do we do next? What do you think? What Zappa thing can I come up with?
Aunt Jemima?
Oh, yeah. Let's play that. Okay. Electric Aunt Jemima. So I look up my list of 1,200 Zappa songs, go down to E, and there's two versions. One in 1969 in Uncle Meat, and then an Acapulco version by the Persuasions. Forget that one. So we make sure that the sound is open. Sound check. Put that up to a Soundflower. Volume is up. I think this is it. Did you like that, Evan? How was that?
Well, I think he was showing his disdain for R&B.
No, he's not showing his disdain. He says he's taking the archetypes of that music. He loves the music, and he makes a new Alchemy.
Oh, I thought he was talking about how he couldn't stand it, but there was no other place to go. I must have
No, he couldn't stand classical music.
But
he couldn't understand serious classical music. That environment is what he avoided. So he turned doo-wop into classical, a new kind of classical music. He got it totally backwards.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot.
See, you could have, if I hadn't corrected you, you've been walking around the next 20 years upside down. It's good to know
Thank you, Bob.
Actually is going on.
Well, you know what? It's always amazing to me to hear that this kind of music is scripted, that it was composed, and I think it takes a real maverick to bring that forth. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
Bob, did you play two versions of that, Ange?
Yeah. The second one was by an a cappella group, that means no musical accompaniment, just singing, called the Persuasions, which Zappa discovered at some point back in the 70s or 80s, and he really liked them, so he made albums. They did a lot of his music a cappella.
Wow.
So, you have anything to say? Any requests, Roxy? I brought out my next batch of files, so we go to see what he says to Downbeat magazine in October 1969. We'd like to hear.
Yes.
Let me go to the bathroom. I'm going to play another song, okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I do something?
Yes.
What is this? Is Dwarf Nebula Processional March. Dwarf Nebula Processional March, 1970, on the album Weasels Rip My Flesh. Well, that was pretty awesome. Jeez, talk about violent, aggressive music. What do you think
the name of that, Bob?
Easy Meat, M-E-A-T, Easy Meat.
I liked it. I liked it a lot. No, I appreciate what he does. Yeah.
I mean, that thing was just roaring along.
And, yeah. And that's one that I recognize. I would recognize as
a what?
I would recognize that as like if I were to hear that somewhere, I'd say, oh yeah, that must be Zappa. Even if I'm not that familiar, it just has that signature.
Right. So this is a Downbeat jazz magazine, October 30th, 1969. So he's just broken up the Mother's Invention. It's after Woodstock, after the Charles Manson murders. So there's a description. Just read the first part, then get into the interview. It says, the article is by Larry Cart. It says, Frank Zappa, the mother of us all. So he starts off saying, a sage whom I invented once said, quote, the only event which might merit the term progress would be an increase in the percentage of intelligent human beings, unquote. And then the sage added, quote, those who work toward this goal are known variously as fools, clowns, and prophets, unquote. And he says, for purposes of economic gain and protective coloration, Frank Zappa and the Mother's Invention have promoted themselves as a group of truly weird people. That's what we do here at Iron Dome, right? We do the same thing for economic gain and protective coloration. Well, the Mothers may have their eccentricities, but no more than other musicians I have met. And Zappa himself is a man of striking sobriety. Sometimes he even made me feel frivolous. Now he describes the concert a bit. Zappa is standing on stage in front of 10,000 or so people, most of them under 21, at an open-air concert last summer. He says to the audience, quote, we've just had a request for Caravan with a drum solo. And that is the end of the routine on the album Absolutely Free, done in 1966. So he has in the brackets, the fruit of their routine on America Drinks and Goes Home. Somebody says, I want to hear a Caravan with a drum solo. So Frank says they just did it. Laughter. There's much laughter. Shouts of, yeah! Then Frank says, now, we may play Caravan with a drum solo, or we might refuse to play Caravan with a drum solo. Which will it be? We think we'll let you decide. There's Roxy's participatory angle, unquote. And then the writer says, all of this is delivered in a light, mocking tone of voice. An applause meter type test indicates that the crowd does not want Caravan with a drum solo. So Zappa says, all right, we'll play Wipeout. And in the brackets, the nadir of early 60s schlock, which they proceed to do in 3 tempos at once. The mindless riff of Wipeout. The mindless riff of Wipeout melts like plastic. All right. Zappa begins the second half of the concert by saying, quote, Ian Underwood will now play for you the Mozart Piano Sonata in B-flat, unquote. Underwood begins to play the first movement of a Mozart Piano Sonata, K281, I think. He plays it very well. There's that. Then it goes into, I asked Zappa about his run-in. Now, remember we were joking a couple weeks ago about the kids in Germany asked him to blow up the NATO Center, or borrow his audience to blow up the NATO Center. Well, he had a run-in at the London School of Economics, and this is in August 1969. We read Miles' interview with him in that month, London School of Economics, or July, August. Now, this article, a few months later, is bringing it up again. I asked Zappa about his run-in at the London School of Economics, and Zappa said, quote, I was invited to speak at the London School of Economics. I went over there and asked, quote, what do you want me to say? Unquote. So here's a bunch of youthful British leftists who take the same youthful leftist view that is popular the world over. It's like belonging to a car club. The whole leftist mentality. Quote, we want to burn the world down and start all over and go back to nature, unquote. Basing their principles on Marxist doctrine this and Mao Zedong that, and all these cliches that they've read in their classes. And they think that's the basis for conducting a revolution that's going to liberate the common man. Meanwhile, they don't even know any common men. With their mod clothes, either that or the Che Guevara khakis. It's a game. I do not think they will acquire the power to do what they want to do, because I'm positive most of them don't really believe what they're saying. I told them that. I told them that what they were into was just the equivalent of this year's flower power. A couple of years before, those same schmucks were wandering around with incense and bells in the park because they heard that that's what was happening in San Francisco. The first thing they asked me was what was going on at Berkeley. I was thinking to myself, quote, what, you guys want to copy that too? Unquote. It's really depressing to sit in front of a large number of people and have them all be that stupid all at once. And they're in college. So he then goes back to the concert. Zappa introduces the first piece on the concert as, quote, a chamber piece for electric piano and drums. The title, I believe, was Moderato. A chamber piece is exactly what it is. And it says the drum part takes typical rock rhythms, wham, bang, and whamma, bam, bam, and stretches the space between beats. The result is a series of percussive timbres suspended over a void. The music verges on the Hollywood sinister, in brackets, background for some awful invisible monster, predicting Ion, end of bracket. But the close interaction between the two players, at times each seems to be imitating the other's part, gives the piece an extravagant formal vigor. Are you guys okay with this? Are you learning?
Yeah. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So now it goes into the formal interview itself. Zappa, like most moralists, is pessimistic about people in the mass. Perhaps he even wants to punish them. The rest of the group seems considerably more optimistic, and occasionally there are good-natured clashes of will. So then he quotes Zappa. All those mediocre groups reap a huge profit because people really like what they do. The more mediocre your music is, the more accessible it is to a larger number of people in the United States. That's where the market is. You're not selling to a bunch of jazz aesthetes in Europe. You're selling to Americans who really hate music and love entertainment. So there is distinguishing music from entertainment. So the closer your product is to mindless entertainment material, escapist material, the better off you're going to be. People will dump a lot of money into a bunch of young pretty boys who are ready to make music of limited artistic merit so long as they can sell a lot of it. The journalist says, what about your gestures of contempt towards your audience? I think this is what Eben asked about. What about your gestures of contempt towards your audience? Zappa says, I don't think the typical rock fan is smart enough to know he's been dumped on, so it doesn't make any difference. Those kids wouldn't know music if it came up and bit them on the ass, especially in terms of a live concert where the main element is visual. Kids go to see in italics. Kids go to see their favorite acts, not to hear them. We work on the premise that nobody really hears what we do anyway. See, just like here. Nobody hears what we're saying. Nobody understands it. He's ionic there. We work on the premise that nobody really hears what we do anyway, so it doesn't make any difference if we play a place that's got ugly acoustics. The best responses we get from an audience are when we do our worst material. The best responses we get from an audience are when we do our worst material. So Don Preston seems to be part of the interview. Don Preston's the guy who changed John Coltrane. Don Preston says, oh, how can you say that? He directs that at Frank. You know, he objects to what Frank's saying. Zappa says, it's true, man. Louie brings down the house every time. Don Preston, people were booing the last time you played that. One guy wanted Louie, so you said, okay, we'll play Louie. And there was a big boo. Zappa says, maybe they were booing because we didn't play Midnight Hour instead. The journalist says, isn't it difficult to function as musicians when you feel that no one is listening? Don Preston, I don't feel that way. So this is a unique interview. You got an argument happening right within the mothers in the interview. Zappa, I think most of the members of the group are very optimistic that everybody hears and adores what they do on stage. I can't take that point of view. I get really bummed out about it because I've talked to them, the audiences, and I know how dumb they are. It's pathetic. Now Frank is thinking he's going to break up the band like about 2 days later. And in Pauline Butcher's book on Zappa, she gives some stories about Frank was really down in like July, August, 69. So Don Preston, he either knows what's going to happen or he doesn't, but he's trying to keep it together so he can have a gig. So he's trying to tell Frank not to be so depressed. How's this for a musician magazine? You don't have people having arguments about how dumb everybody is when a musician gets interviewed in downbeat. They're going to praise them. Yeah. You say you're going to Payday?
I'm taking my band. Bye. You are so boring.
Yes. Oh, you're talking about us. Are you talking about our band? Us here, right now?
Yeah, most of the time.
Not that bad. But, okay, this is funny. I mean, I haven't read this in 40 years. This is 1969. And there's an argument. But it's right before the breakup. But they don't know that Zappa's going to break up a couple days later. So, what, Roxy?
Nothing, but I agree. You have to move on. When, the music is not stimulating anymore, and everything is fucked up. Thanks.
Right. So I've been known to say that here. You guys are a bunch of fucking dummies. You're pathetic. You're so fucking dumb. You can't even ask Ian a question. You've heard me rant on. More Frank Zappa anticipating Iandom. He's actually acting out what we actually say here. Right? We're actually proving our thesis that Zappa does anticipate Iandom. We're actually proving it. We've now done before the show, we'd done 113 hours. Well, now we're getting up to like 120 hours, man. We must be going for about 7 hours, right? But, Roxy, are you saying that we are a band and you're quitting? Is that what you're saying right now? You have to move on? We're not boring. This is your baby, this Zappa thing. This Zappa thing is boring? You suddenly bored with Zappa? Come on.
No.
Uh-oh.
Okay, good. Yeah, you were just imitating Frank. So Don Preston, Zappa says, I've talked to the audiences, and I know how dumb they are. No, it isn't. Nobody can leave. Once you remember Payday, especially a co-creating participant, you can't leave Payday. Okay. Anyways, well, you're still here, and you're employed, so you must perform now, even though it is your last day. You must work. You can't quit till the day's over. And you lost every argument. You're arguing that you want to go leave Payday, and Eben slayed you. She proved that you were wrong. Bert proved you were wrong. I proved wrong. You're leaving on false premises. You lost the argument. You have to stay. How could you decide that you could leave after the last few hours of what we've demonstrated, how exciting you are as a member of the group? See?
I lost my motivation.
Press, Don. You've lost your motivation. No, you haven't. We've been through that before. It doesn't last. Something tremendous will happen, and you'll want to be part of it. So, Zappa says how dumb they are, and Don Preston says, but they do scream for more when we do a good show. Zappa says, they scream for more and more because they paid X amount of dollars to get in, and they want the max amount of entertainment for their money. It's got nothing whatever to do with what you play. Stick any group on there and let them play to the end of the show. So Frank's saying it's the medium is the message. That there's no content. Doesn't matter what the content is. The kids are there so they can get in the act and yell and scream or something. The journalist says, do you have a solution to this situation? David says, yeah. Holy shit, he says it right here. Yeah, I'm not going to tour anymore. Holy shit. He announced it. He doesn't say he's breaking up the band, but I'm not going to tour anymore. Then, and this was published, 2 months later after he announced it. Then the journalist says, then I asked some questions which amounted to, quote, will rock survive? Zappa says, rock, to the jazz guy, will rock survive? Zappa says, rock won't die. It will go through some changes, but it ain't going to die. They predicted too many times in the past. Remember, quote, the limbo is coming in. Rock and roll is dead, unquote. There have even been some concerted efforts to kill it. But it will survive because there will always be several very smart producers and record companies who are interested in giving people what they want instead of what they need. Ooh, he says they need something. So he goes back to describing the concert. During the concert, the Mothers play several long numbers where everybody gets a chance to blow. Since several of the players have extensive jazz backgrounds, that's Don Preston, Bunk Gardner and his brother, and Ian Underwood, their playing in this context clarifies the differences between jazz and rock improvisation. And their playing in this context clarifies the difference between jazz and rock improvisation. An essential quality of the jazz solo is the sense it conveys of forward movement through time, which is the result, I think, says the journalist, of the jazz soloist's role, in even the simplest context, establishing and revealing his identity. In the typical rock solo, this kind of forward movement rarely occurs. Instead, there is an amount of space to be decorated, with the emotional curve, in brackets, excitement to ecstasy, a foregone conclusion. That's why many jazz listeners find rock solos boring, no matter how well played. They're like someone brought up on Beethoven who listens to a raga and says, quote, I dig the rhythm, but we're going around in circles. Where's the development? Is that what a Westerner thinks of the Indian music, Roxy? We're going around in circles? See? No comment? In many rock solos, guitar solos especially, there's a theatrical relation between the player and what he's playing. And we'll do that again. In many rock solos, guitar solos especially, there's a theatrical relation between the player and what he's playing. And the most exciting parts occur when it sounds as if what he's playing has got the upper hand. The drama is that he's conjured up a screaming musical monster, supposedly, and now the beast threatens to overcome him. The excitement comes from watching him master the beast, surrender to it, or get even all together and smash or burn the instrument. When someone like Jimi Hendrix presents this sexual fantasy, it can be Wagnerian. This is what the journalist writes. And he says, the Mothers undercut this setup quite neatly. The soloists go through the outward motions of getting hot, but the precision of accent and the care they give to motivic development prevent any loss of control effect. The reaction of the audience to this was curious. Zappa would stomp off a number that had, watch out, explosion ahead, written all over it, and the people around me would murmur, yeah, and a blank look of anticipated ecstasy would settle on their faces. By the end of the piece, no explosion had occurred, and they looked vaguely bewildered, although they applauded, of course. What do you think of that, guys? Any comment, Eben?
Well, I guess I kind of sense a little bit that he didn't necessarily connect with the audience, and it's hard, I think, for creators that are ahead of their time to expect to be understood. But, he was out there, and he did it, and he made such an impact. And so, I mean, that's all you can really do, is just to do it for yourself, and hopefully people will get it.
Yep. Okay. It says, you have anything to say, Roxy? Maybe Roxy's not there anymore. Seems their number is still there. Okay. The Mothers have made 6 albums, and Absolutely Free, We're Only In It for the Money, and Uncle Meat are worthy of anyone's attention. Their first album, Freakout, is interesting, but unformed compared to the others. Mother Mania is an anthology, and Reuben and the Jets an extreme parody of 50s rock and roll. It doesn't mean much to me, since I never got to that music the first time around. So he thinks it's a parody, and not limited to that. Listening to all the albums in one sitting reveals an interesting facet of Zappa's musical procedure. In the pieces with lyrics, the often elaborate rhythmic and melodic patterns are tied directly to the words. One beat and one note to each syllable with few large melodic intervals. Let's read that again. No, I'll finish the paragraph and redo it. This effect carries over into the instrumental pieces, where the tight rhythmic melodic motifs expand and contract as if they had a life of their own. It's an airy, bracing music, and the play of intelligence in it is so prominent that one must respond in kind. I'll read that paragraph again. Listening to all the albums in one sitting reveals an interesting facet of Zappa's musical procedure. In the pieces with lyrics, the often elaborate rhythmic and melodic patterns are tied directly to the words. One beat and one note to each syllable, with few large melodic intervals. This effect carries over into the instrumental pieces, where the tight, rhythmic, melodic motifs expand and contract as if they had a life of their own. It's an airy, bracing music, and the play, I like that, airy, bracing music, and the play of intelligence in it is so prominent that one must respond in kind. Zappa thinks that Uncle Meat is, quote, the best album in terms of overall quality, but his favorite music is on Lumpy Gravy, the album where he directs a large orchestra. It's hard for me to tell why he thinks so, since what comes through is a collage of rock and classical parodies that are disconnected by any standards. What comes through is a collage of rock and classical parodies that are disconnected by any standards. Perhaps he has in mind the album Lumpy Gravy. Perhaps he has in mind the album Lumpy Gravy might have been. Perhaps he has in mind, since he says his favorite music, what it might have been, since both he and Bunk Gardner mentioned that the Los Angeles studio men on the date were unable to cope with some of the music and played without much spirit and what they did manage to record. Then it says, Frank Zappa might be described as a cultural guerrilla. He sees that the popular arts are propagandistic in the broad sense. Even when they masquerade as rebellion, they lull us into fantasy and homogenize our responses. So he infiltrates the machine and attempts to make the popular forms defeat their traditional ends. His music doesn't lull, it tries to make you think. Obviously, he's balanced on a narrow edge. On the one hand, he's faced with an audience whose need for homogeneous response is so great that they can make his creations fit their desires. On the other hand, he must in some way reach a mass audience or his efforts are useless. And of course, there's money too. He's only human. But now listen to this. But whatever the outcome, there is still the music. And if any of us are around in 20 years, I think we'll be listening to it. Well, you got that right. Now, we're going to go over to an article by David Wally. David Wally, he wrote one of the first rock biographies. It was a biography of Zappa, and I knew him at the time. And there's from November 10th, 1969. What's that? Somebody say something? From November 10th, 1969, David Wally writes an article. It says he's a music critic for the East Village Other. That means he worked for Walter Boert and Jazz and Pop magazine. This guy goes on in the 70s to have a semi-career as a Zappa expert. What does he say in 1969? Has he decided to write the book yet? I don't think so. So he's thinking. Now, he's a graduate of Yale University, someplace like that. He's a cultural historian, and he's got the guts of looking at Frank and saying, what are we going to do with this guy? So, and now he's saying this after the breakup. So David Wallace says, the Mothers are dead. At least that was what the press release said a few days ago. The Mothers are dead as a performing unit for a few months. But the way things look at present, they'll not be performing together except on albums. No more performances. No more fiendish Frank's mustache and scowl, quote, laying on you some heavy blues licks, unquote. No more Jimmy Carl Black, the Indian of the group, blowing minds. No more Ian Underwood sax solos. To me, the idea of the Mothers not gigging is an unmitigated disaster, not only for the musicians, but more importantly for the audiences who will be deprived of good music. Frank's music strained one's senses. It was music that made one think beyond British blues, beyond B.B. King guitar riffs, or superstar ego-tripping and publicity-hype games. Music that made one think beyond British blues, B.B. King guitar riffs, or superstar ego-tripping and publicity-hype games. Admittedly, Frank himself had much to do with killing the group. He wanted something his audiences couldn't give him. He wanted understanding. Not that he was a freak, which he wasn't, and needed comprehension. Not that he was a freak, which he wasn't, and needed comprehension. No. Frank wanted something which was impossible to gain from his audience. The composer and a musician, not a pop performer. To be a musician in an age, or indeed a decade, which demands personalities is hard. For a generation which has been raised on hype, it was doubly hard to comprehend when a musician played music without the trimmings and the visuals which normally go with pop music. For a generation which has been raised on hype, it was doubly hard to comprehend when a musician played music without the trimmings and the visuals which normally go with pop music. The Mothers had their own set of crazy visuals, but they were incidental to their music. Frank thought that if enough people saw him because he was strange, because he cursed on stage, or because in his younger days he used to slop coffee all over his instruments, people would listen to his music. Frank thought that if he did that, people would listen to his music. He was right and wrong about this approach. Apparently people came to see the Mothers because of their visuals, not because of their music. People came to see a show, not to be turned on to a form which was far ahead of his time. Frank became the victim of his own outrageous behavior. He became trapped by his own gags. People listened to him for the wrong reasons. It was the hip thing to do, the hip thing to laugh at the Mothers and their music. Oh yeah, Frank's a freak, and the members of his band are out of sight. Yeah, sure. He can really play those old 50s rock numbers, and with such style, too. Oh yeah, Frank Zappa, he's such a funny man. And so on. I've heard it many times. The Mothers passed out of the performing era because that was the only thing that could be done. There was nothing else left. Quote, nothing to be done, unquote, like Beckett said in Waiting for Godot. I suspect that Frank as well was waiting for the mythical Godot. Though unidentified in the play, perhaps Godot represented understanding, the understanding Frank never got from the public. His public, though, expected that Frank act a part of the clown, the iconoclast. But under that facade was, and still is, a serious, dedicated, and angry composer. Zappa's music may have sounded a little cute at times and complex at other times. It was. Frank was committed, as were the Mothers, not to turning people onto drugs, not to blowing people's minds with dynamite fiery blues riffs. His music was dedicated to turning you inward, to make you reflect on your own environment. Then he lists a few song titles. Plastic People, America Drinks and Goes Home, Trouble Coming Every Day, I'm Losing Status at the High School. Those were a few of his more well-known numbers. And then people used to shout out in the middle of his concerts when there was a lull, play Louie Louie. Some joke that was. Frank wanted to do something more than entertain people. He wanted to educate people's ears by not giving them what they wanted. Perhaps Frank wanted too much, by wanting people to listen instead of consuming his music. Perhaps Frank wanted too much, by wanting people to listen instead of consuming his music. People, because they didn't want to be bothered, saw Frank for a freak, and all they expected from him was freakiness. What they didn't get, when they didn't get that, they booed or taunted him. Frank reacted by disdaining his audiences. Continue over here. All right. Frank, where are we at? Frank reacted by disdaining his audience's sensibilities. He realized that those who went to see him weren't interested in anything more than themselves being at a Mother's concert telling their friends how strange Frank was that night, or what he said to hecklers. The show was more important than the music, the medium more important than the message. His albums were bought more for curiosity than for what they said, something to terrorize parents. When Frank did Lumpy Gravy and then Uncle Meat, perhaps people thought he had gone too far. No wisecracks, no catchy lyrics, nothing but pure music. Not electronic wah-wah freak-out electric ladybird music, but music that was better than anything being ground out by the atonal anti-masters who had infested America's music schools. Read that again. But not electronic wah-wah freak-out electric ladybird music, but music that was better than anything being ground out by the atonal anti-masters who had infested America's music schools. It was music that was so much better that it should have been played for those people. It was music that was so much better that it should have been played for those people who tyrannized their atonal knowledge over the younger, more impressionable composers who were still, unfortunately, involved in the university scene. I'll read that again. It was music that was so much better that it should have been played for those people who tyrannized their atonal knowledge over the younger, more impressionable composers who were still, unfortunately, involved in the university scene. Frank was dedicated to his music as the mothers were dedicated to playing it, burps and all. Few understood the import of his music. But perhaps this will now change, since both he and they will not be on the cultural stump anymore. Why did Frank break up the band? He was going into production of other people's records and some films he'd been working on for the past 3 years. Yes, that's the reason, the official reason why he decided to stop beating his brains out for a majority of people who refuse to listen. When will they publicly perform again? The master said, quote, "It is possible that at a later date, when audiences have properly assimilated the recorded work of the group, a reformation might take place," unquote. Maybe Frank is too far ahead of his time. Maybe he should go into retirement. Then again, all great artists are way ahead of the general public. For the sake of the musical form in which Frank was working, it is hoped that he will again meet his public. Maybe then he won't be forced to play Louie Louie for 16 hours at a time to satisfy the popular notion of pop culture or pop entertainment. It is a consummation devotedly to be wished, and time will tell. So that's the author. Oop. Is that you coming back, Roxy? Have you come back to speak? Nope. Bert. No. Bart. Are you yearning to say something?
Thanks for unmuting me.
You're welcome. I don't know if Roxy's gone, but you may be subbing in for Roxy.
Yes, I caught some of that. It's interesting what Roxy's going through on this phone call, what I've heard so far. She's evoked statements from you about getting a position and your arguments with. Right. What's happening? What are you doing? And she's whether she was joking or not, she was running out of steam on things. I couldn't tell if she was picking up your traits.
You mean she
just being phatic? Yep. What were you? Go ahead.
To ask Bart. Or no, Bert. What do you think, Bert?
At first I thought she was being phatic, but I thought she was at first being phatic, but in the end she's very serious because she kept repeating that this is her final payday.
Yeah, I've noted you and you and Roxy Bert have basically kept up with Bob for hours and hours and hours. So many shows. I've just considered these sort of late night hours, the Bert, Roxy, and Bob segment, Zappa or otherwise. But really, Titanic. The length of time you guys have put in, and have kept it going. It's
120 hours. Bert, it's
at least
about 119, 120 hours right now. Not at least. That's what it is. I know precisely what it is.
120 between you, Bert, and Roxy, or on this payday. Well, not on this payday, but I guess it would be between you, Bert, and Roxy.
No. This whole series, we started back in October. It was 113 hours before tonight. We may have done about 7 hours total here on the Zappa part, so that's 120 hours. Add that to 113.
Yeah, and reflecting back, I would say that it was necessary, and it's listening to all of the ionic sort of overtones with Zappa's life and career, and also that he's on your chart. It's necessary to document that, and I think you guys did a very complete job in doing that.
Yes.
You've done hundreds of hours on McLuhan. You've done a lot on probably Croker, but I don't know if you've done archives for them specifically yet, just McLuhan and Zappa. But I can see...
Not Croker.
And you've done Croker.
No, we haven't done much. We haven't done a series. There's nobody who can read Croker that I could do it with.
I got you, okay.
Well, I don't see you reading Croker.
Well, there was a lot
complex, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Complex.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of the...
What did you say, Bert? There's a lot of what?
I said Croker is quite complex. I said Croker is quite complex to read.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also... I'm still getting settled here, and that's why I've kind of been intermittently still on the calls. I'm physically doing work at my home here, but there are things that are on my reading list. Mark Hansen is still one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's I've been surprised that Bert and Roxy have been hanging in as long and as consistently as they have, just because. And maybe it's just the hour, but typically there are a lot of distractions that are pulling people away for whatever reason, jobs and so on. But they've held forth. I'm impressed.
Yeah, they did a good accomplishment.
Just jumping.
And we could do more.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Basically, we've done.
You've done?
We've done early interviews. No, we've just gone up to 1969. I mean, we could go to the end of his career, the interviews he did in the 80s, and see if there's anything to say. But I think basically we've covered his attitude, what he was doing, and he kept that attitude most of the time. He'd do variations of his personality in different contexts through the years, but he was consistent to this stated objective that we read in the late 60s interviews.
Hey, Bob.
Whether he was a Don Quixote or not.
Bob?
I mean, he wanted to... Did somebody say something?
It's Evan. I hear you.
Yeah. It was...
Evan. It's Evan.
Hey, I just want to thank you so much for allowing me to powwow with your Zappa crew. I have to turn out and in, and so thank you so much, and I will see you next Saturday or Tuesday or something.
All right, great. Thanks a lot, Evan.
All right. Bye, Bert. Hi, everybody.
Take care, Evan.
Bye, Evan.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah, the Don Quixote of Frank. He somehow, like he says, I'm not interested in entertainment, I'm into music. Well, he seems to have an expanded idea of what music is. He's into using environments to create altered perspectives. And it was seen as him doing music, but maybe his idea about what he was doing is the deeper part.
Yeah, no,
He would bother people. People wouldn't know what to make of what he's doing. Okay, he's talking about this and that, do that for 18 months, and then suddenly he's doing something completely different.
Right,
and
he's going
maybe
from
contradicting what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, which is a very McLuhan-esque. It's very Dobbsian. It's very ionic.
Yeah, that's right.
And also,
the Black Caucus.
The Black Caucus. Bob is the figurehead. If there are any caucuses here, I guess you're still the figurehead, whatever it is. So if there's the ET caucus, you're going to be the figurehead of that too. So,
yeah.
He's also president of the student council. He's also
that's great.
In the global high school.
What's that?
In the global high school.
In the global high school, yeah. Oh, we've advanced because we were elementary school age before. Well, I always liked Zappa's statement about that he did something serious that he didn't take seriously or something to that effect. Was that his statement?
Right. Yeah, he said people can't understand how you can seriously do something you don't take serious.
Right. which is a great sort of ionic phrase in and of itself.
Yeah.
But you...
I think I have it right in this file folder. Might have the exact statement in this file folder here. Did we finish? So David Wally, he's upset that Zappa has stopped playing, and Wally's going to go on and write a book about Zappa. Wally passed away a few years ago. He had a falling out with Frank, which really upset him. I was in the middle of that. I read the manuscript before it was published in New York. That was at the time 200 Motels came out in November 1971. And I was a confidant to Dave Wally while he commiserated about his falling out with Frank. And then I would talk to Frank about it. So I was go-between. I didn't try to ameliorate it. I just heard their different views. Okay, so I'm looking for the LA Free Press interview so we can read exactly what he said. Just a second.
Around what year?
Oh, this is August 69. I know the exact date of the interview. August 69 in the Los Angeles Free Press, I think it was called. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing it. I've got to July, September. I thought I saw it the other day. There's that.
So you said something that Zappa made a statement. You said it maybe a few minutes ago that he said something about crowds. He didn't like crowds or the masses, something to that effect.
No, the journalist said that, and that's not necessarily true. I mean, Frank enjoyed doing what he was doing. Can't say he didn't like the masses.
Right, he was entertaining them. I'm trying to parse out what he's saying and what. what's being attributed to him.
I'm looking at, I think I'm getting close to the article.
Dave Wally had some interesting observations of Frank in that article you just read.
Yes. He was starting to think it through about what he would say. Look at this. And, Roxy went and saw Pauline Oliveros yesterday. So the Zappa, it's date Los Angeles Free Press. Looking for the date.
Pauline was born in Houston, Texas. Is
that where you are right now?
Yes. Well, I'm in Spring, which is just in a suburb.
Right. I'm looking for the date. Doesn't show the date. What? Well, I have an advertisement from the paper, but I don't know if it's the same day as the interview. The advertisement says June 20th, 69. So here's how the interview starts. Paul Eberle is the journalist. So Zappa goes, "What do you want to talk about?" Paul, "I'd like to confine it strictly to music and just talk about that. I'm not particularly interested in your high school basketball coach and all that crap." Zappa says, "Good." Paul, "I just heard your new album, Uncle Meat, and some of it sounds like some of the new Polish music. And some of it sounds like Zap Comics," that's R. Crumb's Zap Comics, "set to music." Frank says, "I can dig it. I can dig it." Paul says, he says, "And in a lot of it, there's obviously serious intent, despite sounding like Zap Comics or Polish music." And Zappa says, "It's all serious intent. I seriously intended to make that album sound exactly the way it sounds. And some people can't understand that you can seriously want to do something that's not serious." So I always say it's seriously do something. He says that you can seriously want to do something that's not serious. And some people can't understand that you can seriously want to do something that's not serious. So Paul says they think the two have to be done separately, like Spike Jones made some funny records and others that were just chiffon music. Zappa says, "What we do and have from the very beginning is concept art, Like the real artistic merit of what we do does not necessarily exist on the disc itself. It's like different tones. I tried to explain this concept in a lecture I gave to a group of radio broadcasters. Do you know Pauline Oliveira's piece on the Argosy label? She's made a piece of music on which the sounds are generated this way. 2 sounds, one below the audible range of hearing and one above the audible range of hearing. And from them are produced, quote, difference tones." Paul says, "Are they audible?" Zappa says, "Yeah, they're quite audible, but they happen in between the two real things. So if you vary those 2 tones slightly, all this mass in between shifts. And so she created a piece where the tones are very slightly." What?
I'm just laughing at that. I like that statement. I like that statement.
So if
it's
you
above
vary
and
those
below.
This one?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So if you vary those two tones slightly, all this mass in between shifts. Is that the sentence?
Yeah, it's you're playing outside of the range of human hearing, but if you distort those tones, then it becomes what was the last sentence? The last.
2 sounds, one below the audible range of hearing and one above. Oh, here's Roxy. How you doing, Roxy?
Hey.
Go ahead.
Yes, Pauline Oliveros was interested in how technology has expanded our perception to hear with or be aware of much more frequencies that we will be able to hear without these aids. So that's one of the things she was always interested in, experimenting with how to expand our hearing capabilities, and that's how she developed this idea of quantum hearing.
Oh.
Because with technology we can be aware of many aspects of sound that maybe without the visualization, for example, of waveforms and other sound parameters, we will not be able to distinguish or to somehow modify them.
So what Zappa's saying here in 1969, 46 years later, 47 years later, she's still working on this idea.
Yes,
right?
How the human perception and cognitive abilities have been expanded by technology. And
well, that's ionic, and that's what McLuhan says. So she's not against technology.
Oh. No, I think she explores all types of sound, acoustic and synthetic.
Now, did she say any of this when you saw her yesterday, or she just got you into the meditation and talked about how to do that?
No. No, I read before of this. She had quantum hearing. But through music, one of her interests is how somehow sound connects you to what she thinks is spiritual.
Yeah, she's reaching for, but that's not
fossil.
Yes, because she thinks creation and music making is a way to connect with this thing people outside the ionic ideas called spirit. Like some type of connection with the thingness. And she has been interested in many aspects of sound, how sound creates community, how sound heals, and how we perceive, for example, a space with sound, for example, the Doppler effect or stereo, or how we locate sounds. Help us understand our environment. It's part of not only the acoustic space, but also the visual space in her view.
So that statement about her taking sounds above and below the human range of hearing and then distorting them and the effects that are created by that, there's something like there's something in the, like a pattern that could be there, like something in the gap, or there's something interesting. There's something interesting about that notion, but it seems like it could be a pattern that's applied to something here.
Yes, because another thing is how, for example, whales or communicate in big distances, and for example, whale or this galaxy of water through sounds. Like the bats, they emit this wonderful sound thing, and they feel reflections of food, some types of fishes or things that are in the water. That, I mean, this singing is not only aesthetic, but has other functions in how they interact with the environment. She somehow about
Roxy, your phone's sort of breaking up there.
you know,
Hey, Roxy, let me call you. I'll bring you on the line so it'll be clearer. Okay? So you can get off the computer or whatever you're on, and I'll just flash you in, okay? Okay? Oh, yes, she went off. Okay. I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Okay.
All right. Hey,
Entertain them, Bart
Yes.
or Bert.
We'll entertain each other.
Bart, did you get to hear? Did you get to hear it? Yeah. Did you hear Brian's engagement Ion last week with the planet and the sun?
Oh yeah, I heard all of it. Yeah. Yeah. So Brian went through that whole struggle.
It's quite interesting.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, it's just interesting what Ion told him about, because he admitted that we can look at it, our existence as it's a flat plane with a sphere over us like a dome, but then the sun is not within or without. And that made me think that all the space pictures you ever see, it's always dark. You never see the sun when they have pictures from outer space. Have you ever noticed that? Or have you ever seen the sun, like from the space station or any type of... They never show the sun when they're in outer space. And when Ion said that, that made me think of that last week when he was speaking with Brian.
They've got the NASA telescopes pointed at it, but I guess maybe if you're outside of the atmosphere that you might be in danger of wrecking your equipment if you're shooting it straight at the sun. Who knows? Because they've got I'm sure they have.
Well, but you don't see the light. You don't really see the light. I mean, if you look at how the sun illuminates our planet, when they have outer space, I mean, flying by, you don't really see the beam of light like what we see. And that just made me think of what Ion told Brian. But it also made me think that Ion told me there were 8 suns.
Yes, but, good luck finding those. But I like it. Ion did say that once...
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. They're back.
Yeah, Roxy's back, and she was saying, she thought we were on the air, she was saying something about singing. Roxy, knowing what you are going to say.
The singing of the whales, that they just don't sing like us for fun or for aesthetic reasons, but to relate to their environment. And they communicate not only between them, but with the waves and the vibration with other things through the water. So I like that idea. And Pauline Oliveros has also studied the brain and hearing. And we know that we use only a part of our brain, very small part of our brain, and she wonders how technology is going to help us expand, evolve in a way that we could use all our cognitive and perceptual capabilities, all of our brain.
Yeah.
Because there are many techniques, like the overtone technique, that are used by the Siberian and other types of techniques of the use of voice or singing, or this thing they do in the mountains.
Like the Tibetans,
It's like la 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 la. No.
Oh, yodeling.
Oh, like in the Tyrol. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, if we all could sing, there is a lot of things we can do with our body as an instrument. And she thinks it's something we have to develop to be somehow fully evolved. And I think that has to do with what Ian is saying.
Did you say to be free of love or full of love? Did I misheard that?
Fully evolved.
Fully evolved. Okay. Actually, Bob made a good point. It is, the response to her query is really fa sol la, because that's working on the ascended level. Whatever.
Yes, and she has also looked into cymatics and how sound, for example, can interact with particles such as electrons, and of course there is a quantum hearing. There are vibration and frequencies affecting the molecules, the particles, the cells, and we're becoming more aware of those things also with the help of technology.
But I wonder, I think Ion is
see those things or measure.
Has addressed like the solfeggio frequencies. Am I saying that right?
I didn't hear.
You are.
Okay, solfeggio frequencies are
frequencies. Sorry.
It's solfeggio, SOLFEGGIO. And it says the description here is the solfeggio frequencies make up the ancient six-tone scale thought to have been used in sacred music, including the beautiful and well-known Gregorian chants. The chants and their special tones were believed to impart spiritual blessings when sung in harmony. Each solfeggio tone is comprised of a frequency required to balance your energy and keep your body, mind, and spirit in perfect harmony. But I think that Ion's sort of discounted these binaural beats, or sort of using, at least up to this point, technology in that way to alter maybe your physiology, or you can help me, Bob or Bert, if you recall that.
Talk about chips or like implants that will make you, for example, have perfect pitch or play an instrument or something like that. They think someday we will be able to download this type of things, and like a program information.
Well,
and then like an app.
I don't. That's a good question. I would say anything that's possible in.
Isn't that what the drops do? Didn't Ion say that fossil law was in the RNA drops?
Well, I think.
I thought I heard that.
I think there are going to be these both things being developed, both the cyborgs and the ionic technologies perfecting. I mean, if we can use our brain as it is supposed to be fully on with the hypothalamus on, that there is a lot of art which has the form of a brain, and the part of the hypothalamus is light, or is the eye of the providence, and it's really showing that there is this awareness about the brain and this turning the hypothalamus on that is going to change our perception. It's going to enhance, like, I think we're going to be able to hear with the whole skin, for example.
Is that something you heard Ion say?
Like,
because it sounds like you mean the cells are picking up frequencies or tones, and
yes,
but you're saying
he's saying a lot about the magnetism and the frequencies, and that's how cells communicate with electric impulses, magnetism, and chemistry. And this, I suppose there have been some frequencies that are going to be somehow amplified so that we can really tune into them, and this is going to morph the perfect cells. I think that's one of the things that is happening besides the chemistry, because Ion is talking so much about the frequency that maybe I should ask him.
Yeah, they.
Yes, I really like the concept of Pauline Oliveira about this quantum hearing at the cellular level, because for me it sounds very ionic.
Yeah, and I was trying to get a pattern from her pulling from above and below the human range of hearing, and then like rubbing those things together and having effects come from that. It's almost like the non-physical of Ion rubbing with our own non-physical and creating overtones or tones from that.
It's a good pattern.
But on one level...
Because it's amazing. We don't even really know what the energy is, what matter is, really. There are no real definitions of many things. It's all very blurry.
Well,
Ion says we don't even know how these things work, but
they work.
It's a fact that we have the impression things are solid, but all is fata morgana, all is illusion.
Yeah, Bert had just mentioned the whole struggle that Brian went through I think it was the last call with Ion about the Earth being flat, and he was getting fired up about the Earth being flat and asking if there was even a ball at all or what it was we were on, and I think after several minutes of him going back and forth with Ion in this sort of struggle, he sort of loses it. Says, "Well, now I don't know where the hell I am." He's even more lost than he started. And then Bob sort of interjected that you have to let go of your visual bias. You have to stop worried about the visual, and move into your tactile, into the interval. So it's basically it all falls back. It all falls back to what you see is not real and what you can't see is real.
Yes, but Ian was saying that too.
Yeah.
I think last Tuesday when he was saying we have telescopes, and all of a sudden there is no Pluto and there is a new planet. Explain me that. So this is the type of things that he says shouldn't be but are. And
right, the ninth planet.
I suppose all these things maybe were or are like the Earth is flat, and all these models have been somehow created, and
now the veil is
and maybe, like Ian said, as we read the story, we are changing the vanishing point, but maybe things were really different before. Like when he says there was no America came out from something, appeared, a new world. That's the type of thing that might seem illogical, but that's the way I suppose it really is.
Ion defined a planet is a celestial body held to influence the fate of human beings, and then says you can loop into or without of it, meaning a planet, but without gravity, which is fixing to change, you're not going to recognize the planets anyway. So that's when they said that Brian was very apropos to question the validity of all these things, the time-space fields and so on. So our perceptions are going to change.
Yeah.
Well, obviously.
Yes, and
that's
today
tied in. I saw that's
that it's about connecting frequencies. So the connecting of the worlds of the different. It has to do with this connection of frequencies.
I think there was, there's also, is it a connection or is it like an acclamation? Because Ions made statements to the effect that there are new frequencies coming into the planet or over the planet or however you want to say that, and that we're taking the completement formulas and sort of and engaging iondom as a way to become acclimated to those frequencies that are sort of flooding, or like the two universes smashing together.
Yes, because it's the thing with the castles and many constructions and streets.
Right,
and
that's what I was going to say.
It's all interconnected. And with Google, you can connect like Chambord with Egypt and with this and that and that. And so it's this weird net of things that are connected. And for example, the cathedrals were really made to amplify, to resonate. And I suppose all these ascended people were trying to reconnect with the non-physical through these constructions, with these frequencies, and maybe they thought the wine was what the RNA drops are, because they are all into wine, and because of the Bible. That's the blood.
Yeah, that's trying to connect. It's just going through the it's remembrance. It's remembering, but it's you're not able to really connect until you get here.
That was the porn.
It was the porn, yeah.
That was the
You'll be drunk on it.
Of all the mass and the transmutation and all this is the form of the RNA drops of the completion.
It's the ascension, the connection,
the real transmutation of the blood. Yes, and for example, for me it was a big epiphany to see that if you see the Nile Delta, it's like a brain, and the Nile is like the spine.
What was the first? What was the first?
I was saying about the fractals.
Nile Delta.
Yeah, the Nile.
The Nile Delta, Bart.
Yeah.
The Nile Delta.
The Nile. Egypt. The river.
It also looks like a open lotus, and that has been incepted in many works of art. So it's like really amazing, and many people that have seen this pattern say, well, it must be aliens coming and telling this artist, or because they don't have telescope, how could they know this? And I suppose it's just that there is no time, and there is all this interaction going on, and that will explain all these weird anomalies and all these inceptions of things being in the cosmos, like This same pattern of the Nile is in the Orion constellation.
Oh, that's what they said?
So it's like...
That's what Ion said, or that's what someone else said?
Yes. No,
Ion
many people have seen this pattern.
Okay. Yeah, and Ion made a statement, too, about...
Did Ion also say that... Did Ion also say that the Nile would reverse just like the Mississippi? That I've always heard him say that the Mississippi would reverse its course and flow, but didn't they earlier say that the Nile would also reverse its flow?
I don't remember hearing that.
I'm not sure, but...
Oh, okay.
It's very interesting, too, that there are many cities in America that sort of reflect Egypt, the names and
Memphis.
all these areas. And also the Mount Sinai is like what Ion logo is. This is like a pyramid, and then the fire on top that was talking to Moses. And I think...
Oh, yeah, there's definitely that going on. The Moses scenario, the Moses pattern. And the Sherman on the Mount.
Yeah, there is a German mathematician and chemist, Schroeder de Lubix. He studied the Temple of Man like for 15 years as a scientist, and he discovered that all the proportions of the temple are the proportions of the human body, and how the different types of stylization of the figures correspond to specific mathematical measurements, like the golden mean and the pi. And this pattern is repeated in all major buildings, all major cathedrals, and also in the Capitol in Washington.
The pattern relating
is that the Temple of Luxor?
So
is that Luxor?
Yeah.
Temple of Luxor?
Yeah,
what is the temple?
Schroeder de Lubix was not like a New Age or anything. He was a scientist, a real scientist, and he was studying that for 15 years, and he has done very interesting studies on that. And then from that, many people have seen this pattern, for example, repeating also in Paris, in Versailles, and in the Piazza de San Pietro in Rome.
Relating these structures to the human body.
The human body, which is the golden mean. Yeah. And also the golden mean has to do with the scales and the frequencies. So there is a correspondence of these proportions and these frequencies in the visual and in the acoustic. And for example, the Vedas had also this representation of the Om, which is the yantra. Mantra was the sound, and yantra is like the visual representation of that sound. And with the new things we have to visualize frequencies and sound, like cymatics, they found out that when they sing the Om, this figure appears. And they go like, how did they knew that? How could they create that without the technology? But yeah, that's the thing. There is no time, and might come from the now or from who knows. I don't even know anymore how to say
Stop there. Just stop there. That's all you got to say.
Because there is not the future or the past that
I don't even know. Well, with what we realize,
that's where we take Bob's position. We know we don't know.
Yeah. It's what we're realizing. It's the sounds that we don't hear that are affecting us. The tones that we don't hear.
Yes, and for example, when Zappa talks about Pauline Oliveros saying these things about the frequencies and how this interaction between what we don't hear and what we hear creates some type of anomaly that we would usually not see. I mean, he shows he has an awareness of all these things. And, for example, in Mexico, there are many acoustic phenomena in the old ruins and all the Maya ruins. But this hasn't been really researched, but it's amazing. For example, in Chichen Itza, the courtyard where they will play ball, it was not football, but something else. Like, you can stand on one side and hear to the people talking, like, even if they speak like very quietly, you hear everything on the other side, and it's in the open. And there are also many things. For example, in Uxmal, there is a courtyard. If people applaud, it sounds like rain, and it has 9 echoes. And like this, there are many types of acoustic effects in not only in Mexico but in many ancient constructions. And I mean, to do this type of acoustic spaces, I mean, it's like amazing. How did they do it? How did they know?
They have a courtyard in Machu Picchu where there's a block of rocks where you can whisper, and the people on the other side of the wall could hear you if you whisper into the wall of this rock in Machu Picchu. So it's like what you were saying, Roxanne, about the acoustic aspect.
Everywhere, and
yeah.
My explanation is that somehow the people that did that connected to the non-physical, or there is this interaction with people from all times. That is not time, but.
Well, and you have to consider because there is no time. Those structures. Say that again? The aliens are coming?
Yeah, because many end up saying the aliens did that, but it was.
If you take time out, then the structures that they're discovering have been placed there, and they might not have been. They don't know how they're supposed to be utilized. Like, it's almost like we'll realize how they come into utilization. Our realization of how to utilize them is coming. It's not, where we are now. We probably are misinterpreting what those structures are for. Just like the pyramids, Ian said about the pyramids and structures that keep appearing that, it's almost impossible for scientists or archaeologists rather to have overlooked these structures. They just seem to find them, and it's like they won't come into. I'm trying to phrase this right. It's like we won't know how to use them until we come to some certain experience of them. Like the pyramids have yet to be. They are, but they're serving a purpose that is yet to be, basically. So it's just another way to think of them. If you just picture them as deposited there from our future into our past, and they have yet to become, it gives you a different perspective on the structures.
Why can't we say there is no space?
Oh, sure. There's no gravity. There's no space.
Spaced.
What was your statement?
Yeah. When we say there is no time, are we including space?
Ian did say that a while ago, early on. There's no distance. There's no
yeah, right.
separation.
Yeah.
Because if you thought of a distance between here and some other distant galaxy, you've created a separation or an impediment or a limitation.
Yeah.
So all that stuff, well, obviously all that stuff would go out the window. It constantly gets reset or washed away. That's sort of the fun part of interacting here is that.
Another aspect of sorry, and I was thinking another aspect of listening is that we can have the possibility of like focusing in something, like somebody's speaking and there is the environment noise, but we are hearing the person, and we somehow don't pay attention what's going on behind. But we can also develop this type of listening in which we can hear to more than one discourse. It can be speech, it can be music, it can be noises in the environment. And maybe that links in how we can be in two different places or in two different worlds. But I don't know. I just...
Well, you mean that we're engaged in all sorts of realities, but we're only sort of picking up this one? Like
yes,
we're focusing
I'm just comparing it to listening.
Yeah.
You can focus in only one thing, but there are many things going on at the same time. So all these frequencies, maybe when we are able to connect to that frequency, then you just teletransport somewhere else, or even if you are in the same place, you sort of are in another world.
Ian did say that about
Hey, guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ian did say what?
Oh, I was going to say Ian did use a sort of a radio tuning analogy with ESP or with picking up thoughts. Communicating that way.
I found another article by. Right. I found another article by Miles, and look at the title. You guys anticipated this. It says Alchemy, Hagiography. That's sort of like worship of saints, right? Alchemy, Hagiography, and Hieroglyphics versus the teenage American archetypal theme. How's that for a bunch of words we've been talking around?
Yeah, it sounds like us.
Yeah. Alchemy, Hagiography, and Hieroglyphics versus the teenage American archetypal theme. And this is an article by Miles. So he wrote this 1970, 40 years before he got mad at Frank, or 35 years. So I'd like to read this. You guys can keep talking until you exhaust your ideas. But I'm waiting at the end of the discussion to read this.
Well, I wanted to say this. Ion said that it wasn't turning up the volume to be able to hear these other, to be able to engage people with ESP or pick up thoughts, or in that instance, it was a matter of, because if you don't have a station, you can turn the volume up and you're just going to hear static. So it was a matter of just tuning it to pick up the frequency or whatever word you want to use. And then once you've done that, then you can play with the volume. But it was a matter of tuning and not volume. So it's a matter of, it's probably just...
for example, Paulina Oliveras developed this quantum listening because she was into meditation. She's super groovy, super cool. But she said she noticed when she taped the environment, when she released into the tape, she will hear much more sounds. The microphone was picking much more sounds that she heard when she was live recording. And she's sort of aware as a musician what's going on, but she was always surprised that there was so much more. So she started to develop this type of awareness of listening to everything in the environment. Because
that's
we somehow see but not see and hear but not hear. And that's what she means with the quantum listening, that we can like sort of expand our experience in listening.
That's kind of like the chip body picks up, or the digital body picks up more than we perceive. And like a visual example would be being able to see orbs. You snap orbs with your digital camera that you didn't see with your naked eye, but that's a perception that Ion says. I think that they said something like there's something that's already there before you see the orbs on the camera. There's something in your being that has allowed for that. So it's an easy logical progression to then go from being in that space and realizing that to being able to see them with your naked eyes. So there's something analogous there. Or there may be.
For example, another very interesting idea, I think, is her girlfriend. She is called Ione, the girlfriend from Paulina Oliveras.
Okay, Paulina Oliveras.
They start doing poetry and music and meditations and some type of other type of, we could say, concerts, workshops, that in which you were supposed to develop the ability to hear in your dreams and like to listen to your environment 24 hours non-stop. And I found that somehow very interesting.
It sounds...
You don't turn off.
it sounds fun, but I'm thinking that the no action and no attention required. It's almost like if you're trying to put effort towards something, you're actually pushing that thing away. So it's like a catch-22. You're aware of something, and then you're trying to move toward it, but as you move toward it, you end up sort of pushing the experience away.
Yes, but I think it's interesting that with the electronic environment, she was turned on to try to expand these boundaries of hearing, of perception.
Yeah.
And I think that was what Zappa will find also interesting in Pauline Oliver.
Right, not to limit your notion of what you hear. She's encouraging just more awareness. Sonic awareness, I'm seeing here she called it.
Yes, but I suppose that it's also important to develop this type of new song, which is speech. We also need to learn to listen. And to explore speech as music and to speak as a composer or a musician will be expressing with his instrument.
I wonder what Pauline would say if she ever stood in a fa sol la circle.
With words. I suppose she should know, because she has really studied many things.
I guess, but she has to hear. It'd be good for her to hear Ion's take on the fa sol la. What it actually does. It's interesting that you have this vocal music that becomes this. I don't know where fa sol la originated back in the 18th century or 19th century. Is that accurate? But it's interesting how you have these centuries of sound, and then what ends up being ionic is and actually works is, aside from Vestal Goodman, is this music, this vocal music that was made by people in these small sort of communities in the 17th or 18th century, and that becomes something that's very affecting, like an ascended sort of experience, sound. That before and
it's like a surround experience. Sound is coming from all directions, and the one conducting, and everybody has to conduct and be there, very democratic, also children or whatever. Everybody has to conduct. And the person in the middle conducting can say the speed of maybe faster or lower or whatever, but you get to be massaged by everybody around you.
Right. But it's that particular kind of music. It's not.
That would be very nice.
It's not the Gregorian chants. It's not solfeggio frequencies. It's not binaural beats. It ends up being what ends up being the most affecting is the fa sol la, which is just people who are not usually. I guess you could call them sort of untrained, musicians who don't have a technical or scientific background, who are just getting together to sing these hymns, and they're actually producing what it is that all these people with these technologies have been trying to achieve some way, one way or another,
Yes, but that's the connecting with the non-physical, that they somehow still
just make happen. But they're not trying to do that per se. They're doing something else, but it happens. It's interesting. There's
maybe it's their joy, their love, their force field. Like they're really into creating a force field.
Right? Because you don't usually have...
That should make Ion react.
You don't have angry, pissed off people in a circle singing to each other. There's something that...
Only force field.
Yeah, there's something that's very peculiar about that that singing, because it must be the involvement there. It's almost like they're there in the moment singing these verses, and it's like kind of like angel talk in the sense that they're not. One would think that they're not thinking about their grocery lists or what chores they have to do. They're just really intoning there, and they don't even have to be good singers. It's just something special happens.
There must be some of chemistry also being produced, like with coitus. There must be some type of chemistry going on in the brain, like when everybody's happy and loving and singing.
Euphoria, maybe. Or maybe they're not experiencing anything at all.
The chemistry and the frequency. That's the thing.
It could be they're not doing anything at all.
I
It could
like
be
about this fasola.
It could just be they're just making the tones, and they're not thinking or trying to do anything except for just. It's almost like a Zen, letting everything go and just making the sounds.
So what benefit do these people get from the fossil law?
Because, for example, also Paulina Oliveros talks about the quantum field among particles, because she says the particles have like a force field, like an aura, like like the all-seeing eye that has this glory around it. This force field that somehow interacts with the other particles, and it's somehow transmitted from one particle to the other. So she gets into this type of explanation of how she thinks sound affects you at this quantum level, and how you actually hear at the quantum level too. Your particles.
Your cells pick up the quantum level. Oh yeah, the tachyonic. Your cells are already
force field.
your cells tachyonically. You're already you're already in a place of all sounds and all music and all tones and these can be considered maybe just degradations.
Ion has said that fossil law.
What's that, Bert?
Oh, I could not hear.
I asked Ion about fossil law and the ethers, and Ion told me that fossil law is a way to unlock the ethers. The airs.
Yes, and Brian, Ion has said that the person who stands in the middle of that fossil law circle, they end up having their body benefits from that. Their physiology benefits from it. It makes their cells respond in a way that almost like RNA drops do.
So in other words, if you don't have the RNA drops, just engage in fossil law?
You can. That's what it kind of sounded like. Or just get a lot of Vestal and just down, mainline Vestal or.
Yeah, I think I'll just take the drops myself. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely if you hear the fossil law, you definitely feel something in those songs. Like they're very raw and very powerful.
Yeah.
So I think that's the non-physical part of me that's picking up on what's being laid down there.
Have you ever tried it, Bart? Have you ever tried to sing it?
No.
Try that.
Just being there has got to, if it's that powerful, just listening to audio, just being there has got to be completely, sort of, I don't know, ethereal experience or physical experience or visceral, maybe visceral.
Let's bring it back to Zappa. It's pretty interesting that Pauline was an influence, Pauline Oliveros, on Zappa, 50 years ago. And then Roxy went and experienced Pauline yesterday, 50 years later.
Yes.
Yes, I wanted actually to make an interview with her, but she didn't answer, and I didn't want to bother her because she's like an older lady. But she's quite cool. But
how does she express her coolness, Roxy? You say she's cool. How does she do that?
Well, she's like relaxed and smiling.
Oh, she's like me.
Really,
she's like me.
Force field of a matrix of pure love.
Well, she's 83. She's 10 years younger than me. All right.
You look younger.
Yes, I do look younger. And because I wanted to make this interview, what I might do is just send her the questions and maybe she'll answer. Right.
But I was reading about her ideas of quantum hearing and how she studied the particles and the force fields to understand the different levels in which sound is affecting your environment, matter. And she saw how cymatics is like there is a chaos of particles, and with the frequencies, order comes like a form, a composition of in the matter is morphed into a pattern. And so she can imagine that in particles in the environment, in you, particles have this charge of this force field, and this interaction that can be affected by frequencies, by the music, by the fasola, by the ion, the non-physical, who knows? These particles can be transformed, changed, moved. They can change their charge. They can bond. And, technology helps to see these things and to prove that sound is morphing matter and affecting the force fields and how these things bond together and all these things. So,
Roxy, did you notice me talking about eye and ear? That's eye and ear with Ian last week. I played last week where the senses come in. And there's more than senses, but the eye, arguing over the tonality or the matter is arguing over the eye versus the ear.
Yes, because in science and technology we still have these words and these visuals to explain this, but Zion has to come and really explain it with more detail, what's really going on between the particles and the force fields and the
Right.
bondings and the
no
morphing,
time.
the cymatics.
It says here in the Wikipedia, Pauline Oliveros is a member of Avatar Orchestra Metaverse, a global collaboration of composers, artists, and musicians that approaches the virtual reality platform called Second Life as an instrument itself. So she's playing, an aspect of the android meme. It shows her being not cut off from the present. She's engaging Second Life. We all know what Second Life is, right? Right?
We know?
Yeah. Do you know?
Yes.
Do you know what Second Life is?
No.
Second Life is a virtual. It's a computerized village, and anything else there that people live on. They do business on there. They make a lot of money, or they lose money. It's an environment of people acting out their human behaviors by clicking. Clicking, and engaging. It's called Second Life, and she's participating with musicians. That was partly what your friends in Mexico, your musician friends, suggested we do something like that with them. Remember? Get into some space and do it?
Yes, like be virtual and interact.
Right. Now we're doing it, but I don't know if I'd do much if it was instruments and they wanted a voice. I don't like saying ideas, just throwing them out like that. So I don't know if I have a role in there, but you never got back to them, and they never pursued it.
No.
Maybe you could go and join maybe you could join Pauline Oliveros' place.
Universe of virtual force fields.
But it would be very interesting to have her talk to Ion about Fa Sol La, to see what Pauline would make of that. Because it sounds like she's describing what the Fa Sol La experience is, reputed to be. But don't let me bother you. Carry on, folks.
No, but she has very interesting ideas because she says, like the space created by people making music or interacting, talking, or is not only affected by the people making the music or talking, but also by the people listening. And it's similar to what you say, that the people that are in the cult somehow affect also the responses of Ion.
Ion.
Yeah, that thing.
That thing. Countdown. It'll be here in 4.5 hours. 3.5 hours. We will have a return engagement with the Hulk known as Ion. Ion.
Yeah, so somehow the idea that or perception affects the environment is something I find interesting. Just by seeing something or listening to something, you're affecting also the force field, the charges,
well, apparently a
the
baby,
bondings.
right? Apparently a baby sees a blur, and then something starts to bring the objects out of the blur, so they get to what people see. That's a strange process, but I shouldn't engage the idea it's strange. Quite normal. So we just say there are no anomalies.
Well, you mean
there are no
taking
anomalies?
sound and turning,
right?
taking sound and turning it into light?
Brian.
Yeah, Bob.
Listen, and I think what are really particles? Is particle a type of light?
I was watching a video where a guy was shooting sound waves into glass and water, and it produces a little tiny ball of light, which is exactly how the stars are created in the firmament, in the dome.
Are you professing scientific knowledge, Brian?
I'm just stating what I see. What I see and what I heard. I don't know nothing, Bart. I know nothing.
That's right. That's the smartest thing I ever heard Brian say. Here on my birthday.
But what I would say is that this fucking thing, that this thing they call NASA is nothing but a propaganda.
There are no birthdays. What are you talking about?
And there are no fucking things. And there are no fucking things. Brian, there's fucking no things.
Time. There's
no fucking things.
There's only fucking.
Go ahead, Brian, with your Kmart Woolworth version of coitus. Let's hear it.
Kmart Woolworth version of coitus, huh?
Carry on. You were saying something.
No, I was just I just made a comment about NASA. Yeah. Everybody's bringing up NASA stuff. I said NASA. All NASA does is lie. They lie all the time. They lie about everything. Even when the truth would serve them well, they lie. They're nothing but a propaganda machine to keep everybody dumbed down and away from God. They want to keep you from your ascension that is supposed to be this paramount thing that we're getting to.
We've got to
that's right. Let's get it stirred up.
We don't want no Ezekiel propagandists here, okay?
Oh,
but hey, Brian, how do we know, Brian? How do we know that
what?
fucking NASA doesn't have a bunch of fucking aliens with machine guns on the executive? And it's like being hijacked by terrorists, and they have to How do you know that? They have a little sympathy for the boys. They probably have aliens.
No, I have no.
With, knives in their back.
Oh, do they? And for what? Well, it'd be for the same. Wouldn't it be for the same purpose? Wouldn't it be for the same purpose if you look what NASA, the fucking filth and the lies and deceptions that they put out? Isn't there a purpose to it? And the purpose is to keep all the little men from Ascension.
You have to get in one of their rockets. You have to get in one of their rockets to see God.
Oh, that's a good point. Have you ever watched? Google all the rocket launches, like the shuttle launches and all of them. And I always had this question as why they did it. And now I know why they do it is because there's a fucking dome over the Earth. But you look at the rocket launches, right? They launch, right? They take off, and they're going straight up. And then it ain't very long, and all of a sudden they start arcing to the right or left. And then the next thing you know, you're watching it, and next thing you know, the rocket is literally flying parallel to the ground. I'm like, well, what the fuck is that all about? Why don't they just go fucking straight up? Isn't that the shortest distance to space is straight up? So you watch every rocket launch, every one, and you'll see that they go up and then they start arcing. And then the next thing you know, they're jetting out there, but the fucking rocket is parallel with the fucking ground. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
They're trying to get around American Airlines flights.
Oh, so, yeah.
They've been redirected.
Okay, I muted Brian. We're discussing Zappa. We're not going to get discussed by Brian's finger up the asshole issues that he creates for himself, and then fucking we have to listen to his vomit. Now, I have nothing against Brian, but we're not getting off topic. Is the core staff with me on this point?
Oh, I'm with you. We can continue on Zappa. I just enjoy the digression.
I want to read this article.
Yeah.
We were doing Miles earlier. Yeah, and let's see what he does with alchemy, hagiography, and hieroglyphics. I mean, you can't get better than that. It's related to Egypt and everything. Versus archetypal theme would be the TV landscape. So alchemy, hagiography, and hieroglyphics would be maybe the astral body versus the TV body here. So I don't think it's that long, but I remember reading this, back in the early 70s. And this is by Brian, Barry Miles, and he totally into Frank at this point. And he's going to get a bit disillusioned. So Miles says, Frank Zappa is chief mother on the Hollywood hagiography. So he's saying he's a big deal in Hollywood industry. Frank Zappa is chief mother on the Hollywood hagiography, the conscience of the university. The conscience of the industry, the essence of West Coast pop, a rare fusion of the energies, creativity, and ideas that make up the big beat which lives on. The fusion of the energies, creativity, and ideas. the conscience of the industry, the essence of West Coast pop. Plotting in his cell, a crazed Artephius, Artephius. Anybody want to care to look that up as we go along here? A crazed Artephius. Zappa preserves this vital energy. Well, we're going to have to look up Artephius, right?
I'm looking it up.
Must be a particular. Okay, you look it up faster than me. Yeah, go ahead. Artephius.
Yeah, it's 1150. I'm assuming AD is a writer to whom a number of alchemical texts are ascribed.
Oh, he's not way back there. All right. Plotting in his cell, a crazed Artephius. Zappa preserves this vital energy, tends the nerve plants, stores the beauty in canopic urns, defuses the explosives for later use, and watches with mild dismay as fads and bubblegum music crash past his garden gate. He rarely goes out, preferring to stay in and grow the tapes, all at 15 inches per second. Frank Zappa lives in Laurel Canyon, or near it. He has a kitchen filled with blenders, mixers, pulverizers, liquidators, twin garbage disposal. A typical Hollywood home set in the side of the mountain. Though not the last Manchu, Zappa's house functions like a court, 24 hours a day. It has a built-in order centering around Frank and his endless work, and is maintained by Gail, Frank's wife, who smiles her liquid smile and never seems to sleep, and also Janet, whose quizzical air maintains the late-night energy levels. Moon Unit Zappa, Frank's young daughter, hangs out by the pool with Georgie the Alsatian, and Dweedle, he's got the name wrong, Dweedle, it's Dweezil, newborn son, sits in a plastic bucket on the kitchen table watching a miniature TV. The house is filled with people. Herbie Cohen, I guess his manager, Herbie, attempting to demystify a sheet of hieroglyphic figures. Don Vliet, Captain Beefheart, stocking the garden. GTOs arranging songs. So this is in the glorious summer of '69. Roadies receiving mysterious messages from young girls in Montana. Carl, Frank's brother, who does all the things Frank sings about, like work at the car wash. So he's younger than Bobby. Is Frank, and then Bobby, and then Carl. And Carl, I understand, was living with his mother for a long time, or his parents. He didn't get out and get anything going for himself. Don't know where he is today. Some mother maniacs stay around for days. So this would be me. Some mother maniacs stay around for days listening to tapes, and journalists who get caught up in the Zappa time zone, there it is, Zappa time zone, find that a week has gone by and they still haven't interviewed anyone or haven't even seen Frank yet. Look at that. Parallel world right there. That's pretty good. Yeah, right. Some mother maniacs stay around for days listening to tapes, and journalists who get caught up in the Zappa time zone find that a week has gone by and they still haven't interviewed anyone and haven't even seen Frank yet. At 5 a.m. in the morning, Gail looks at the dinner in the oven, and Janet is listening to her FM radio in her little house in the garden, the walls covered with photographs. And beneath it all, crouched over his tape machines in the basement like a Ronald Searle English vicar, a black rook peering with sparkling eyes as if the notes would emerge as actual marks on the tape, sits Frank. This is it. This is what I always quote. On the door to the basement is a small black card on which is written in neat white letters, Dr. Zircon's secret lab in Happy Valley. Zircon. Can we hear about Zircon from Ion? Dr. Zircon's secret lab. Now he's saying it's a lab in Happy Valley. The basement is huge, has baby blue carpet and shuttered windows covered by soundproof patterned screens. 2 huge speakers stand 5 feet tall, and between them an assemblage of plastic, wood, and an auto hood covers a hatch through which movies are projected from an antechamber. The carpet is littered with instruments and their cases, and the carpet is littered with instruments and their cases, an antique wheelchair. Now that's before he got injured. An antique wheelchair, life-size dummies, an organ, and further assemblage material. concert posters, and a plaque proclaiming, quote, Zappa's grubby chamber cover the walls. The shutters lock out time as well as sunlight, so the room is still until someone moves or music is played, and time is measured by that. Frank works through the night till about 9 a.m. He has a Scully 280 2-track and a Teak A1 2000U or 200U connected by a wall-mounted patch board. He also has thousands of tapes, mostly on NAB spools and labeled Merely Entertaining, Soup and Old Clothes No. 1, Rustic Protrusion No. 2, The Mad Gummer No. 2, Cucamonga Era No. 2, Criteria, Right There Bunk, Finale, and so forth. Each one has a carefully indexed content sheet with such entries as, quote, Relax Raga Snork Collage with Moody Piano, Very Boss Stereo, slightly deficient in highs. At approximately 135 goes into up-tempo section to 241. How's that for experiencing the opening of, what's the name of the show? Payday. Okay. It's hard.
Where are we?
The tapes are the Zappa Scribble de Hobble, or Scribble de Bobble. That's a famous book in the James Joyce world. The tapes are the Zappa Scribble de Bobble, his musical vocabulary, his archives, sketchbooks, and a constant source of new material as he cuts them up and rearranges them in a new order to create new musical relationships and nuances of rhythm and content. He is a collage artist working with time, manipulating the dynamics of the visual artist with change, texture, and color. Zappa moves the tensions, image content, and load by speeding up, splicing, and fading. Are we okay?
Yeah.
At 5:45 a.m., 5:45 a.m., and the basement has early morning quietude before the crickets begin. The large electric clock and speakers give off a low hiss. The dog rustles through the crisp semi-tropical vegetation outside. The coffee percolator gurgles imperceptibly. Frank sits at his desk, black, sugarless coffee, and a cigarette at his elbow, both of which he enjoys intensely. He writes music jerkily, pausing to stare into blank space, then scribbling several bars of quavers. Chord clusters grow and pose difficulties, which after a while cause him to reach for the guitar propped against his chair. The sound is loud, not so much cutting as superimposing on the silence of the room. His Gibson Les Paul, tangled in leads and little petals of discarded paper leader tape like daisies in a summer field. Let's say the sound is loud, not so much cutting as superimposing on the silence of the room. His Gibson Les Paul, tangled in leads and little petals of discarded paper leader tape like daisies in a summer field. So, now it says, Zircon's music. When Frank was young and studying music, he began to read Counterpoint Strict and Free by H.A. Clarke, Philadelphia, 1929. On the second page it said, quote, never write any of the following successions. So it gives the normal musical staff.
Can you repeat that? Never write what? Sorry.
Never write any of the following successions. And it's it's a note layout. You know, it's, what do you call the bars and staff or whatever of written note music?
Well, I suppose you mind chord progressions.
Yeah, but is it a coda? What's the term for the actual writing it out?
I don't understand what they're
saying. Is it a composition?
Okay, what do you call a composition of music? With
bars on the treble clef?
What do you call?
Bars on the treble clef?
Yeah, bars on the treble clef. Are you saying bars and or bars
the
on?
The music tit.
Bars on music tit.
Bars on.
The music
chip.
The partiture.
Okay, Bert, what are you trying to say?
Is it a movement
bars on the treble clef?
What?
Lines and spaces.
Come on, Bert. What's the word?
Fugue, canon.
The lines and spaces
on the treble clef.
All right.
Okay. So it says never write any of the following successions, and then it says it has treble clef, and it says numbers 1 and 2 are very harsh. Numbers 3 and 4 are not. Numbers 3 and 4, not so harsh, are of common occurrence in modern usage. So he shows 4 note clusters.
Because he also had his own chord Bible, like his own harmony rules. Things he tried and liked, and then he wrote down like his own treaty of what he liked. His own rules.
Yes. Okay, so never write any of the following successions. Numbers 1 and 2 are very harsh. Numbers 3 and 4 not so harsh, and they are of common occurrence in modern usage. So Frank, Frank played these notes and said, "Great," and never read any further. Didn't read this book, Counterpoint, Strict and Free by H.A. Clark.
Just to interject this,
and never read any further. What?
In the treble clef, the names of the 4 spaces bottom to top are F, A, C, and E.
Yep. They're in jail now, aren't they, Ion? Roxy, are they in jail?
They what?
Are they in jail?
In
anybody?
Jail?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I got that idea from.
But they're planning to break out if they are.
Looking at. So Frank played them and said, "Great," and never read any further. These successions are also used very frequently by Igor Stravinsky, who Frank thinks also saw them forbidden in the Counterpoint book. So he didn't read any further because they told him not to do something. So the basic political meaning of schools he confronted. He said, "Bob told me there can be no connection between anything or anybody. And this school here is trying to develop connections. I'm going with Bob."
He should have taken in all their points and contradicted each one.
Yes. He should have, but he didn't. Okay. He says, Barry Miles says, Stravinsky is probably the most obvious classical influence on Frank's work. Where Stravinsky uses a fast piccolo passage in front of a slow orchestral statement of theme, Zappa uses speeded up tape flashing past the drums, bass, and keyboards to the same effect, particularly on Lumpy Gravy. Where Stravinsky suddenly stops the development of an idea with an abrupt drum beat on a bass tom or a side tom, Zappa will indicate the same organization of time sections by using a snork or belch. These are not conscious attempts to find present-day equivalents to Stravinsky. They occur as the result of prolonged and attentive listening to the tremendous engineering of Stravinsky's work. In the above cases, the early works such as Firebird Suite and Story of a Soldier. Zappa's music combines the present-time organization of time, which is overlapping time signatures, dynamic flow of color or texture, combines the present-time organization of time with past-time organizations of time, in brackets nostalgia, refiners to the early days, and Zappa's music combines the present-time organization of time, in brackets overlapping time signatures, dynamic flow of color or texture. He combines with past-time organization of time, in brackets nostalgia, references to the early days of rock and roll, manipulation of periods, dates, years. I assume he's talking about the shows and what Frank did. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has anything to say? Okay, carry on. Nostalgia, references to the early days of rock and roll, manipulation of periods, dates, years. It fuses musical ideas and themes with a type of musique verite, of real-life recordings of giggling acid coffee clutches and car freaks soliloquizing on the art of customizing. The conversations sound loaded, in brackets, Lumpy Gravy and Uncle Meat. But Zappa's excursions into ultimate reality are masterpieces of editing. The telephone call on We're Only In For The Money, or Jimmy Carl Black's repeated introduction, these non-vocal, singing, non-musical elements are used as music in much the same way that Eric Satie used the aircraft engine, the dynamo, typewriter, the dynamo.
Yes, he's using the speeches as the rhapsode, as a type of music.
Yeah, you're saying these speeches sound like it?
Yeah, he is aware that there is a rhythm in the words.
Mm-hmm.
It's a type of percussive music when you speak.
Yeah.
And it's not singing.
Mm-hmm.
There are forms of spoken singing, like in opera or in the mass. Like that.
Yeah.
But he uses speech as a type of music. He's aware of the rhythms of the words.
Right.
And for example, in the 2000 Motels, he does this type of Greek chorus thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody goes, oh,
yes.
And he's making music only with the speech, with words, and he's very aware of that.
Awesome. Okay.
And he was also a master in editing all these sounds and conversations.
Right. The telephone call on We're Only In For The Money, that's one where they talk about the CIA creeping around Laurel Canyon, or Jimmy Carl Black's repeated introduction. These non-vocal, singing, non-musical elements are used as music in much the same way that Eric Satie used the aircraft engine, the dynamo, typewriter, and rattles in Parade, some movie, before the First World War. The dynamo, typewriter, and rattles in Parade before the First World War. The musical value is located as one of the dynamic The musical value is located as one of dynamics in much the same way as the erotic passages in Henry Miller's Tropics give the books a tension and flow, humor and seriousness. The literary content of the inserted monologues and conversational clips is treated as if they were words to a song, songs without music, with a consequential contribution to the overall social statement of the albums. Zappa as social historical. His use of songs without music extends into his production of Wild Man Fisher and, of course, Trout Mass Replica by the great Captain Beefheart. At the other end of his usage come such selections as The Usher at the Royal Albert Hall in London, to be found just before Valerie on Bert Weenie Sandwich, where the sound texture has an emotional value rather than literary, suggesting a mood. So, such selections as The Usher. Okay, next part. In his film, Zazie dans le métro, Louis Malle parodies his earlier film, Les Amants, by using the same overhead shot of the couple and string quartet soundtrack. The difference in Zazie was that it was speeded up and Zazie was running around the couple in circles, thus changing the whole meaning of the scene by altering two elements only. Zappa does likewise with a nightclub, easy listening version of Take Your Clothes Off When You Dance on Lumpy Gravy, thus elevating recorded music from reproduction, as it was, little time warps in plastic chronicling the event, to an art form complete with self-criticism and parody within the bounds of its own medium. Within the bounds of its own medium. Spelled B-R-O-U-N-D-S. So, Ian talks about the music scene starting off from a canteen, then to an art gallery. So they say here, Zappa does likewise with it. Okay, the difference in Zazie was that it was speeded up and Zazie was running around the couple in circles, the couple who were making out on the beach, thus changing the whole meaning of the scene by altering two elements only. Zappa does likewise with a nightclub, easy listening version of Take Your Clothes Off When You Dance on Lumpy Gravy, thus elevating recorded music from reproduction, as it was, little time warps in plastic chronicling the event, it's been elevated to an art form complete with self-criticism and parody within the bounds of its own medium. That doesn't sound good, does it, Roxy?
No, it's interesting. He was like mixing different levels of, like, the music, his comments on top, or his own criticism.
Yeah.
So there is the music and all these other things added to the mix.
It's life. He recreated life in the test tube.
Yeah, usually when now it's different, but before, when we listen to music, there was always something else going on. Now we have these earplugs that isolate, and we have only the music. But before, you usually listen to music and the environment, not only with the earphones.
Right. Continuing the article. This element has been done less consciously by the Beatles as ever when they tagged "She Loves You, Yeah, Yeah, Yeah" on the end of "All You Need Is Love." Zappa uses it rather more meaningfully when he strips the early rock and roll triplets of their themes and reveals them naked and trembling, bereft of nostalgia by a weird time signature. All that really remains is a time date tag and the inherent power of a particular note formation. It is not surprising, therefore, that Zappa does not use electronically generated sound. If he did, his electronic sounding pieces would lose one of their most important elements, that of an approximate time reference, referring to 1956, for example, on every note and phrase. That of an approximate time reference on every note and phrase. The juxtaposed time references are essential elements in the structure of these pieces and are not limiting to the rhythm or melodies concerned. In manipulating the medium itself, he's looking over his shoulder and he can see that, quote, "it's getting good in the back," meaning his hair, unquote. The archetypal theme. Frank Zappa is like the alchemist. They would repeat the same process or experiment month in, month out, often for many years, until the materials they were working with became so unstable that they developed new properties and one day gelled into the philosopher's stone. Frank is working with a set of themes, the same old ones he always uses. He just gives them new names now and then to confuse you. He's still working on them, sneaking up on them from new angles, surprising them with strange orchestration and weird time signatures, slashing them to pieces on his editing block. The Mad Razor Man, swamped by strings, strobed by speeded tape, they have become archetypal units of their own. Wasn't that status back baby just then? To someone. The person says they had been. The person says it's like a summation of what they said. They have been overloaded enough to make them strong as metal. They can withstand mid-50s rock treatments or a polyrhythmic breakdown and still come through. Now, this person did not stay around with much of the football training and quit the school. So this album called Zappa, I guess. Zappa is the master of there's no label there required. Zappa is the master of image overload. Thus, Frank's themes become conglomerations of burger cruising in your father's car, hubcap stealing, panty raids, and the memories of what you were doing when you first heard Frank's version. Well, I was with this chick, and he heard that, and he's changed. Alchemy. We have heard all the stages, the sketches, the trial runs, the dress rehearsals. Now when we hear the variations of Dog Breath on Uncle Meat, it's possible to say, quote, "Oh, that used to be over there, and what's happened to?" Stage directions, I guess. Frank has moved it by attacking these teenage themes with a complete arsenal of modern musical forms and techniques. An ever-changing relationship is created between them and their many musical forms. It's this relationship which makes Zappa's music special. To do all this, Zappa needed a group of masterful musicians who could understand all his hand signals and happily change from 3/4 to 7/4 without a thought. Also they have to know all the arrangements by heart and have teen appeal on stage, teen in quotes. The Mothers of Invention were such a group, having a higher standard of technical ability within this area than any other band. Classical or pop, in the world. The music, however, lacked commercial potential, and a group that big cost several thousand a week to keep together. So they disbanded. The new smaller group, which played at the Fillmore East the other week, consisted of... I'll do that again. The new smaller group, which played at the Fillmore East the other week, consisted of Jim Motorhead Sherwood on sax, Ian Underwood on sax flute and keyboards, Don Preston on keyboard, Billy Mundy back again on drums, Ray Collins on vocals, Jeff Simmons on bass, Ainsley Dunbar on drums, and Frank on lead guitar. Anything you want to say?
No.
I'm actually...
No?
Oh, go ahead, Roxy. Jump on Bob.
I don't have anything. I was falling asleep with all these listings. Oh, you can talk, please.
All these words that I was saying?
Yeah, the listing of who is playing what.
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
right. Okay, they've all been busy.
But it's a nice article.
Yeah, it is.
I really like it.
They have all been busy. Ian Underwood having formed a little combo in which he plays lead guitar, in quotes, I like the sound better than any other instrument, unquote. And his sister plays drums. Jeff Simmons having released an album on Frank's straight label called Lucille Has Messed Up My Mind. We've played parts of that, which features Underwood on brass and Zappa playing lead guitar on 2 of the tracks. Most interesting new change is the addition of the ex-Jeff Beck drummer Ainsley Dunbar from Liverpool. Though many of the pop-oriented audience didn't recognize him at the Fillmore, he is well known over here, meaning England, for his stint with John Mayall and his own fab group Ainsley Dunbar Retaliation. In adding an ex-Mayall drummer to the group, Frank must have seen the humor of at least capturing one of the British blues musicians which have so long dominated U.S. record buyers' taste. In having Dunbar with him, he has the perfect drummer, someone who can switch happily from 3/4 to 7/4, and who understands the structure of group playing and advanced music. Someone who can play the ass off Ginger Baker and the other overrated blues drummers, and when given time and the right feeling, can play some of the most original, meaningful solos ever heard. He is a heavy, hard-drinking drummer. And his addiction gives Zappa scope to work on more rhythmically oriented material. With this new group, the indications are, though Frank will probably disagree with me, the indications are that Mother music will become more and more... do it this way. With this new group, the indications are, though Frank will probably disagree with me, the indications are that Mother music will become more open and simple. The breaks in time changes will flow. The breaks in time changes will flow more, though remaining distinct, and that the group's sound will actually, although inadvertently, becomes more commercial by being heavier and more whatever they thought they were yelling about in the Met. So far so good?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. When the Mothers disbanded, again they beat the Beatles and no one noticed. They did not disappear. Just like the amoeba, they became many. Frank's productions and arrangements, such as the Jean-Luc Ponty album, will knock you out, and the forthcoming excerpts from 200 Motels for Mothers and Orchestra is going to be well worth waiting for. Frank once said, the Mothers are designed to creep up and strangle you in the night. And they are doing just that. Don't be fooled. Okay. That's the end of the article. Not too much on Alchemy. Or did you
actually, there was
on Alchemy?
There was a phrase I pulled out, and maybe you can read the passage. Maybe you can read the passage again, but it said Frank, something to the effect that Frank works with alchemy for months until the elements become so unstable that they maybe morph into something else.
They melt.
They melt.
Melt the stuff?
I thought that he said that they morphed into something else, but see if you can find that passage.
Yeah, that he was like repeating, like the alchemist. They will repeat the experiment again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
Until.
In this case, though, something different happens.
By an anomaly or by non-physical interacting, they will get the stone.
So it turned out that was the last paragraph. When the Mothers disbanded, again they beat the Beatles, and no one noticed. So they disbanded before the Beatles. They did not disappear. Just like the amoeba, they became many. Frank's productions and arrangements, such as the Jean-Luc Ponty album, will knock you out. I have that album. And the forthcoming excerpts from 200 Motels from Mothers and Orchestra is going to be well worth waiting for. Frank once said, quote, "The Mothers are designed to creep up and strangle you in the night," unquote. And they are doing just that. Don't be fooled. So there's a joint article, which might be smaller and easier to read. See what this guy says. Dick Lupoff. The first question is, what are the Mothers into? And the answer, don't laugh, is music. I mean, that should be pretty obvious, but I'm not talking about Mantovani or Wayne King, the Waltz King, or others who are into, what else? Music. If you can call their brand of stuff music, and you really ought not to be too fast about denying their stuff the label. What do they call ours? The Mothers of Invention have been into satire, social comment, showman, shticks, dance. Last year, after they swung through the Fillmore East, there was word that the Mothers were disbanding. A number of reasons were given, but mainly that Zappa was discussed it with audiences. And after the performance of the one last Friday at the Fillmore, I have to concede that he has something there. But more about that later, and not particularly in regard to the Mothers. But more about that later, and not particularly in regard to the Mothers. Records kept coming. Hot Rats isn't specifically a Mothers record. In fact, it's performed by a group, more or less like full-fledged, and I lost my place, so we'll go back here. But more about that later, and not particularly in regard to the Mothers. Records kept coming. Hot Rats isn't specifically a Mothers record. In fact, it's performed by a fantastic, great pickup group. But it's Zappa music, and Zappa and Ian Underwood are on the record. And in that chaotic jumble of 33s in my cellar, I try to keep it nearer the Mothers records than, say, Waring's Pennsylvanians. And Bert Weenie Sandwich is definitely the Mothers, and has some of their best stuff on it. So here they are, resurrected and touring again with some personnel changes. Ian Underwood, Motorhead Sherman, Don Preston, Billy Mundy, Ray Collins, Jeff Simmons. The new drummer is Ainsley Dunbar, late of AD Retaliation.
I didn't hear the phrase.
Okay, I'm going to go forward with this article, the second article. The first question is, what are the Mothers into? And the answer, don't laugh, is music. I mean, that should be pretty obvious. What?
Yeah, that's
right.
You say don't laugh, but music, of course.
I mean, that should be pretty obvious, but I'm not talking about Mantovani or Wayne King, the Waltz King, or others who are into what else? Music? If you can call their brand of stuff music, and you really ought not to be too fast about denying their stuff the label. What do they call ours? The Mothers of Invention have been into satire, social comments, showman, sticks, and dance. Last year, after they swung through the Fillmore East, there was word that the Mothers were disbanding. A number of reasons were given, but mainly that Zappa managed to get something going over there at Fillmore. So I'll read this again. Last year, after they swung through the Fillmore East, there was word that the Mothers were disbanding. A number of reasons were given, but mainly that Zappa was discussing with audiences. And after the performance of the one last Friday at the Fillmore, I have to concede that he has something there. But more about that later, and not particularly in regard to the Mothers. So what do you think of that, Bert? The guy just dismisses all his audience. Says we're all sick, and they're bringing them down.
That would give Evan some points about what she started off about, that Frank didn't enjoy his audiences or made fun of his audiences. She started with that, so that would give her a point to maybe say that that's what it was. But we changed her mind as we went through. But that's interesting to hear.
Okay, back to the article. Last year, after they swung through the Fillmore East, there was word that the Mothers were disbanding. A number of reasons were given, but mainly that Zappa was discussing with audiences. And after the performance of the one last Friday at the Fillmore, I have to concede that he has something there. But more about that later, and not particularly in regard to the Mothers. Records kept coming. Hot Rats isn't specifically a Mothers record. In fact, it's performed by a fantastic, great pickup group. But it's Zappa music, and Zappa and Ian Underwood are on the record. And in that chaotic jumble of 33s in my cellar, I try to keep it near the Mothers records then. No, I try to keep it near the Mothers records than, say, Waring's Pennsylvanians. And Bert Weenie Sandwich is definitely the Mothers and has some of their best stuff on it. So here they are resurrecting and touring again. Some personnel changes. Ian Underwood, Motorhead Sherwood, Don Preston, Billy Mundy, Ray Collins, Jeff Simmons. The new drummer is Ainley Dunbar, late of late of AD. The last sentence in that, what I just read. His Gibson Les Paul, tangled in leads, and little petals of discarded paper leader tape like daisies in a summer field. Next section, Zircon's music. When Frank was young and studying music, he began to read Counterpoint, Strict and Free, by H.A. Clarke, Philadelphia, 1929. On the second page, it says, never write any of the following successions. And it says numbers 1 and 2 are very harsh. Numbers 3 and 4, not so harsh, are of common occurrence in modern usage. 3 parts. Let me bring that up. What?
Yeah, it's like he's describing the different movements, like hard, not so harsh, instead of like allegro,
right?
Adagio, and it's like he's making fun.
All right, so where?
I find that funny.
I thought I saw his hidden stuff in a bracket. Okay, Stravinsky is probably the most obvious classical influence on Frank's work, where Stravinsky uses a fast piccolo passage in front of a slow orchestral statement of theme. Zappa uses speeded-up tape flashing past the drums, bass, and keyboards to the same effect, particularly on Lumpy Gravy. Where Stravinsky... Go ahead.
One of the things he liked about Stravinsky is that he was putting a lot of ideas.
Yes, in 99.
And very strong breaks, and then another thing, another rhythm, another instrumentation, like many surprises inside the music. And that was a big influence in how Zappa develop his music with all these changes in rhythm and all these effects with the musicians. And it was a big, big influence.
Okay, so...
he will even quote his music inside his own music.
Yes. Okay, Stravinsky is probably the most obvious classical influence on Frank's work, where Stravinsky uses a fast piccolo passage in front of a slow orchestral statement of theme. Zappa uses speeded up tape flashing past the drums, bass and keyboards to the same effect, particularly on Lumpy Gravy. Where Stravinsky suddenly stops, the development of an idea with an abrupt drum beat on a bass tom or side tom, Zappa will indicate the same organization of time sections by using a snork or belch. These are not conscious attempts to find present-day equivalents to Stravinsky. They occur as a result of prolonged and attentive listening to the structural engineering of Stravinsky's work. In the above cases, the early works such as Firebird Suite and Story of a Soldier. Zappa's music combines the present time organization of time, overlapping time signatures, dynamic flow of color or texture. So he combines the present time organization of time with past time organization of time, known as nostalgia, references to the early days of rock and roll, manipulation of periods, dates, and man. Okay? Now, there's more. Yeah. This element has been done less. Did I read that? And parody. Did I mention parody within the bounds of its own medium? I'll read this. Zappa does likewise with a nightclub, easy listening version of Take Your Clothes Off When You Dance on Lumpy Gravy, thus elevating recorded music from reproduction as it was, little time warps in plastic chronicling the event, to an art form complete with the person we're talking about. What's her name?
Paulina Rivera?
No. They were talking about, I don't know.
Stravinsky?
May Russell?
Evan Gray? No, Evan, what's her name? Ray. Ray.
What are you saying, Bert?
Oh, it's Ray? Did you say Ray?
So, I think so. No, Frank did. Frank said Ray in his intro or outro. But elevating recorded music from reproduction as it was, little time warps in plastic chronicling the event, he changed it to art form complete with self-criticism and parody within the bounds of its own medium. Yeah, we have some of that, right? Parody.
Yeah.
This element has been done less consciously by the Beatles as ever, when they tagged She Loves You, Yeah, Yeah, Yeah on the end of All You Need Is Love. Zappa used it.
Oh.
What?
Yes, that's also very interesting. I think Zappa will use he will quote himself or remix himself a lot.
Zappa uses it rather more meaningfully when he strips the early rock and roll triplets of their themes and reveals them naked and trembling, bereft of nostalgia by a weird time signature. All that really remains is a time date tag and the inherent power of a particular note formation. It is not surprising, therefore, that Zappa does not use electronically generated sound. If he did, his electronic sounding piece would lose one of their most important elements, that of an approximate time reference, referring to 1956, for example, on every note and phrase. So I guess she bought the T-shirt, this woman. It says, it's not surprising, therefore, that Zappa does not use electronically generated sound. If he did, his electronic sounding pieces would lose one of the most important elements, that of an approximate time reference, referring to 1956, on every note and phrase. The juxtaposed time references are essential elements in the structure of these pieces and are not limiting to the rhythm or melodies concerned. In manipulating the medium itself, he is looking over his shoulder and he can see that, quote, it's getting good in the back, unquote. The archetypal theme. Frank Zappa is like the alchemist. They would repeat the same process or experiment month in, month out, often for many years, until the materials they were working with became so unstable that they developed new properties and one day gelled into the philosopher's stone. Frank is working with a set of themes, the same old ones he always uses. He just gives them away now and then to confuse you. He's still working on them, sneaking up on them from behind, daring climb up them.
Yes, like McLuhan and you.
Right.
You recycle a lot.
Yeah.
All the lion appears.
Yes.
What's that?
Frank Zappa is like the alchemist. They would repeat the same process or experiment month in, month out, often for many years, until the materials they were working with became so unstable that they developed new properties and one day gelled into the philosopher's stone. Frank is working with a set of themes, the same old themes he always uses. He just gives them new names now and then to confuse you. He's still working on them, speaking up on them from new angles, surprising them with strange orchestration and weird time signatures, slashing with them to pieces on his editing block. The Mad Razor Man, swamped by 2 strings, strolled by man, beaded type. They have become archetypal. Own. Wasn't that Status Back Baby just then? Own, I guess, is somebody who did that song. When Status Back Baby just then...
Hello?
Hello. Okay.
What happened?
I was just meditating on what I read so far. So, we're moving into the section called the archetypal theme. Frank Zappa is like the alchemist. They would repeat the same process, experiment month in, month out, often for many years, until the materials they were working with became so unstable that they developed new properties and one day gelled into the philosopher's stone. What?
You already read that.
I know. I just can't get past it. Frank is working.
It's a replay.
Yeah,
so like you are doing the same experiment.
That's right. Exactly. You get it. I'm becoming
example.
Frank. Yeah. Frank is working with a set of themes, the same old ones he always uses. He just gives them new names now and then to confuse you. He's still working on them, sneaking up on them from new angles, surprising them with strange orchestration and weird time signatures, slashing them to pieces on his editing block. The Mad Razor Man, swamped by strings, strode by speeded tape, they become their archetypal units of their own. Quote, wasn't that Status Back Baby just then? So they see that the guy on the other side of the car get out of the car and look at this important building. Then he ends up tied up. Next scene, we see him all tied up and gagged in the boat. And we're wondering, did he do it?
Yes, and that's the thing, the difficulty many musicians encounter when they want to play Zappa, because they see there's many versions of a song,
right?
Different solos, different breaks.
And there are people up at the Zappa household who mark people. They monitor the social media.
It's a song, but it's at the same time many songs. There are many versions of the same song, remixes, and that's very interesting. That he's morphing his own music. Nothing completely forever. It's always becoming. That's very ionic. Things are not finished. They're always becoming something else.
Okay, so the article says, Frank is working with a set of themes, the same old ones he always uses. He just gives them new names now and then to confuse you. He's still working on them, sneaking up on them from new angles. That's me, dealing with I am. Surprising them with strange orchestration and weird time signatures, slashing them to pieces on his editing block. The Mad Razor Man. Swamped by strings, strobed by speeded tape, they've become archetypal units of their own. Capital letters, semi-capital letters, units of their own. Wasn't that Status Back Baby just then? She said, the older sister says, wasn't that status back baby just then? They have been overloaded enough to make them strong as metal. They can withstand mid-50s rock treatments or a polyrhythmic breakdown and still come through. Zappa is the master of image overload. Thus Frank's themes have become conglomerations of bourgeois cruising. Read that again. Thus Frank's theorems become conglomerations of burger cruising in your father's car. Memories of that. Memories of what you were doing when you first heard Frank's version. Quote, well, I was with the chicken. In 1930, no, just say it. Zappa is the master of image overload. Thus Frank's themes become conglomerations of burger cruising in your father's car, hubcap stealing, panty raids, and the memories of what you were doing when you first heard of Ion. Okay. Swamped by strings, strobed by speeded tape, they have become archetypal units of their own. Wasn't that Stats Back Baby just then? They have been overloaded enough to make them strong as metal. They can withstand mid-50s rock treatments or a polyrhythmic breakdown and still come through. Zappa is the master of image overload. Thus Frank's themes become conglomerations of burger cruising in your father's car, hubcap stealing, panty raids, and the memories of what you were doing when you first heard Frank's version. Well, I was with the chick and, well, quote, it says, well, I was with the chick, wasn't sure. Then he says, we have heard something. So then he says, we have heard all the stages, the sketches, the trial runs, the dress rehearsals. Now when we hear the variations of dog breath on Uncle Meat, it's possible to say, oh, that used to be over there, and what's happened to ... I can't read all this stuff, can I? Okay. Yeah, it's tough.
You're recalling Ion with Dot.
Right. One thing about the revived mothers. Okay, so let's see what this dangerous Christian sighting scene is. Frank has moved it by attacking these teenage themes with a complete arsenal of modern musical forms and techniques. An ever-changing relationship is created between them and their many musical forms. It's this relationship which makes Zappa's music special. To do all this, pop in the world. The music, however, lacked commercial potential, and a group that
Hey, Bob, you went silent there.
Several thousand a week. I'm here.
You got cut off. The last maybe last 5 seconds or so, 10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The Mothers of Invention were such a group, having a higher standard of technical ability within this area than any other band, classical or pop, in the world. The music, however, lacked commercial potential, and a group that big cost several thousand a week to keep together, so they disbanded. The new smaller group, which played at the Fillmore East the other week, consisted of Jim Motorhead Sherwood on saxophone. He's the guy who killed himself. Ian Underwood on sax, flute, and keyboards. Don Preston on keyboard. Billy Mundy back again on drums. Ray Collins on vocals. Jeff Simmons on bass. Ainsley Dunbar on drums. And Frank on lead guitar. They have all been busy. Underwood having formed a little combo in which he plays lead guitar. Quote, I like the sound better than any other instrument, unquote. And his sister plays drums. Jeff Simmons having released an album on Frank's straight label called Lucio's Messed Up My Mind, which features Underwood on brass and Zappa playing lead guitar on 2 of the tracks. Most interesting new change is the addition of ex-Jeff Beck drummer Ainsley Dunbar from Liverpool. Though many of the pop-oriented audience didn't recognize him at the Fillmore, he is well known over here, London, for his stint with John Mayall and his own fab group Ainsley Dunbar Retaliation. Now, how come I'm slipping in and out? I start reading along and I say, oh, I read that part. Then the second half of the sentence, I didn't read it. So, did I read this part before? Ainsley Dunbar Retaliation?
Yes.
I did?
Yes.
How can I justify this? Well, life changed in the 2 hours I first said it. You need to rehear it. It'll be different.
Okay.
Does that go? Does that make it? All right. So we get an alibi. Ainsley Dunbar Retaliation. In addition, no, that's not the way it begins. In adding an ex-Mayall drummer that's ex-John Mayall drummer, to the group, Frank must have seen the humor of at last capturing one of the British blues musicians which have so long dominated U.S. record buyers' taste. In having Dunbar with him, he has the perfect... What is that? We'll start over again. In adding an ex-Mayall drummer to the group, Frank must have seen the humor of Frank must have seen the humor of at last capturing one of the British blues musicians which have so long dominated U.S. record buyers' taste. In having Dunbar with him, he has the perfect drummer, someone who can switch happily from 3/4 to 7/4 and who understands the structure of group playing and advanced music, someone who can play the ass off Ginger Baker and the other overrated blues drummers. And when given time and the right feeling, he can play, what is this? Given French and what? Given. Where's given? Lost it. Someone who can play the ass off. I'll read the previous. In having Ainsley Dunbar with him, he has the perfect drummer. Someone who can switch happily from 3/4 to 7/4 and who understands the structure of group playing and advanced music. Someone who can play the ass off Ginger Baker and the other overrated blues drummers, and when given time and the right feeling, can play some of the most original, meaningful solos I've ever heard. He is a heavy, hard-driving drummer, and his addition gives Zappa scope to work on more rhythmically and oriented material. With this new group, the indications are, though Frank will probably disagree with me, the indications are that mother music will become more open and simple. The breaks and time changes will flow more. The breaks and time changes will flow more, though inadvertently become more commercial by being heavier and more rhythmic. It will give people something to help
Bob, are you pausing?
Yes, I'm meditating on the awesome themes. Giving you time to think, too. All right. With this new group, the indications are, though Frank will probably disagree with me, that mother music will become more open and simple. The breaks and time changes will flow more, though remaining distinct, and that the group sound will actually, though inadvertently, become more commercial by being heavier and more rhythmic. It will give people something to tap their feet to. When the Mothers disbanded, again, they beat the Beatles and no one noticed. I read that already 10 times. They did not disappear. Just like the amoeba, they became many. Frank's productions and arrangements, such as the Jean-Luc Ponty album, will knock you out. And the forthcoming excerpts from 200 Motels for Mothers and Orchestra is going to be well worth waiting for. Frank once said, quote, "The Mothers are designed to creep up and strangle you in the night," unquote. And they are doing just that. Don't be fooled. So Jean-Luc Ponty.
So can I just interject? Is there this?
Go ahead.
Is there a notion that there is this complexity that moves to simplicity, and then there's a change in their audience as a result?
After return to simplicity, you mean?
Yeah.
After the return to simplicity, then there's another change.
Well, there's the complexity, and then the return to simplicity. I like that meme. It seems ionic. The whole simplex, maybe.
Right. I think everybody's blocked here. Anonymous. Is Bert here?
Yes.
Okay, good. And Roxy's here, and Bart's here. Okay, so reading those articles, did we learn anything?
Well, I was hoping to hit hieroglyphs, but I didn't hear them mentioned.
Right.
And and there wasn't the
didn't have it.
There wasn't the contrast with the teen, the teen environment, except to say that Frank was involved in his own world as those sort of fads passed by.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't feel that
under the picture of Frank. Zappa is some. It says under the picture of him, and it says under the picture of him, Zappa is some kind of genius, and the mothers' first impressions to the contrary are one of the tightest, most disciplined, and most capable groups going. They're not exactly for the masses. You have to admit that. So, my only alibi for repeating paragraphs, whole chunks. I mean, what did I do? Read that article 3 times? Is that we were doing the alchemy of Frank. We were becoming Frank and repeating. Now, what are we going to do next? Have we finished Frank? Is that enough? Did we sum it up? Did we play music?
Yeah, play a song.
What time is it? All right. Anybody got any suggestions?
I figured you'd play a Frank tune for Frank.
Let's see if the Peanut Gallery has... Right, let's see if the Peanut Gallery has any comment. Gene? Do you have any comment, Gene?
Good morning, Bob. Bart. Roxy.
Yeah, good morning.
Bert.
Greetings.
Greetings, Gene.
Brian suggested on chat earlier that you play I Put a Spell on You.
Okay. We'll take that into advisory. Is that all you have to say, Gene?
Well, earlier this evening you used the phrase, the ability to sculpt air molecules. And I had that. Yeah, I had that in my head when you were reading the article. That Frank had the ability.
Yes, I was sculpting air molecules, yep.
Yeah, and Zappa had the ability to sculpt air molecules into tonalities.
He's the one who
music.
came up with that sentence.
That was Zappa?
Came up with that sentence.
Okay, cool.
He said that he moves air molecules around big stadiums, outdoor arenas.
I'd kind of consider that regarding speech too. You're shaping air molecules. You're shaping sound.
Interesting. I listened to the most recent. Well, Bart, I listened to the most recent YouTube videos that Roxy made about the thunders. And that's, I like that in the thunders shaping the molecules, sculpting the molecules with the thunders, and we initiated speech by mimicking the thunders.
Right. Okay. Sarah, do you have a comment? Little Sarah?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I'm skeptical and I doubt it.
Where honesty
That's
coming from? Well, the second time in little Sarah's life that she was honest. Smart boy. Quite achieved. And of course, do we dare unmute Brian and hear a tirade about gun control or something? Let's see. Go, Brian. Go. What do you have to say, Brian? Nothing.
Brian, lampstands, go.
Right.
Oh, actually, here's a question for Brian. Did you hear Ion's statement on the last payday that the lampstands are not on this planet?
Yeah.
And Sean in England. You want to say something? Jan in England?
Hi, Bob. Yeah, I quite like the stuff about the
that is me.
Yeah. The stuff I answered about the fractals. The fractals.
Yes. Do I like it?
That he says, no, I like it. I don't care if you like it.
Yeah.
I do. I didn't know what it
was.
I didn't know what they were.
Sean. Don't do it. What was that?
But,
what's that
I
other
didn't
voice?
know what the fractals was. So I looked.
Holy shit, man. That's embarrassing.
Can you hear me, Bob?
That's shocking. Yes, I can hear you. Can we hear me?
Yes.
Am I heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
can I hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Everybody's talking at the same time.
You're muted, Bob. You're muted.
I can't hear anybody. I just become whatever the mood is. I can't hear anybody. I'm going deaf.
I doubt it.
Where's my popcorn? Yeah, I doubt it too. Okay, we got. I think I better put it.
Can you hear me, Bob?
We need to get out of this.
You put cayenne. Is it cayenne pepper you put on your popcorn?
Yes,
Bob?
in the popcorn while making it.
Oh,
the liquid.
What do you have? What do you have? Like a popcorn machine thing?
No, just a big pot. You put the liquid in, and you put the cayenne, and then you put the seeds in, and they pop. Then you take the pop stuff out, and you sprinkle salt and coconut oil and maybe something else on it.
Whoa, that sounds amazing. It's showing how young I am because I'm like, what? You don't microwave a bat? There's other ways to make popcorn? Funny.
Yeah, that's obscene. Okay, so we will play.
Hey, Bart.
Anybody got a particular Zappa song that?
Bart. Yeah.
Broken hearts are for assholes.
Self-righteous assholes.
Oh, broken hearts are for assholes.
I'm becoming
That's my
whatever
request.
it said. Newport Jazz Festival.
Brian, what were you asking?
Oh, about your question that you asked me. You asked me a question, right? Or did you just make a statement about what Ion said?
On the chat board?
No, out loud. Something about the lampstands not being on the planet.
Oh, no, that was what Ion said. Ion said the lampstands are not on the planet.
Right, and if Ion is always literal, planet is a literal term that doesn't exist in the real world, so therefore it is true that the lampstands are not on the planet. That's my comment.
Yes, are literal and literate synonymous? I guess the word literal, the word literal would have so many connotations that you can't.
Right.
It's meaningless.
It's the parallel world that you can't get out of. Or can you? Or maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the ascension, Bart, is getting out of the fucking parallel world that's got a spell on you.
Well,
you're there.
It's the book that Ian says don't check out of the library. Don't check the book out that says that you're,
not winning the war.
Yeah, it says you're not winning the war. That's right.
Which, by the way, I didn't get around to asking him which war was he referring to, because there are two, right?
There are two, yeah. There's the one in chapter 23 and the one in chapters 1 through 22.
The one in heaven and the one on earth.
Yeah.
So I guess the one in heaven is the one that's over, and the one on earth is the one is the one on earth still going on. That's the one that I'm in prison. I'm a prisoner of.
Yep. Bob says yep.
Yeah.
But I think Ginny's going to say something.
Uh-oh.
Good morning. Did you say uh-oh? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jenny.
We just opened up the phone line, so all I heard was Brian say that if Fion said that it's literal and then it's with words, and words are part of the fallen state, then the lamps would be someplace else. And I was like, right on, Brian. Way to make a pattern. Yeah.
That's my pattern.
Is that your pattern? Yeah. I thought that was good.
And Brian also wanted to know.
But if they're in another world, then how are you going to engage them to complete your ascended power of beingness?
You can't get there from
in the real world, it's the three-part process, right? In the real world, it's a three-part process. In the literal world, it can be, all over the fucking place.
So in the real world, in the world without language, what world is the real world? Refresh my memory about that.
Well, my definition of the real world is the real world, that I know with my, 5 or 6 senses. What I call the physical world, my flesh and blood
Zappa,
body.
What do you have to say about Zappa? Okay. I'm muting everybody. We're still doing our Zappa thing. So, let's see. Is Bert available?
Yes, I was dropped out.
Yes.
Yeah, I see Roxy dropped out, and Bert's there. Did we get anything out of those articles I read? Did you like all of them?
Well, I like that the one on the Alchemy goes more into the structure of the music, different elements of Frank Zappa as composer. Because until now we have done very little on that. We have been trying to do aspects that are also very important, and like in this article they say it's about the music, they're into the music, but we were doing other things. I like that. It's more about the music.
Yeah.
An analysis of the many things that were going on.
I didn't. Yes. I don't know if I authors properly. Dick Lupoff did the second article. And did I say that? Does that sound familiar to you?
No.
I don't remember. But another thing, the title is also very interesting because it was something like the Alchemy, the hieroglyphs or something like that, right?
Hagiography. It was Alchemy, hagiography, and hieroglyphics.
Yes, and it's like the music of Frank Zappa is a type of initiation into some type of mystic, mystery, illusion, party.
Right. Yes, I don't remember reading this. I didn't read. I thought I was reading the other article, and I was reading the first one again. But let's not worry about it. Let's do this.
That's why I was asking you, are you being an alchemist?
Yes, I think I was. I got
but repetition is very important in music. And replay, very important in learning.
Okay, this is the part. I don't know if I read this part. The literary content of the inserted monologues and conversational clips is treated as if they were words to a song, songs without music, with a consequential contribution to the overall social statement of the albums. Zappa as social historical. We didn't hear that, right? I didn't read that before.
No, there was a similar idea before in how the spoken word is part of the composition, the music, all the comments.
Yeah, I didn't say this. Here's another sentence.
No.
This is, his music fuses musical ideas and themes with a type of music verite of real-life recordings of giggling acid coffee clutches and car freaks soliloquizing on the art of customizing. Sort of like half the sentence I read before, and the other half, sorry, I wasn't full. The other half I didn't. I'm blipping out halfway in through sentences. The conversation... The conversations sound
You're
loaded.
reading in the parallel world.
Right, watch this. Just watch how I go out. The conversations sound loaded, but Zappa's excursions into ultimate reality are masterpieces of editing. The telephone call on We're Only In It for the Money or Jimmy Carl Black's repeated introduction. These non-vocal singing, non-musical elements are used as music in much the same way that Eric Satie used the aircraft engine, the dynamo, typewriter.
You read that.
Yeah, I remember that.
And rattles in parade before the First World War. Yeah, I read that? The musical.
Yes,
well, I did not understand.
It's a very important idea.
Yeah.
It's the music of the
musical value is located. Yes, the musical value is located as one of dynamics, in much the same way as the erotic passages in Henry Miller's Tropics give the books attention and flow, humor and seriousness. I only read half of that sentence before. I flipped out. The literary content of the inserted monologues and conversational clips is treated as if they were words to a song, songs without music, with a consequential contribution to the overall social statement of the albums. Zappa as social historical. His use of songs without music extends into his productions of Wild Man Fisher and, of course, Troutmask's replica by the great Captain Beefheart. At the other end of his usage come such selections as The Usher at the Royal Albert Hall in London, to be found just before Valerie on Bert Winnie Sandwich, where the sound texture has an emotional value rather than literary, suggesting a mood. Now, I remember doing Zazie. In his film Zazie dans le Metro, Louis Malle parodies his earlier film Les Amants by using the same overhead shot of the couple and string quartet soundtrack. I don't remember the second half of that sentence. The difference in Zazie was that it was speeded up, and Zazie was running around the couple in circles, thus changing the whole meaning of the scene by altering two elements only. I remember about 1/3 of that sentence. Zappa does likewise with a nightclub, easy listening version. Zappa does likewise with a nightclub, easy listening version of Take Your Clothes Off When You Dance on Lumpy Gravy, thus elevating recorded music from reproduction as it was, little time warps and plastic, chronicling the event, raising it, elevating it to an art form complete with self-criticism and parody within the bounds of its own medium. Definitely remember reading that several times. Right? I did read that one. This element has been done less consciously by the Beatles as ever when they tagged She Loves You, Yeah, Yeah, Yeah on the end of All You Need Is Love. Zappa uses it rather more meaningfully when he strips the early rock and roll triplets of their themes and reveals them naked and trembling, bereft of nostalgia by a weird time signature. All that really remains is a time date tag and the inherent power of a particular note formation. It is not surprising, therefore, that Zappa does not use electronically generated sound. If he did, his electronic sounding pieces would lose one of their most important elements, that of an approximate time reference, referring to 1956, for example, on every note and phrase. Definitely, I read that before. The juxtaposed time references are essential elements in the structure of these pieces and are not limiting to the rhythm or melodies concerned. In manipulating the medium itself, he's looking over his shoulder and he can see that it's getting good in the back. Then,
I read that.
Jesus, what is this?
This is a loop, deja vu, deja.
I'm in a loop.
Deja écouté.
The Hucawapala, that Mexican monster. What's that thing? The Chapaluca? Chupacapa? I don't get it. 31. There's 2 pages. Yes. And, like, I turn the page and there's this whole section.
Can you hear me?
There's a whole section here.
Yeah.
Hey, Bert. Welcome back, Bert.
During the final word, and every time you turn the page, it's the same text.
I've been listening, but
again and again.
This is the part where you're doing it over and over again until the elements become unstable.
Yes. That's the alchemy. But it says the archetypal theme. Frank Zappa is like the alchemist. They would repeat the same process or experiment month in, month out, often for many years. Now, I already read that, didn't I? Until the materials they were working with became so unstable that they developed new properties. You just said that stuff. And one day gelled into the
French
stone.
episode.
Frank is working. Yes. Frank is working with a set of themes, the same old ones he always uses. He just gives them new names now and then to confuse you. I read all that. I just have to continue anyways. He's still working on them, sneaking up on them from new angles, surprising them with strange orchestration and weird time signatures. That's what Ion does, slashing them to pieces on his editing block. The Mad Razor Man. That's why I had to read this, to come back and realize that's Ion. The Mad Razor Man, swamped by strings, strode by speeded tape. They have become archetypal units of their own. Wasn't that Status Back Baby just then? They have been overloaded enough to make them strong as metal. They can withstand mid-50s rock treatments or a polyrhythmic breakdown and still come through. Now, we definitely did this. Zappa is the master of image overload. That's Frank's themes have become conglomerations of burger cruising in your father's car, hubcap stealing, panty raids, and the memories of what you were doing when you first heard Frank's version. Well, I was with this chick, and we have heard all the stages, the sketches, the trial runs, the dress rehearsals. Now when we hear the variations of Dog Breath and Uncle Meat, it's possible to say, that used to be over there, and what's happened to? See, there's where I get mixed up. Okay. From page 3, I'm trying to find what's from page 3. Okay, this part is new. He says...
That's what you think.
Yes. The new drummer is Ainsley Dunbar, late of Ainsley Dunbar Retaliation. Then you go to here. He's very good. Very italicized. Ainsley's very good. Then it says Roy Estrada, Jimmy Carl Black, Bunk Gardner, and R.D. Tripp are gone. And after 2 other groups, both worth comment, which I will do in a while, be patient, the Mothers, what? And after 2 other groups, the Mothers, I guess this is the concert, and after 2 other groups, the Mothers, and after 2 other groups, the Mothers, okay. It means he's arriving, and after 2 other groups, the Mothers, da-da! Zappa raps a little, as usual for him. And as usual, he put... I never read this part before, right, guys? Listen to this. Direct experience. Zappa raps a little, as usual for him, and as usual, he puts down the audience, and he says, no more fooling around on stage. They're just going to play music, and they do. Well, they fooled around a little, but not much. But mainly, really, the Mothers are into music. Now, see, this is where teenage music is a multimedia environment, not just music. Frank was old-fashioned. He was actually into music and not into the hand signals of group fashion styling. Get it? Get it? It's blinding insight? No. You don't get it.
I'm tired of fooling around.
You blinded my ears.
No more fooling around. Yeah, no more fooling around. Bob is strictly into his mouth. But mainly the mothers are into music, which is, I don't know, the guy goes, which is, I don't know, a good or a bad thing. I don't know. It's music critic. I'm not sure whether it's good or not. It says Zappa is some kind of genius. And the mothers, and I read this is under the picture, first impressions are to the contrary, are one of the tightest, most disciplined, most capable groups of musicians going. They're not exactly for the masses. You have to admit that. The Fillmore wasn't sold out when I was there, and that is a rarity. The Fillmore wasn't sold out when I was there, and that is a rarity. But every mother of invention is a talented, trained, together musician, and they are worth hearing, always. On the other hand, they kid around nicely, too. Like the night a mother, was it that Indian, filled a smoked whitefish with whipped cream, or when Motorhead does The Bug. But right now, just music. I remember the first time I ever heard the mothers, our house was just getting into a lot of rock. We've been into the Beatles, naturally, since A Hard Day's Night, I guess 1964, but we were a little slow in broadening our taste. The Stones, okay, and one or two other groups, so I'm sitting there doing something else, and Pat had put on a couple of new records she'd bought, and I wasn't paying too much attention, and suddenly I'm roused from an alcoholic fugue. This was years ago. By what I hear, he's roused from an alcoholic fugue by what I hear, and I say, quote, "What the hell is that garbage you're playing? And will you get it off the turntable immediately?" Unquote. And she did. This was before Women's Lib, too, and told me it was freak out. It was my fault. I didn't understand what the mothers were doing. It just sounded like a lot of pimple cream music to me, which I could do without, thank you. There's a lot of 50s rock and roll going down these days. What are you laughing at, Bert?
Pimple cream music.
Own up, Bert. Ah, yes. This is nice, though. We have all that abstract tonal talk, and now we're this guy talking about pimples. There's a lot of 50s rock and roll going down these days, and I think it falls into three categories. A group like Shanana does Teen Angel with a kind of dedicated literalness that's kind of fun and nostalgic, if you remember the 50s. But it's basically a pretty thin joke, and I have a feeling that if they don't find something new to do, they're going to find themselves turning back into the Columbia University Glee Club again. That's Shanana doing Teen Angel. Guys like Chuck Berry, Jerry Lee Lewis, they do 50s rock because they were 50s rock. And the difference between Shanana and Berry or Lewis is the whole difference between a latter-day recreation and the thing being copied. There's your porno theme. They, Lewis and Berry, are the real authentic accept no substitutes thing, which is fun too. But when the mothers do 50s rock, original material, perfect pastiche, which is a tough art form, it's something different from either. Now, it's getting into something here, right? It's comment. It's a living picture of the 50s in this country. It's Ruben Stano's 1953 Nash, painted with 4 gallons of gray primer. Dick Nixon was vice president of the United States. Martin Luther King was an obscure Baptist minister. And any day now, we were going to unleash Chiang Kai-shek. And any day now, we were going to unleash Chiang Kai-shek. Yeah, he goes, yeah. But see, the mothers do so many things besides 50s rock and roll. You have to listen to the words, for one thing, which is not always the easiest thing to do successfully. Better get their records and familiarize yourself. Mother's music is complex, well worth hearing many times. Then when you see them in concert, you'll know what's coming off. That's pretty good, eh? Getting private experience uttered corporately here. Yeah. One thing about the revived mothers. For the first couple of numbers, what, Bert? Bert, you saying something?
This is a different article. This is not the Still the Miles article, is it?
Right. No, it's the other guy. It's Dick Lupoff's article, who starts off right beside Miles. One thing about the revived mothers, for the first couple of numbers, I had the feeling that they were too tight. I've never seen that before. After their layoff and with the personnel changes, it was almost like a new band, and everybody's working very hard to make sure that they hit all the right notes and didn't miss any signals, and it was okay. They did hit the right notes, and they didn't miss the signals. At least that I could tell. But they weren't really into what was happening. They were too busy with their instruments. They're always complaining about Frank. After a while, that pretty much went away, and after a few more gigs, I'm sure it will go away completely. The music was a mother's retrospective, all the way from Freak Out to Uncle Meat to Burnt Weenie Sandwich. I think some of their stuff was trivial, though amusing. Call Any Vegetable, for example. Most of it was not trivial. It was excellent music, though certainly intellectual. That would be Holiday in Berlin and Igor's Boogie. And that may be why the mothers are a special taste. So much of rock and roll is strictly visceral, the tempos, the emphatic rhythm, the huge volume, or purely sensual, the acid groups, which is not to put them down either, but music that you have to listen to with your intellect. Not everybody's capable of that, and not everybody wants to, even if they are able. And on top of that, there's the cynicism that pervades much of the mother's music, and certainly Zappa's own attitude. There's so often that little thread of mockery woven through their numbers. I don't mean the open kidding of Room in the Jets. I mean the laughing behind the hand of Hot Rats and other Zappa productions. The mothers hold their audiences at arm's length, not by being mechanical and uninvolved like Creedence Clearwater Revival, but by always keeping something back, some mental reservation, as they say in the Army induction oath. If you said, Frank Zappa, I love you, if you said to Frank, I guess, Frank Zappa, I love you, he'd probably say back, what's the matter, you queer? They're always ready to hand you that white fish full of whipped cream if you try to open it up too much, get too close. But Christ, Frank Zappa, I sure do admire you. I like your band, I enjoy your music, and I think I understand most of it. That's how the article ends. Are you with me, folks?
Yes.
What happened? You all get knocked off again?
Hey, I'm noting that you just mentioned CCR, and Brian posted the CCR song request on the chat earlier.
Oh, okay. Brian knows about them or something, or he's talking about Creedence Clearwater Revival?
Yeah, he said play I Put a Spell on You by CCR earlier, and you just mentioned that in the article.
CCR.
Creedence Clearwater Revival.
I don't have that one. I didn't mention that. Did I mention that in this article?
You just did.
Wow, what did it say? I don't see it here. You're hallucinating, buddy.
No, I don't remember.
It's one of the last few things you just said in the last 10 seconds or so.
Yeah. Did Roxy say she remembered it?
No.
No, she doesn't. I don't remember either.
Okay. It's not in here, Bart. You're now going to other worlds.
Okay, well, if I can pick up an alternate broadcast, that's fun.
All right. Well, look, why don't we play some Zappa music? And then, Jesus, 5:19. Should I play a rewrite until JW gets here, or Ion? What do you think?
Sure.
We haven't finished that particular last rewrite. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. You guys can go sleep it off for a while. Don't forget to wake yourself back up, though. Oh, no, you might be activated by listening to the rewrite. All right. Okay. What music? Come on. Tell me what you want to hear in the Zappa land. Something
off of Apostrophe,
right? The Ensemble Modern.
What was that?
The music of Zappa played by the Ensemble Modern.
Let's see, I may have that. Ensemble Modern.
Like good orchestra playing Master Zappa.
Right. Master Zappa.
to say goodbye.
What's it called on song?
To Roxy.
ENSEM.
Ensemble Modern.
What about Roxy?
Yes, this is my goodbye to all of you.
It's not goodbye forever, is it, Roxy?
For everything. I hope it is. Thank you for everything. Nice to meet you.
I put you, you're in my mashups, You Will Live On.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, we know where to find you.
That.
What's that, Bob?
You're still going to be making videos, Roxanne?
No, because I don't want to
making videos.
That people, no, I don't want to do any more thing because I don't like this feeling I have. People thinking I'm doing this for something, and I just don't like the feeling. So I prefer to do my thing privately, quietly. And
well,
I think I'll be happier.
There's a reason that I'm sure you were called forth to engage the way you did, the way you are. But people do have a tendency to flow in and out.
Well,
but
I've been into this all my life, so it's not. I don't think. Like Ian said, some people are predestined, and I cannot stop. But I don't want to be here anymore.
Ian said some people are what?
You don't want what? What's the last word?
Predestined.
What's that last
to ascend.
Predestined.
That I don't like to be here anymore. So I would like to talk one last time with Ian and say thanks, say goodbye. Maybe he can tell me how can I go on exploring wherever.
Well, I would say my experience since I've been here from the beginning has my own involvement has sort of shifted and evolved. So it all kind of moves in and out, I guess. So it's unique to everybody how they perceive this and how they get involved. So there isn't anything that there isn't any set way to approach this, I guess. So, but it's been nice engaging with you.
Well, that's all, folks. So, Ian is back.
Okay, well, what music? I don't think Ian is back.
No, I say Ian is back. I was just assisting in the meantime. That
right.
I just prefer to go private, to my thing alone.
Well, I don't think we have Ensemble Moderne here. It might be somewhere in the other section. Let's see. I go up to the index.
Maybe Ion changed you so much, Roxy, that you've just moved into this different vibration.
Well, what was the thing he said? I'm tired of nonsense. I prefer to do my thing.
You definitely got to engage Ion for many hours. I think that's awesome. I'm sure that won't end, or do you intend to stop engaging Ion this way? You don't have to
I don't want to call to call in anymore. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
I hope I can have some contact with Ion somehow, in some other way.
Ginny said that she had noticed a big sort of shift within the last few months, and I've noticed it too. So.
Yes, because I was already trying to leave before. I didn't like the vibe, the conversations, the type of engagement, the cabal shit, really, many things. Elisa bugging me all the time, telling me to shut up, and then she comes and takes my threats, and I find that so low. And I had agreed with Bob that if I'm going to be here, she's not there. And he hasn't respected that and other things. So I prefer not to be here.
I understand. Okay.
Well, we have here Zappa and the Ensemble Modern, the Yellow Shark. Did find something. So when you're ready to hear it, we can play it.
Anytime.